A sharp gasp for air shattered the silence of the room. A man shot up in bed, startled and disoriented, finding two other men watching over him. The two onlookers stared back, their mouths agape in utter shock. One man, wearing glasses, registered his astonishment as the figure on the bed trembled uncontrollably. A desperate thought consumed the man in bed. He realized he had to get out immediately or face dire consequences. In a sudden memory, a foot lashed out with brutal force. The vision was accompanied by a single, chilling cry for death. Another fragmented memory showed a hand shoving open a large set of double doors with immense power. This was followed by the image of a man leaping from a high balcony into a bustling ballroom below. His mind reeled as he questioned the surreal sight of Tokyo Tower completely vanishing from the skyline. The scene then shifted to a grand, sprawling school building seen from an aerial perspective. Inside a stately hall, a woman in a traditional kimono stood opposite a man in a sharp western suit. The man, an aide named Fujiwara, broke the silence by inquiring about the status of a specific task. A Japanese official named Sakamoto presented a file, explaining it contained all the data they had gathered so far. Fujiwara asked if he needed to verify the information himself. Sakamoto assured him there was no need, as he had meticulously recorded every detail without omission. Pleased, Fujiwara noted that his superior, Ito Hirobumi, the first resident general of Korea, would be satisfied with the report. Fujiwara then posed a delicate question, asking Sakamoto if he believed it was possible to sway the Korean prince to their side. Sakamoto was taken aback, seeking clarification that they were indeed discussing the Korean prince. Confused, he hesitantly asked why His Excellency was so interested in this particular prince. Fujiwara revealed that His Excellency desired the prince for the Japanese government's next great undertaking, a revelation that shocked Sakamoto. Fujiwara quickly hushed the official for his loud reaction, prompting a hasty apology. After composing himself, Sakamoto gave his opinion that winning over the prince would be extremely difficult. He explained that the reports clearly showed the prince held a deep-seated hostility toward Japan, and as next in line to the throne, he was a significant figure. Sakamoto concluded that the prince would never cooperate, even under threat, which Fujiwara acknowledged could impede their grand plans. The report detailed how the charismatic first prince, Cho, had been debilitated by opium given to him by a traitorous interpreter. This had led to rumors spreading throughout Joseon that the crown prince had become a fool, though Fujiwara remained unconcerned. He noted that another prince's birth 8 years prior had complicated the succession, turning the situation in Japan's favor. The concubine who bore the new prince was now actively manipulating the king to alienate the first prince and enthrone her own son. Furthermore, even the king of Joseon was wary of this second prince, Yi Kang, repeatedly denying his requests to return home from abroad. Despite this, Fujiwara ordered Sakamoto to continue his surveillance since His Excellency was keeping a close watch on the prince. Back in the bedroom, the prince suddenly awoke, bewildered and demanding to know where he was as his attendants cried out his title. His attendants continued to call his name in a panic, trying to get his attention. From the doorway, Sakamoto and Fujiwara recognized the Korean prince, wondering if the recent earthquake had caused his strange behavior. The prince, now calmer, introduced himself as Yi Kang and questioned the sudden commotion around him. Sakamoto reminded him that the previous day's report had noted his heavy drinking, though the prince still demanded to know his location. The prince questioned the identities of those around him, asking if one was a doctor, while his attendant urged him to maintain his dignity. Fujiwara simply observed the chaotic scene with a thoughtful expression. He instructed Sakamoto to keep observing the prince for the time being and report back, an order which Sakamoto promptly acknowledged. The scene flashed to a man running desperately past a large building as the sun set. He pushed himself onward, each labored breath a testament to his frantic pace. The feeling of his lungs about to burst convinced him that this harrowing experience was indeed reality. In another memory, a man was on a phone call, reassuring a client that there was no tail and that the bid only required a signature. He explained confidently that they had analyzed their competitor and made a superior offer, promising satisfactory results. Annoyed, he muttered to himself about the client's unending suspicion. He then politely thanked the person on the other end of the call. His attention was suddenly caught by an unusual ripple forming in his coffee cup. The dark liquid in the white mug swirled ominously on the table. An emergency alert blared from his phone, warning of a magnitude 9.0 earthquake in Tokyo and advising immediate precautions. The man stared at his phone in disbelief, processing the word earthquake. A surge of panic hit him as he realized he would die if he remained inside. His only thought was to get out of the building as quickly as possible. The violent tremor threw the man in the suit backward with terrifying force. He understood that this was the moment he, a Korean American named Park Byung-jun, had met his end. Now, for reasons unknown, he had awakened in the body of this new person. At first, he dismissed it as a dream or an elaborate prank, but a conversation with a man named Woo Hyun-sik confirmed he had traveled to the past. He learned with shock that he now inhabited the body of Yi Kang, the second son of Emperor Gojong of the Korean Empire. He was a prince, but he knew from history that his country's diplomatic rights had already been seized by Japan. This new reality meant he was constantly surrounded by people watching his every move. He pondered why he had possessed someone completely unrelated to him, deciding that for now, his only option was to adapt to his new life. His thoughts were interrupted as an attendant called out to him. The attendant announced the doctor's arrival, and Yi Kang reluctantly agreed to see him, resigning himself to the need to survive. Facing the physician, Yi Kang calmly asked for an assessment of his condition. The doctor, a psychiatrist named Baek from Tokyo Hospital, suggested his symptoms were caused by the stress of living abroad for so long. Yi Kang then asked a pointed question: if he returned to his homeland, would his condition be cured? The doctor evasively replied that he believed the prince was simply in a state of heightened anxiety. Yi Kang saw through the facade, knowing that both Sakamoto and the doctor only pretended to have his best interests at heart. The doctor recommended that the prince take some medicine and get plenty of rest. Yi Kang knew their true intention was to prevent his return to the Korean Empire, as they were all acting under Japan's influence. Playing along, he agreed to follow the doctor's prescription and then dismissed him. The doctor bowed and affirmed he understood before taking his leave. Left alone, Yi Kang contemplated his dilemma, acknowledging that the boat's original owner desperately wanted to return home. However, he knew it wasn't a simple matter, as both Japan's interference and the Korean Empire's refusal stood in his way. He recognized that staying in Japan was not an option, as history foretold the empire's imminent annexation. This realization forced him to accept that returning to his homeland was currently impossible. With his options exhausted, he concluded that his only path forward led to the one place connecting his past and present lives, America. Having settled on America as his final destination, he knew he couldn't leave recklessly and first needed to establish his priorities. He decided to use the quiet moment to organize his knowledge of future history, attempting to pinpoint the dates of major world events. A wave of frustration washed over him as he struggled to recall specific details, a jarring experience for a man who had always prided himself on his sharp memory. He recalled his past life as a lobbyist, where even 20 years after university, his encyclopedic knowledge of American history was a crucial tool for survival. Then, in a sudden flash of insight, the crucial historical information he sought came rushing back to him. With newfound clarity, he began meticulously writing down every important future event he could remember. After documenting a timeline of major global occurrences up to the year 1950, he felt he was finally somewhat prepared for what lay ahead. With his historical notes complete, he turned his thoughts toward the more practical preparations for his journey. His planning came to a screeching halt when he discovered, to his utter dismay, that his accounts were completely empty. He erupted in anger, questioning how the person managing his finances could have possibly allowed them to be depleted entirely. His attendant calmly reminded the prince that he himself had spent all the money, ignoring numerous warnings to be more frugal. The accusation left him speechless and reeling from the shock. In that moment, he realized he was experiencing a vivid memory belonging to the boat's original owner, Yi Kang. The bitter truth dawned on him: the original prince had foolishly squandered the very capital he had planned to leverage with his future knowledge. A feeling of despair set in as he saw his meticulously crafted plans turning to dust before they had even begun. He pushed aside his frustration, reminding himself that as royalty, there had to be some hidden asset he could use to generate funds. He determined that if Yi Kang's memories offered no solution, he would have to rely on the knowledge from his own past life as Park Byung-jun. He focused his thoughts, delving deep into the historical archives of his mind in search of an answer. Suddenly, a critical piece of history sparked in his memory: Emperor Gojong's secret slush funds. He knew with cold certainty that if he didn't act quickly, Japan would inevitably discover and seize the entire fortune. His attendant, noticing his sudden change in demeanor, cautiously asked if something was the matter. Yi Kang dismissed the concern by suggesting they eat, all while secretly formulating a plan to create a situation that would allow him to access the funds. While ordering coffee and an omelette for himself, he was taken aback when his financial manager, Woo Hyun-sik, declined to eat, citing a need to save money. The man's unexpected frugality left the prince momentarily confused. He quickly recalled that this man was his distant relative and financial manager, realizing his earlier outburst about the lack of funds had prompted this behavior. Yi Kang let out a disarming laugh, which only seemed to puzzle his subordinate even more. He then offered a genuine apology, admitting he had unfairly blamed the man while forgetting his own reckless spending. The apology caught Hyun-sik off guard, but Yi Kang felt it was necessary to properly clear the air between them. He then insisted his companion cheer up and eat with him, ordering an identical meal to share. As they settled in, he scanned the room and realized someone was missing, inquiring about the location of Choi Hyun-woo. Hyun-sik informed him that Hyun-woo had gone to the post office, accompanied by a Japanese government official. The mention of a Japanese official immediately raised his suspicions, and he demanded to know why one was involved. At that very moment, a man in a trench coat was seen striding purposefully through the sunlit dining hall. The newcomer, Choi Hyun-woo, respectfully greeted the prince, who immediately asked where he had been. Hyun-woo explained that his presence was required because a telegram had arrived for His Highness. Intrigued, Yi Kang extended his hand, demanding to see the message at once. After a quick glance, he identified it as the response to a request he had previously sent regarding an escort for his wife. Setting the telegram aside, he pressed Hyun-woo for any other news, a question that visibly surprised his attendant. He specified that he was asking about the status of his requested return to his homeland. He began to lament loudly about the emperor's continued refusal, complaining about being unfairly cast aside. Internally, however, he was relieved, as an actual order to return home would have been a major complication to his true plans. He escalated his public display of indignation, knowing he had to cause a significant disturbance to force the empire to summon the keepers of the secret funds. Throwing his hands up in a show of despair, he ignored his attendants' pleas to calm himself. He then theatrically commanded them to report his improper behavior back home before storming away, ordering them not to follow. A concerned murmur spread through the onlookers who had witnessed the prince's dramatic scene. Once alone, Yi Kang privately hoped that this single incident would be enough to draw out the person he needed to see. He realistically concluded, however, that his target was not so easily moved and that he would need to orchestrate several more such situations. Later, he was seen creating another public disturbance, with his attendants once again trying desperately to de-escalate the situation. In the middle of his act, a different voice cut through the noise, warmly addressing him as boss. He turned to greet a group of Western men, switching effortlessly to English. He recognized them as old comrades from his time studying abroad, as one of them confirmed they had found the information he requested. Yi Kang expressed his pleasant surprise at their efficiency, while one of the men joked about how good it felt to be out and about. He felt a deep sense of gratitude for these loyal connections, who in turn assured him that his orders were always their highest priority. His mind drifted back to his time in the United States, remembering how these men had defended him against racial discrimination. In return for their loyalty, he recalled covering the expensive surgery costs for one of their mothers. It was after that act of generosity that they had begun calling him boss and sworn their undying allegiance. He felt a small measure of relief, realizing that at least some of Yi Kang's money had been invested in something worthwhile. One of his men brought him back to the present, reporting that the fastest ship to the island of Tsushima was scheduled to depart the next morning. Another friend questioned his choice to leave the relative comfort of Tokyo for such a remote island. The first man quickly explained the strategic value of Tsushima, noting its close proximity to the Korean peninsula. Yi Kang gave a slight nod, confirming that their understanding of his plan was correct. His Korean attendants, however, were horrified by this development, frantically warning him against returning to his homeland without the emperor's express permission. He calmly challenged their fears, rhetorically asking if a father would truly punish his son for simply coming home. His two loyal attendants could only watch, their expressions a mixture of deep concern and utter shock. He then confidently told them to continue reporting his every move, certain that his calculated defiance would eventually summon the one man he needed to meet. His scheme succeeded perfectly, as he was soon greeted by an American who introduced himself as Hulbert, Emperor Gojong's trusted vault keeper. The prince acknowledged the difficulty of his journey, but Hulbert humbly brushed it aside as insignificant compared to the prince's own hardships. He was then approached by another visitor, a man he recognized as Lee Won-young, a senior from his American university days who was now the Minister of Education. Yi Kang immediately understood the emperor's tactic. They had sent both men to persuade him to return to America, a plan he fully intended to exploit to secure the secret funds. Feigning hospitality, he suggested they all share a drink to mark the occasion of their reunion. He fabricated a story about needing alcohol to sleep due to his worries, his real goal being to neutralize Lee Won-young so he could speak to Hulbert alone. In a richly decorated library, Yi Kang and Lee Won-young raised their glasses, downing their drinks together. For a fleeting moment, a memory of a past, more emotional drinking session between the two men flashed through his mind. He poured another round, insisting that it would be rude to let his old senior leave after such a short time. Once Lee Won-young was sufficiently intoxicated, he signaled for Hyun-sik to escort the minister to a room to rest. With the nuisance finally gone, he turned his attention to Hulbert, ready to get to the real point of their meeting. He casually complimented Hulbert on his tolerance for alcohol, only for the American to remark that the prince himself seemed entirely sober. Yi Kang let out a weary sigh and claimed his immense worries were keeping him from feeling the effects of the drink. Hulbert began to offer words of reassurance about the political situation, but Yi Kang abruptly cut him off. The prince clarified that his worries were not for his own safety, leaving Hulbert to wonder what could possibly be causing him such distress. Leaning forward with a grave expression, Yi Kang solemnly declared that the entire nation was in peril. He then dropped a bombshell, revealing that he had learned the Japanese were aware of the secret funds, a statement that made Hulbert recoil in shock. The story of a prince's intricate schemes and a nation's hidden treasure continued. Hulbert claimed a lack of understanding regarding the prince's words, stating that as a foreigner, he was not well versed in such confidential matters. Prince Yi Kang inwardly scoffed, recognizing the American's attempt to feign ignorance. Hulbert tried to deflect by mentioning the Imperial Household Agency, the official body managing the royal budget, questioning why the prince would believe otherwise. He continued his defense, explaining that His Majesty would use any means necessary to protect the nation from those driven by personal greed. A heavy silence filled the space between the two men as the prince's accusation hung in the air. Hulbert then directly challenged the prince's assertion, asking why His Majesty would ever entrust such a monumental secret to a foreigner like himself. The prince calmly assessed the situation, concluding that the American still did not trust him. To prove his knowledge, Yi Kang brought up Hulbert's predecessor, Yi Yongik, and reminded him of the relentless Japanese pursuit that followed a critical incident. At this, Hulbert's composure broke, as he admitted that the Japanese had indeed kidnapped Yi Yongik and seized a portion of the secret funds, realizing this was precisely why the emperor had entrusted the remainder to an unsuspected American. The prince pressed his advantage, asserting that aside from Hulbert, His Majesty had no one else he could truly trust. He then revealed that he had long tried to return home to deliver this crucial information but had failed, forcing him to summon Hobart to Japan instead. In another time and place, a chilled glass of liquor clinked softly as it was set down upon a polished wooden table. An official reflected on the prince's actions, having initially believed them to be a final, desperate struggle. A dawning realization came to him as he wondered if the prince's cunning was the true reason why all the other ministers had failed to persuade him. Elsewhere, the emperor sighed with great frustration, lamenting that even at his age, his son still could not grasp the gravity of the situation. A minister reported his own failure, explaining that every attempt to discuss serious matters was deflected with an offer of a drink, resulting only in him listening to the prince's lamentations. The emperor angrily questioned how his son could behave so frivolously while the entire nation was struggling for its survival. The scene shifted back to Hobart, who was being approached by an attendant inquiring if something was the matter. The attendant informed the American that His Majesty wished to see him immediately regarding Prince Yi. In a flashback, the emperor addressed both Hobart and Lee Won-young, stating that he had summoned them to ask a favor and for them to await his command. The emperor then revealed his command, instructing the two men to persuade the crown prince to travel to America. Lee Won-young had reacted with shock, questioning why the prince was still in Japan and why they, of all people, were chosen for this task. His Majesty had explained his logic, believing that an American and a man who studied in America would have the best chance of succeeding. A moment of silent understanding had passed between the men as they absorbed the weight of their mission. Back in the present, Hobart finally conceded to the prince, admitting that he had not realized the true depth of His Highness' intentions. Yi Kang noted internally with satisfaction that the old misunderstandings had been cleared and his reputation had seemingly improved. Having made his point, the prince decided he had spoken at length and brought the intense discussion to a close for the evening. He politely dismissed the American, suggesting he return to his room and rest comfortably. Yi Kang concluded privately that it was better to give them time to think rather than pressing his advantage any further. Once they were alone, his loyal attendant Hyun-sik addressed him with anticipation. A close view of the prince's face revealed a subtle, confident smirk playing on his lips. Hyun-sik excitedly asked if the prince already had a plan to manage the slush funds without anyone noticing, certain that he did. The prince then laid out the current threat, explaining that Japan had sent agents to Shanghai, making it imperative to move the funds there to a safer location. He pointed out that America was the most suitable place for the funds, remarking that the timing for such a transfer was absolutely perfect. Furthermore, he added that the ideal scenario would be to entrust the management of the money to a completely reliable individual. Hyun-sik correctly and enthusiastically guessed that the prince was referring to himself. Yi Kang playfully confirmed the guess before immediately retracting it, stating that to avoid any misunderstanding, he was not the right person for the job. His attendant, confused by the sudden reversal, asked him to explain his reasoning. The prince stated the problem plainly: His Majesty the Emperor did not trust him. He then cleverly proposed that Hyun-sik should take charge instead, arguing that the Emperor trusted his attendant and would surely approve the choice. Hyun-sik quickly rejected the notion, reminding the prince that His Majesty specifically required a foreign agent for this sensitive operation. Yi Kang feigned despair, lamenting that if neither of them could act, the entire slush fund would be left in grave danger. He let a moment of calculated silence pass, allowing the weight of the problem to settle. The details of the conversation with Hobart became clear, as the American was shown proposing an idea he had just formulated. Hobart's plan was to inform Emperor Gojong of the Japanese threat while hiding Yi Kang's involvement, which would allow Hobart to transfer the funds to the US himself. The scheme would culminate with Yi Kang traveling to America, meeting Hobart at a US bank without the Emperor's knowledge, and being designated the account representative, thereby seizing full control of the funds. Hobart had then asked for the prince's opinion, validating the plan by stating that His Highness, as a blood relative, was fully qualified to act as an agent. While Yi Kang privately thought the plan was absolutely brilliant, he calmly told Hobart it seemed like a good idea but required one additional step. He had instructed Hulbert to return to Joseon and send him 3 separate telegrams, each one officially instructing him to go to America. The prince explained that each telegram would contain coded information on Hulbert's location and the current situation, a detail the American praised as ingenious before Yi Kang privately reveled in his imminent victory. Some time later, Prince Yi Kang sat in his study, intently focused on a letter he had just received. He read the update confirming Hulbert's safe arrival in the capital, knowing the next telegram would signal the decision to move the funds from Shanghai. The prince eagerly awaited that next message, which would be his cue to depart for America without delay. He mentally reviewed the plan to meet Hulbert in San Francisco 2 months after the Shanghai telegram, silently urging his father to move the funds so he could finally escape Japan. A sudden knock at the door startled him, and he wondered who could possibly be visiting at such a late hour after he had confirmed everyone was asleep. Through the door, he could see the silhouette of a man holding a suitcase, standing with his back turned. The visitor identified himself as Lee Gunsang, immediately making the prince suspect that Emperor Gojong was making yet another attempt to persuade him. However, the man then clarified that he had been sent by the noble consort and requested permission to enter. The prince's mind raced with shock and alarm, a dreadful fear rising that Hulbert's mission had somehow failed. His attendant quietly advised him to remain calm and avoid jumping to conclusions, suggesting they meet the visitor first to assess the situation. Composing himself, Yi Kang granted entry, to which Lee Gunsang responded with gratitude. The guest stepped inside, offering a deep apology for arriving at such an inconveniently late hour. Lee Gunsang immediately observed that the prince was drinking, a blunt observation that prompted Yi Kang to dryly reply that his thoughts grew deeper as the night wore on. The prince played the gracious host, offering the weary traveler a drink, which the man eagerly accepted. After taking a deep drink, the visitor expressed his immense satisfaction, noting how good it felt to drink after such a long time. Yi Kang simply encouraged him to drink his fill, all the while privately growing more suspicious of the man's true purpose. Lee Gunsang offered his thanks but then paused, a clear sign he was about to get to business. Cutting to the chase, the prince directly asked if Her Highness had sent him all this way just to share a drink. Flustered, the messenger quickly denied this, explaining that the noble consort was deeply worried for His Highness' safety. The prince internally sneered at the mention of Her Highness' concern. He bitterly reflected that she would happily see him devoured if it served to advance her own son's future. Lee Gunsang elaborated that she was concerned about the prince's fractured relationship with the emperor, just as his eyes fell upon the packed luggage in the room. The prince confirmed he was indeed packing for his return trip, all the while feeling a surge of impatience for his guest to reveal the true reason for the visit. His mind raced, desperate to know if his plan had been discovered, just as Lee Gunsang asked if he truly intended to defy the emperor and return home. The visitor conveyed the noble consort's fear that such an act would permanently sever his bond with His Majesty, a statement that gave Yi Kang immense relief as he realized they were completely unaware of his scheme. The messenger explained that after much deliberation on how to ease the emperor's heart, she had sent him with a ticket to America. He relayed her official request, that the prince should go to America to help counter Japan's growing influence. Yi Kang instantly saw through the pretense, understanding her real message was for him to disappear so that the empire would be left for her and her son. Feigning principle, he stated that while the idea of helping his country from America was noble, he could not accept this offer. He then launched into a performance of indignation, questioning what a penniless prince could achieve and declaring that their manipulative tactics made him unwilling to leave, fully expecting this defiance would force them to offer him money. His dramatic refusal was met with a moment of telling silence from the messenger. Lee Gunsang then revealed that Her Highness had also instructed him to deliver something else. The prince dropped the act, coolly inquiring about the amount of money he was being offered. He examined the check and bonds, calculating a sum of about $500,000, a substantial figure he privately deemed a cheap price for an heir's banishment. He scoffed at the idea that this was enough to operate effectively in America, noting that the consort's long confinement in the palace had clearly dulled her sense of reality. Yi Kang then handed the funds back, instructing the messenger to inform Her Highness that this amount was nowhere near sufficient, deciding to see just how high a price she would pay to secure her son's throne. The following evening, Li Gunsang announced his presence at the prince's quarters and was promptly granted entry. The messenger appeared visibly distressed, a single bead of sweat trickling down his anxious face as he approached. The prince wasted no time, asking if a decision had been made regarding their discussion, to which the visitor nervously affirmed. Fumbling slightly, he presented a new envelope, stammering that it was considerably thicker than the one from the previous day. Yi Kang registered the updated offer with a moment of calculated surprise. His mind raced as he processed the new figure, realizing the $500,000 bribe had astonishingly doubled to a full million in just one day. Li Gunsang implored the prince to accept this gesture of the empress' sincerity, claiming her deep concern had prompted the larger sum. But Yi Kang was instantly suspicious, silently questioning how a response from Joseon could possibly have reached Tokyo so quickly. The messenger haltingly explained that they had utilized a telegram, allowing them to relay the prince's request with great speed. The prince immediately saw through the flimsy excuse, knowing it was an outright lie. He correctly deduced that the noble consort had almost certainly provided the entire $1 million sum from the very beginning. He imagined the empress instructing her subordinate, handing over the fortune with the clear order to persuade the exiled prince at any cost. However, the messenger had made a critical and greedy miscalculation. Yi Kang surmised that Li Gunsang, blinded by the immense sum, had foolishly planned to present only half and pocket the remainder for himself. Angered by the attempt to covet what was his, the prince decided to make the man squirm, coolly stating that the offer was still not enough. Li Gunsang reacted in utter disbelief, questioning if His Highness truly understood the astronomical value of the money being offered. He frantically explained that such a sum was enough to fund the entire royal household for 2 full years. Feigning disappointment, the prince chastised the man, asking how someone so supposedly wise could make such a short-sighted argument. He elaborated that while $1 million was a fortune in their kingdom, it was a paltry sum for operating effectively within a great nation like America. Raising the stakes, Yi Kang presented a new condition, suggesting that if they provided even more substantial funds for his activities, he would agree to take his entire Joseon retinue with him to America, a shocking proposal that left the messenger speechless. The prince clarified his intent to bring everyone, including the consort's own people, framing it as a condition she would surely find satisfactory. He knew this was an irresistible deal for her, as having his entire faction gone for an extended period would perfectly secure her son's future. Giving the messenger an ultimatum until the end of the week, Yi Kang threatened to proceed with his original, more disruptive plan if a better proposal wasn't made. Panic set in as Li Gunsang begged him to wait, desperately promising he would obtain whatever His Majesty desired. The prince calmly replied that he would be waiting for the results. He inwardly smirked, thinking they might as well scrape together every last coin they possessed to get rid of him. Sometime later, amidst the splendor of an opulent hall, a Japanese official bowed deeply before the prince. The man inquired if His Highness was preparing to depart. Yi Kang confirmed that he was, privately celebrating how Li Gunsang's efforts had ultimately secured him a staggering $2 million. The official expressed his regret that they couldn't interact more, adding that the Prime Minister had sent a personal gift for him. He presented the gift as something to ease the burdens of living in a foreign land, and the prince immediately knew it was more money. The man explained it was a gesture of goodwill from the Japanese government to foster friendship, urging the prince to accept it without reservation. To the official's complete astonishment, Prince Yi Kang flatly stated that he could not accept it. He adopted a principled stance, explaining that as a prince and a diplomat of his nation, he could not accept any funds beyond his official salary. He declared that since his actions were a reflection of his country, accepting their money was entirely out of the question. Inwardly, however, he knew this was a strategic refusal based on his knowledge of the future, in which the relationship between their two nations would crumble. He clearly recognized the Japanese government's offer for what it was, a poison chalice. His plans involved establishing a foundation in America, with his core support coming from Korean immigrants who had fled Japanese tyranny. He understood that if it were ever revealed that he had accepted money from their deeply hated oppressors, the fallout would be catastrophic. Such a revelation would cause those immigrants to not only withdraw their support but to turn on him with unbridled rage. To become their true leader, he had to eliminate any potential risks, so he politely left the money but acknowledged the sentiment behind the offer. Announcing that it was getting late, he took his leave, his heart soaring with the thought of finally setting sail for Hawaii. Later, under a brilliant, starry sky, the prince and two companions stood on the bow of a great ship as it sliced through the dark ocean. He turned to one of his men and asked about the condition of their other passengers, recalling a special request he had made to Sakamoto before their departure. His subordinate reported that the rough seas had made the new arrivals intensely seasick, as the prince remembered his plea to release certain Korean prisoners from Japan. Fortunately, the Japanese had agreed, finding it a burden to continue managing them, and among those they freed was a particularly important figure. Unaware of the prince's reasoning, his brawler companion Max grumbled loudly, questioning why the boss had brought such men aboard. The other man chided Max for complaining, while Yi Kang privately appreciated Max for voicing the very same frustrations he harbored. Approaching the group of freed men, the prince asked one of them if he was feeling better after his bout of seasickness. The man, identified as the intellectual Byung-jun, replied that he was better now that the waves had calmed down. This was the man who, after witnessing Joseon's political regression, had launched a radical but ultimately failed revolution. As a consequence of his failure, he was forced to flee to Japan with his two sons in tow. The most problematic aspect of his history, however, was directly tied to the prince himself. During the failed coup, it was revealed that Byung-jun's plan was to enthrone Yi Kang, a revelation that had catastrophically damaged the prince's relationship with the emperor. Overwhelmed with emotion, Byung-jun thanked the prince for rescuing him despite the enormous harm he had caused him. Kneeling with his sons, Umanjayam and Uiakjayam, he lamented that for what they had done, they all deserved to die. Yi Kang dismissed the sentiment, stating that the past was done and that the man had already suffered for 4 long years. He then firmly commanded Byung-jun to stop apologizing and get back on his feet. The prince was aware that despite Japan's efforts to use him, Byung-jun had refused to betray Joseon, resulting in 4 years of de facto house arrest. Still emotional, the man once again expressed his profound gratitude and remorse to the prince. Yi Kang assured him it was forgiven, declaring that he now expected Byung-jun to serve him with absolute dedication. Byung-jun looked up, his face a mask of awe and renewed purpose at the prince's words. He swore an oath to follow the prince's will until his dying day, while Yi Kang mused that despite the past, what he needed now more than anything was capable talent. The prince then turned to his two companions, dismissing them so he could speak with Byung-jun in private. Once they were alone, Yi Kang's demeanor shifted, a newfound seriousness in his eyes. He leaned in, informing the scholar that there was a matter he urgently needed to discuss with him. With a look of solemn readiness, Byung-jun invited the prince to ask him anything, offering his extensive knowledge of the officials back in Hanyang. The prince, whose modern-day soul of Park Byung-jun had limited historical knowledge, recognized this was a critical opportunity to learn from an expert. As Yi Kang began his inquiry about the officials, he mentally prepared to cross-reference the man's answers with his own fragmented memories of history. With the calm precision of a top-tier lecturer, Byung-jun meticulously detailed the backgrounds and affiliations of each person the prince named. However, his composure shattered at the mention of Yun Chi-ho, whom he venomously seethed had been a traitor who betrayed their comrades. The prince immediately deduced that this must have been the man who exposed the failed revolutionary plot all those years ago. Having satisfied his immediate curiosity, Yi Kang thanked the scholar and urged him to rest, to which Byung-jun humbly replied that he was glad to have been of service. As he watched the man leave, Yi Kang felt a surge of confidence, certain that bringing the scholar along had been the right decision for his future plans. Several days later, their journey brought them across the Pacific to the sun-drenched shores of Hawaii. No sooner had they arrived than an enthusiastic voice called out, eagerly addressing the prince. The man was identified as Kim Kyu-sik, a former college classmate of Yi Kang's who was now an active community figure in the United States. The two old friends exchanged warm greetings, with Kim Kyu-sik proudly informing the prince that he had already arranged a carriage for them. Their horse-drawn carriage then began its journey, rolling through a vast, grassy field under the bright Hawaiian sky. Gazing out at the sparse, undeveloped landscape, Yi Kang mused on how empty Hawaii was in the early 1900s. Filled with a sense of purpose, the prince declared his intention to accomplish all their necessary tasks that very day. But as they traveled, a distressing sight up ahead compelled the prince to suddenly call for a halt. Reacting to the prince's command, Kim Kyu-sik immediately instructed their driver, James, to stop the carriage. Yi Kang's eyes were fixed on a group of laborers, questioning why his fellow Koreans were being treated with such cruelty by their own people. Kim Kyu-sik bitterly explained that the tormentors were Korean middle managers who used their positions to viciously oppress their compatriots. A cold fury washed over the prince, and he decided it was best for them to leave the scene for the moment. Later, Yi Kang stood before the largest assembly of Koreans in Hawaiian history, a crowd that had gathered in an open field to see the royal visitor from their homeland. He knew that although many were just curious, this was his one and only chance to win them over to his cause. Stepping forward with resolve, he thanked them for their time and formally introduced himself as Prince Yi Kang of Joseon. When the crowd remained silent, he shifted tactics, bowing his head to offer a formal and heartfelt apology for taking so long to visit them in their suffering. He could sense their astonishment, realizing that a member of the royal family apologizing to commoners was a completely unprecedented event. Sensing the atmosphere was not hostile, he resolved to build on this momentum and completely sway their hearts. He confessed his shame, admitting he had selfishly focused on his own survival, even considering a comfortable return to the empire while ignoring their plight. The prince then proclaimed that his conscience had called out to him, leading him to a momentous decision to stay in America for the next 10 years to fight for them. He solidified his vow with a solemn promise, declaring he would dedicate his life in America to theirs. A wave of emotion swept through the crowd as they cried out that he was not at fault, instead blaming corrupt officials and the foreign powers of Japan and Russia. Sensing the tide had turned, Yi Kang drove his point home by recounting the brutal working conditions he had personally witnessed the day before. He argued that the reason they were looked down upon was their lack of unity compared to the organized immigrant communities from China and Japan. To combat this, he proposed the formation of a unified Korean association, promising that he would spare no expense in providing financial support. He then announced a scholarship foundation to ensure education for all, calling them his brothers and sisters and earning a storm of thunderous applause. Afterward, in a private meeting, he assured his companions that the association's funds came from his palace allowance, as the immigrants were now his absolute priority. As they discussed their plans, a man from the crowd stepped forward to address the prince directly. Introducing himself as I'm Jong-soo, the man pointed out that their new association would need a name and asked if the prince had one in mind. The practical question about the association's name seemed to catch the prince momentarily by surprise. He paused for a moment, stroking his chin in deep and thoughtful contemplation. He then suggested the name Hapsung Association, explaining that it meant together we succeed, a sentiment his followers immediately hailed as perfect. Moving swiftly, he appointed himself as the first president, named 2 vice presidents, and allocated a substantial sum of $30,000 to their cause. The prince instructed his new leadership to identify clever and skilled individuals, whom he called the very foundation of their people's future. One of his companions grew curious, asking what specific plans he had for these talented people he sought. Yi Kang revealed his grand strategy: he would sponsor them through medical school to dominate the healthcare industry, believing their collective strength would become his own. Following the strategic discussions, Yi Kang finally came face to face with a particularly promising young man among the crowd. It was a fateful encounter, taking place under a dreamlike sky that seemed to sparkle with new possibilities. Yi Kang complimented the young man, relaying Kim Kyu-sik's high praise, which the man received with a flattered but humble laugh. The young man explained that he was studying in Washington, D.C. but had returned to Hawaii on his break to help the immigrant community. The prince then invited him to the mainland, an offer the man gratefully accepted, while Yi Kang privately resolved to sponsor the figure who was destined to become a future president. 2 days later, as they prepared to board a ship for San Francisco, Kim Q-sik approached the prince with a gentle suggestion. He voiced his concern, proposing that perhaps the prince should rest in Hawaii for a while longer before continuing his demanding journey. His friend noted that Yi Kang had worked non-stop since his arrival and deserved to at least take a walk on the beach. The prince knew this advice stemmed from his past self's reputation as a carefree and indulgent royal. He inwardly praised his friend's sharp political instincts, recognizing that it was indeed better to appear diligent while so many eyes were watching. Nevertheless, the prince gently rejected the idea, questioning how he could possibly enjoy the scenery while his people were suffering so deeply. He clarified that his drive was not about managing his image but came from a genuine guilt and a burning desire to earn money to improve their lives. Understanding his friend's intent, Yi Kang reassured the apologetic Kim Q-sik, acknowledging the advice came from a place of true concern. His gaze then shifted toward the young man, Lee Sung-man, as he mused on how useful this future leader would prove to be. With final farewells exchanged, the prince entrusted the care of the Hawaiian community to his friend and prepared for the next stage of his mission. As he turned toward the mainland, a single, determined thought echoed in his mind: it was time to go and secure the money he needed. After a long voyage of nearly 3 weeks, Yi Kang and his companions finally docked in the bustling port of San Francisco. He bid farewell to Syngman Rhee, who was heading directly to his studies, and took a moment to absorb the city, feeling a powerful emotion surge from deep within his chest as he gazed upon the San Francisco of the 1900s. A wave of profound recognition washed over him. This was the very city where his modern self had been born and raised. It was his true hometown. Filled with a deep sense of purpose, he resolved that this historic land would be the site of his new beginning. Turning to his advisors, he immediately began strategizing, asking what their first move should be, to which one logically suggested that securing a place to live was the top priority. The prince readily agreed and began breaking down the problem, considering the budget they should set, the ideal location, and whether they should purchase a property or simply rent one. One of his companions wisely advocated for purchasing a home, pointing out the consistently rising value of American real estate but cautioning that a prime mansion would demand a considerable fortune. Another companion voiced his apprehension, questioning the wisdom of risking such a large portion of their funds on a single house. Yi Kang countered their traditional concerns with a modern solution, suggesting they could simply use a bank and acquire the property through a mortgage. His more conservative advisor immediately urged him to reconsider, warning that taking on any form of debt was an inherently dangerous path. The prince gently tried to reframe their perspective, explaining that debt, when viewed correctly, could be a powerful asset, and he wondered if his initial focus on money had made them overly cautious. He then elaborated on the economic principle of leverage, explaining how using a small amount of his own money, supplemented by a bank's loan, would allow him to acquire a major asset like a home. With the housing situation conceptually solved, he revealed the next part of his plan: to invest the money they saved elsewhere. His companions, still processing the idea of a mortgage, curiously asked what kind of investment he had in mind. Yi Kang answered with a single, impactful word, declaring that he intended to invest in land. He confidently stated that he believed purchasing land would be an exceptionally good idea for their long-term goals. Internally, he complimented their American-influenced mindset, pleased that their thinking was beginning to align with his own forward-looking strategies. He then explained his dual-pronged approach: he would buy land to increase their assets while simultaneously building up the Korean community, a concept that initially puzzled his followers. One of them guessed he meant buying land in Hawaii for the immigrants, but the prince corrected him, stating that other businessmen were already active there, making his involvement redundant. He then posed a strategic question, prompting them to consider where Koreans could best apply their innate skills. The prince revealed his master plan was centered on rice cultivation, and he intended to buy land perfectly suited for that purpose. One of his men immediately saw the brilliance in the idea, agreeing that Koreans were masters of farming, but another companion, Max, suddenly fell silent with a troubled expression. Noticing his hesitation, Yi Kang asked what was wrong, and Max reluctantly warned that if they weren't careful, the entire venture could end in financial ruin. The prince, ever the strategist, calmly asked his subordinate to explain his reasoning. Max elaborated on the region's agricultural history, pointing out that rice simply didn't grow well in California, a fact that would doom even the most skilled Korean farmers to failure. As another advisor began to scold Max for his pessimism, Max passionately defended his duty to point out potential flaws to protect his boss from losing money. To everyone's surprise, Yi Kang confirmed that Max was correct, acknowledging that past attempts at rice farming in California had repeatedly failed, which left Max bewildered. The prince then clarified a critical detail: those past failures were the result of human error, not any inherent flaw in the land itself. To illustrate his point, he presented two different varieties of rice, explaining that one was a Japanese grain he had purchased upon their arrival. He identified the other as Annam rice, the very long grain variety that had failed in all previous cultivation attempts in the area. Finally, he revealed his key to success, Joseon rice, a short grain variety that thrived in cooler climates, and he announced his plan to cultivate this specific type. His companions' eyes lit up with understanding as they realized that the entirely different cultivation methods required for Joseon rice made the venture a worthy gamble. One of them connected the pieces, asking if the prince intended to bring Korean immigrants from Hawaii to work the land as tenant farmers, a plan Yi Kang confirmed was correct. He detailed his vision to rescue his people from unfair treatment, providing them with homes on his land and charging them fair tenant fees, a stark contrast to the exploitative 9-to-1 ratios common in the era. The prince declared his intention to establish a 5-to-5 contract, ensuring that everyone would prosper together, believing the immigrants' success would ultimately become the foundation of his own strength. However, one of his sharp-witted advisors pointed out that there was still one major problem with the plan, prompting the prince to ask what it was. The advisor laid out the critical issue of market demand, explaining that Westerners preferred Annam rice, and the small Asian population couldn't possibly sustain their business, meaning the plan would fail even with a perfect harvest. Unfazed, Yi Kang revealed the final piece of his puzzle: he planned to sell the harvested rice directly to Japan, a declaration that left his companions utterly shocked. He calmly questioned their apprehension, framing it as a simple business deal, though he privately understood their reluctance to aid the very nation that oppressed their homeland. To make his point, he turned to his retainer, Gojong, asking him how many years he had lived in Japan and what type of rice he ate during his time there. Gojong recalled that he had eaten rice grown in Korea's Gyeongsang province, which was exported cheaply to Japan, and in that moment, he had a sudden, profound realization. Yi Kang knew the grim reality all too well: Japan was importing Joseon's rice at nearly exploitative prices, allowing their own people to eat cheaply while the farmers back home starved. He then unveiled his true, long-term objective: to gain control of this rice trade and one day use it as a powerful economic weapon against his nation's oppressors. Awestruck, one of his followers praised the prince's incredibly grand vision. The man was deeply moved that Yi Kang was thinking of his countrymen back home while drawing such an intricate plan, wishing the king himself could know of his son's intentions. With the agricultural strategy set, Yi Kang decided the land purchase could wait until the workers arrived, and for now, he would focus on buying a house. Soon after, men were busy moving furniture into their new residence, with one carefully directing another to shift a large piece slightly to the left. Suddenly, a voice called out with great reverence and excitement, announcing the prince's name. Yi Kang turned with a warm smile, pleased to see that his people had finally arrived from Joseon. A man named Deok Bae dropped to his knees in a humble greeting, and the prince affectionately acknowledged his long journey, welcoming him to America. This was Kim Deok Bae, a loyal servant from Yi Kang's household whose bond with the prince was especially strong, as his mother had served Yi Kang's own concubine mother. The prince urged his old friend to rise quickly before his knees got sore, but Deok Bae proudly insisted he was not so weak. Looking his master over, Deok Bae remarked that the prince seemed to have been managing quite well on his own, prompting a curious and amused response from Yi Kang. Diok Bey clarified his statement, noting with surprise that the prince's physique had improved significantly since they last met. Beaming with pride, Yi Kang explained that he had been working out consistently to cultivate a more imposing, macho physique suitable for American society and was thrilled that someone had finally noticed his efforts. He playfully complimented Diok Bey on his improved eyesight, a joke the servant took quite literally, insisting his vision had always been perfect. After the light-hearted reunion, the prince's tone grew serious as he asked for the whereabouts of his wife, causing Diok Bey to hesitate. The servant explained that her ladyship had been unwell and couldn't make the journey, which prompted Yi Kang to recall that his wife had always been frail, and he worried her condition had worsened. Diok Bey quickly reassured him that she would recover and join them soon, adding that she had sent more workers as a show of support, which made the prince resolve to thank her before turning his attention to finding skilled farmers among the new arrivals. As he began the process of interviewing and selecting those with extensive knowledge of rice cultivation, he came across one particular individual. A man with a steady gaze stepped forward and introduced himself as Kim Jong-rim, hailing from Hamgyong province. The name struck Yi Kang like a bolt of lightning, and he stood frozen in disbelief, silently questioning if he could have possibly heard him correctly. Intrigued by the name, Yi Kang asked if this Kim Jong-rim happened to have a scar on his right arm, a detail the man confirmed with surprise, wondering how the prince could have known. Yi Kang joyfully declared that fortune had rolled his way, quickly dismissing his outburst as simple gladness before inviting the bewildered farmer to accompany him. The prince privately recalled that this man was the grandfather of his best friend from the modern era, whose legendary success story he had heard countless times. He remembered his friend's constant, once annoying bragging about rising from a tenant farmer to become California's biggest landowner, realizing that knowledge was now invaluable as he reassured the worried Jong-rim that had done nothing wrong. Yi Kang then explained his grand ambition to start farming in America, announcing that they were on their way to purchase land that very moment. Kim Jong-rim confidently declared that the prince had made the right choice, boasting of his excellent eye for land and promising to select the absolute best plot available. Feeling reassured by this display of confidence, Yi Kang placed his trust in the farmer, privately thinking that such a demeanor was exactly what one would expect from a future tycoon. The process, however, was not easy, as Kim Jong-rim's undisguised excitement often led opportunistic brokers to immediately double their asking prices. They also encountered agents who presented them with exploitative contracts or quoted absurdly high prices, attempting to swindle them as clueless Asians. After some time, another agent greeted them at a new property, ready to immediately begin the tour as their exhaustive search for the right land continued. The dealer explained that the parcel of land they were viewing, along with the one next to it, could be acquired together for $10,000. He praised the excellent quality of the soil but noted a slight water shortage, quickly adding it wasn't a major issue since they could divert water from a nearby river. Yi Kang expressed his disappointment, feeling the land's price was higher than he had expected, though the agent insisted it was the most reasonable offer they would find. The $10,000 price tag left Yi Kang hesitant, as the core principle of investing was to buy low. Sensing this, the agent mentioned another excellent plot of land available for less. He clarified that this other property was a bit far, located up in the Sacramento Basin, which would require them to travel further north. The prince's interest was immediately piqued by the location, and he asked if the land was currently vacant. A jolt of recognition struck Yi Kang as he realized this area was destined to become the most famous rice-producing region of the 20th century. The agent suggested that since land really needed to be seen in person to be appreciated, he would be happy to take them there for a look. Yi Kang readily agreed to the man's recommendation, privately celebrating that the locals did not yet know the land's true value and resolving to buy all of it. After a journey of several days, they arrived at the Sacramento Plain, where an ecstatic Kim Jong-rim declared it the most perfect land he had ever seen. Maintaining his composure, the prince inquired about the cost, suspecting it couldn't possibly be the same price as the previous offer. The agent confirmed it was less than 1/10 of the price of the other land and an unmissable deal, which only proved to Yi Kang that these people still didn't understand how to handle valuable property. Yi Kang remarked that it must be truly good land, then asked if it was possible to purchase more of the surrounding properties, eager to seize the undervalued opportunity. The agent enthusiastically praised his excellent choice and promised to contact the owners of the surrounding land, a task Yi Kang readily entrusted to him. And so, through a combination of future knowledge and seizing an opportunity, Yi Kang became the owner of the most productive land in all of California. A few days passed following the monumental acquisition. Deok Bey returned from his duties, prompting the prince to immediately ask how the Korean community had reacted to his recent decisions. The prince had not only purchased the land but had also established a unique set of conditions for the Korean workers he brought with him. Though the farmers were initially disappointed by terms that seemed similar to those of white landowners, they were overjoyed after seeing the contract's special clause, which offered shares that grew with productivity. This special clause was designed to ensure that the higher the farm's output, the more the farmers themselves would benefit financially. It was a clever strategy to make the tenant farmers feel like owners, which would in turn dramatically increase their motivation and work ethic. Deok Bey, while impressed, expressed his concern that the prince's incredible generosity towards the immigrants might result in a significant loss for him. Yi Kang merely laughed and told his loyal servant not to worry, cryptically stating that he had his own plans in motion. He then revealed his true goal, to develop the land until its value multiplied by at least tenfold, at which point he would sell it and turn the barren fields into true gold. Vowing to work tirelessly to ensure the prince did not suffer any losses, Deok Bey listened as Yi Kang gave him one final instruction for the contracts. The prince strictly forbade any acts of sabotage between farmers to get better results, commanding they be reminded that they were all family. Deok Bey acknowledged the order and promised he would make sure to warn all the workers properly about this important rule. Shifting topics, he then reported that the incorporation document for the new agricultural company was nearly completed. Yi Kang complimented his fast work, reflecting on how the rice industry was a surprisingly complex web of multiple, interconnected businesses. He mentally listed the different sectors, noting that simply producing rice was not the end, as it also involved processing companies to remove husks and warehouses to store the grain. The chain concluded with distribution companies handling exports, an industrialized view of agriculture that was still a novel concept in the early 1900s. It was precisely for this reason that he planned to take the lead in the industry, ensuring that all future profits across the entire supply chain would belong to him. He announced the name of their new venture as the Cal Grain Company, which led his aide to politely ask what the name meant. Yi Kang explained that a name should be intuitive, combining Cal from California and grain for crops, which made it easier for people to recognize and remember. He then declared with absolute certainty that from that day on, every grain of rice produced and exported from California would carry the Cal Grain brand. Although his preparations were progressing smoothly and success seemed guaranteed, he worried about natural disasters and wished he had something akin to insurance. Knowing that government agricultural subsidies did not yet exist, he realized he would need to create his own safety net and summoned his aide, Hyun-sik. He decided his first step must be to establish powerful political connections and asked how much liquid cash they had readily available. Hyun-sik reported that they could access approximately $50,000 in banknotes at a moment's notice. The prince mused that he had spent a lot on land, but considered this next investment to be absolutely essential for his future ambitions. He then shocked his subordinate by ordering him to allocate $10,000, in cash, to the governor's election campaign. He explained his strategy was to send 2 more identical payments in the coming weeks, certain that such a large sum would make them curious enough to call him in for a meeting. A few days later, his plan succeeded when an official invitation arrived from the governor's office for a meeting with a visiting federal agricultural officer. Hyun-sik was furious, complaining that after donating $30,000, all they received in return was a simple invitation, feeling it was an insulting way to treat his boss. Yi Kang calmly told him not to be upset, explaining that this outcome was actually working perfectly in his favor. He began to lecture that the very first step of successful lobbying was making direct, face-to-face contact with the right individuals. Therefore, an invitation for a personal meeting with a federal agricultural official was an asset worth far more than the $30,000 it cost to acquire. He reasoned that for an official to travel all the way from Washington, D.C., they must be there to assess how to support California's agriculture. With this insight, Yi Kang was confident that if he managed the meeting correctly, he could easily obtain whatever he wanted. His strategic thoughts then shifted to a more practical matter, as he decided he needed to go buy a suitable outfit for the upcoming party. The stage was set for a prince's grand entrance into a new world. Yi Kang calmly considered his imminent debut into American high society, wondering what fortunes the night would hold. He and his aide, Hyun-sik, approached the magnificent, well-guarded gates of the governor's mansion under the dark sky. Their path was abruptly blocked as a guard barked at them to halt. Hyun-sik bristled at the rudeness, indignantly stating that they were formally invited guests. The guard eyed them with suspicion, questioning why an Asian would be invited and demanding to see proof. Upon seeing the governor's official seal, the guard hesitated, while Yi Kang internally acknowledged the era's discrimination and resolved to remain patient. Just then, a well-dressed man rushed from the party, calling out a formal welcome to Prince Yi Kang. The man apologized profusely for the guard's behavior as Yi Kang maintained his composure, deciding this was not a battle worth fighting. He simply stated his wish to enter, and the host, flustered, immediately ushered him inside. They were guided through the opulent halls, the sounds of conversation and celebration echoing around them. As Yi Kang noted that he was surrounded entirely by white guests, a man suddenly called out, mistaking him for a member of the staff. The guest imperiously requested that Yi Kang bring him a glass of cold champagne. The man's impatience quickly soured into confusion as he realized his glaring mistake. He stammered an apology, explaining his error by pointing out that all the other waiters were people of color, while Yi Kang decided to navigate the awkward encounter with grace. In that moment, a brilliant idea on how to turn the situation to his advantage came to mind. Yi Kang smoothly took the glass and presented it to a beautiful woman nearby, declaring it an honor to serve her, which left her delightfully surprised. She thanked him and introduced herself as Jane, before asking whose guest he was. He introduced himself as Yi Kang of the Great Han Empire, a guest of the governor, silently recalling his research identifying her as San Francisco's most powerful widow. Jane struggled to pronounce his name just as Hyun-sik appeared, whom she greeted warmly as John. After a brief exchange, Jane's curiosity was piqued, and she asked Hyun-sik if he had truly addressed his companion as a prince. Hyun-sik proudly confirmed Yi Kang's royal status as the second prince, explaining that the Great Han Empire was a nation situated between Qing and Japan. Jane's face flushed with embarrassment as she realized the significant social error she had just committed. Yi Kang mused that her ignorance of his homeland was not surprising for the time and graciously told her it was of no concern. All he wanted was to leave a favorable impression, a seed planted in his favor as the influential woman excused herself. And so, his plan was set in motion. The talkative and well-connected woman began to move through the party. He knew she was now spreading his story, a rumor he hoped would one day aid his ambitious endeavors. Soon after, a distinguished man approached and introduced himself as George Pardee, the 21st governor of California. Yi Kang returned the pleasantries, at which point the governor, having taken the bait, eagerly offered to introduce him to his friends. A flicker of triumph crossed Yi Kang's mind, the governor had fallen perfectly into his trap. Hyun-sik then politely interjected, correcting the governor by explaining the Eastern custom of stating the surname first, clarifying the prince's family name was Yi. The governor was instantly mortified, realizing he had committed the Western taboo of addressing a respected guest by the wrong name. He offered a deep apology for his cultural ignorance, which Yi Kang accepted magnanimously, all while savoring the success of his intentionally confusing introduction. He understood that by making the governor feel indebted, he had secured a crucial psychological advantage for all their future dealings. Now more respectful than ever, the governor enthusiastically led Prince Yi toward his inner circle of associates. As they walked, Yi Kang felt a familiar tension, as if he were stepping onto a new kind of battlefield. The men greeted him with unexpected warmth, a clear sign to Yi Kang that news of his substantial campaign donations had preceded him. Some were drawn by the rumors of his wealth, while others saw an opportunity to size up a potential new player in their world of influence. One man brought up Yi Kang's recently established agricultural corporation, prompting the prince to reveal his deep interest in rice farming. He confidently explained that he chose rice because his people were master cultivators of the crop. The man's interest was clearly piqued at the mention of skilled workers, and Yi Kang immediately identified him as a potential sponsor. In that moment, he saw a new pathway to bring more of his countrymen to America, assuring the man it would be a wise investment. Another guest changed the subject, asking where exactly he had purchased so much land, to which Yi Kang answered it was in the Sacramento Basin. A dismissive scoff escaped the man's lips. The guest condescendingly remarked that Yi Kang had been swindled, offering to introduce him to an honest broker for his next purchase. Yi Kang merely smiled and offered his thanks, privately thinking the man would deeply regret his ignorance about the land's true value. At that moment, another man stepped forward, apologizing for interrupting but expressing a direct interest in the prince's rice farming ambitions. The newcomer quickly introduced himself as Aiden, an official from the Land Management Bureau, and the two men shook hands. Sensing a shared purpose, Yi Kang directly asked Aiden the reason for his particular interest in rice cultivation. Aiden revealed his motive was strategic, to counter Japan, whose recent population explosion had caused a critical food shortage. Yi Kang immediately understood the geopolitical game at play, realizing that American rice exports to Japan could function as a powerful insurance policy. Aiden elaborated that if Japan ever harbored aggressive ambitions, America could leverage its control over their staple food supply. Though another man loudly proclaimed Japan to be a friend, Yi Kang recognized Aiden's sharp political acumen and marked him as a valuable future contact. Later that night, Hyun-sik fumed with frustration that the Minister of Agriculture had failed to appear after they had spent so much money to attend. Yi Kang, ever the strategist, simply pointed out that the night had not been a total loss. He confessed his original plan to lobby the Minister for Agricultural Subsidies had failed when the official used a sudden illness as an excuse not to attend. However, this setback had unexpectedly created a much greater opportunity, a personal invitation to meet the minister in Washington. Yi Kang refused to waste time on disappointment, choosing instead to focus on the next chance, firm in his belief that persistence made anything possible. Hyun-sik noted that he had at least managed to subtly mention the need for subsidies to the governor, hoping the message would be relayed. The prince felt confident the governor would act, given the severity of recent natural disasters, a thought that ominously reminded him of the catastrophe that was only 6 months away. His mind sharpened with focus as he prepared for the inevitable event that would reshape the entire region, the Great San Francisco Earthquake. Yi Kang reflected that invitations were now pouring in, but he understood that most were merely seeking his financial support for their own ventures. When Hyun-sik reported an dinner invitation from a 4-term congressman named Richard, the prince immediately ordered it put on hold, refusing to waste his resources on meaningless causes. Hyun-sik then inquired about a Mr. Olson's trade proposal, but Yi Kang dismissed it as yet another scheme from swindlers who were only after his money. He surmised that these offers stemmed from rumors of his reckless land purchases in the Sacramento Basin, which had painted him as an exploitable fool. He resolved that in just 1 year's time they would revere him as a real estate genius, a thought interrupted when Hyun-sik announced they had finally received contact from Washington. Yi Kang eagerly asked if the message was from Aiden, and Hyun-sik confirmed that the official had indeed reached out. Relieved to finally receive some valuable news, the prince pressed his aide for the details of what Aiden wanted. Aiden had requested information on rice seeds and intelligence regarding Japan's ambitions in China, so Yi Kang instructed Hyun-sik to share everything that wasn't a trade secret. Remembering he had another appointment, the prince announced he had to leave soon to meet a guest and asked if there were any other reports. Hyun-sik gave his final update, informing him that the construction of the mansion in Sausalito was in its final stages, which pleased the prince. Yi Kang reflected on his decision to build the mansion in one of California's safest areas as a necessary preparation for the impending great earthquake, hoping to at least protect his own people. He then remembered the insurance broker's upcoming visit, noting the importance of acquiring as many policies as possible to protect his wealth from the catastrophe. Upon meeting his guest, Yi Kang spoke in English, asking if the man had been waiting long, to which he received a negative reply. The man, who had only just arrived, was none other than Jack Milo, a major California gold mine owner known far and wide as the Gold King. Yi Kang recalled how Milo had been one of the most aggressive figures at the governor's party, his motives transparently rooted in how the prince's status could serve his interests. Growing impatient, Yi Kang asked what brought him there, which prompted Milo to jest about his haste in buying supposedly worthless land. Milo then placed a document on the table, stating that this was the reason for his visit. The prince's eyes narrowed as he examined the paper, quickly identifying it as a stock certificate. Milo chuckled, impressed that Yi Kang had recognized it so quickly, revealing it was for the Oriental United Mining Company, clearly a mining-related enterprise. He then directed the prince's attention to the next page, which contained the company's investment prospectus. Yi Kang leaned in to study the document, his expression thoughtful as he absorbed the details. Based on the name, he deduced it was a company that mined Asian gold deposits, though he had no specific memories of it. Milo explained that while its headquarters were in New York, its main operations were at the Unsan gold mine in the Korean Empire, a property the company now owned. Yi Kang coolly presumed Milo was there to ask for his advice, a conclusion the Gold King confirmed, admitting he had bought a small number of the newly available stocks. Milo confessed he was unsure whether to acquire the entire company and asked if the prince knew anything about the Unsan gold mine, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Though he had no memory of the mine, Yi Kang knew that admitting ignorance was for amateurs and simply asked Milo for his own thoughts on the matter. The Gold King laughed, explaining he preferred seeing things firsthand rather than relying on paper, which led Yi Kang to suggest he should visit Joseon. Milo quickly clarified that this was not what he meant. The prince then recalled something Milo had mentioned at the party, a trauma from a shipwreck that prevented him from traveling by sea, making a trip to Joseon difficult. Yi Kang pressed further, asking how he managed his mines in South Africa and Brazil without visiting them, to which Milo revealed he invested alongside the privileged class of those regions. The prince immediately understood Milo's true intention. He wanted to jointly acquire the stocks of the Oriental United Mining Company. Milo presented the prepared documents, assuring the prince that they were fair and inviting him to ask any questions. As Yi Kang examined the papers for a new trust company, he saw the rights were split evenly, making it seem like an incredible favor until a particular detail caught his eye. He inwardly cursed the man, having discovered a very crafty special clause granting Milo a 75% preemptive right to purchase his shares. This clause stipulated that should he need to sell due to unforeseen circumstances, he first had to offer his stocks to other major shareholders at a significant loss. The 5-year term of the clause confirmed Yi Kang's suspicion that Milo was betting on his reputation as an easy target, expecting him to go bankrupt and be forced to sell. The prince observed the two men across from him, who were smiling pleasantly while secretly scheming to take advantage of him. Just then, Hyun-sik strategically interrupted to discuss an urgent insurance matter, allowing Yi Kang to excuse himself from the meeting. Once they were alone, Yi Kang asked Hyun-sik about the Unsan gold mine, learning it was a Korean mine given to Horace Allen as a reward for saving a royal relative. The prince demanded more details, and the information he received was even more appalling than he had imagined. He learned that the mining rights to the El Dorado of the East had been practically given away to foreigners by King Gojong, with the shares also sold off, forfeiting all control. Hyun-sik then asked why the prince was suddenly interested in the mine, prompting Yi Kang to show him the investment prospectus. Upon seeing the document, Hyun-sik lamented that the mine seemed to have completely fallen into foreign hands. Yi Kang, however, declared with unwavering resolve that he was planning to take it all back. Returning to the meeting, he apologized for the delay, but Milo graciously waved it off, saying he hadn't been gone for long. Yi Kang thanked him for his patience before announcing that he would accept the investment proposal, much to Milo's delight. However, the prince proposed a revision to the first purchase option clause, suggesting it be lowered to 50% to allow for flexibility in such a long-term investment. Milo, seeing this as a lucky break and a sign of Yi Kang's naivety, readily agreed to the adjustment. They confirmed that after the changes were made, they would establish the trust company and begin acquiring the stocks. As an aside, Milo then brought up Yi Kang's numerous insurance policies, brazenly asking if he was considering insurance fraud due to a shortage of funds. Yi Kang processed the accusation, realizing Milo thought he was so destitute that he would resort to fraud. He acknowledged that from an outsider's perspective, his immense spending on politicians, land, and companies could certainly create the illusion that his funds were drying up. The prince calmly reassured the Gold King not to worry, claiming he was only taking out policies because his business partners had emphasized their importance, though Milo noted the sheer quantity was excessive. Yi Kang conceded that the maintenance costs were high, privately knowing that the premiums were nothing compared to the massive payout he would receive after the earthquake, now only 4 months away. He nonchalantly suggested Milo should get insurance for his own business, an offer the Gold King laughed off. Milo declared that he considered insurance a scam that profited from uncertainty and that he would rather trust himself than waste money on it. He then offered to introduce Yi Kang to a reliable banker if he needed funds, subtly implying he would soon control the mine. The name of the banker, Amedeo Peter Giannini, immediately struck a chord with Yi Kang, who wondered if it could be the famous figure he knew from history. His suspicion was confirmed. This was the very founder of the Bank of Italy, which would later become the Bank of America, one of the 20th century's greatest bankers. When Milo asked if he was interested in an introduction, Yi Kang recognized the immense opportunity before him. He eagerly accepted, stating he wanted to meet the financial giant as soon as possible. Yi Kang knew that this connection was a critical key to becoming a pioneer in the American financial system, an opportunity he absolutely had to seize. Though he knew he needed to eventually outmaneuver Giannini before the earthquake, he had to bide his time until Hyunsik finally delivered the message that the meeting was set. The prince felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing his persistent urging had pushed Jack to secure the meeting with Giannini. With the meeting confirmed, he prepared himself for the crucial next step, winning the future financial titan over to his side. 1 month later, Prince Yi Kang commended Kaplan for his thorough work on the comprehensive report he had just received concerning Amedeo Peter Giannini. Kaplan, while understanding the necessity of background research, couldn't help but question if Giannini was truly significant enough to warrant such an exhaustive effort. The prince immediately affirmed the banker's importance, stating that very few people in the world possessed such a forward-thinking vision. Kaplan conceded that Giannini took bold steps, but he felt that the banker's approach sometimes seemed more naive than genuinely innovative. Yi Kang countered that this very boldness was the key to Giannini's future greatness, explaining how he had revolutionized the exclusive upper-class banking system by popularizing credit loans based on future income. Still skeptical, Kaplan questioned the profitability of such a model, voicing his concern over the high risk of merchants failing to repay their debts. The prince dismissed this as ordinary thinking and pointed to the undeniable numbers, revealing that Giannini's bold bet had turned his initial $10,000 capital into $1 million in just 1 year. While Kaplan admitted the growth was impressive, he still felt uneasy, believing such a modern loan system would be difficult for people of that era to fully grasp. When asked if he intended to borrow money, Yi Kang clarified his true goal, to bring Giannini to his side, or at the very least, become a business partner to share in the inevitable profits. Kaplan then raised a significant obstacle, reminding the prince that Giannini famously despised the concentration of management power, a fact Yi Kang already knew well. Yi Kang elaborated, explaining that Giannini's lifelong principle was to prevent any single person from controlling the financial industry, which was why he capped share ownership at 100, even for himself. With this in mind, the prince revealed he had spent countless nights devising a solution that would satisfy them both, allowing Giannini to manage while Yi Kang simply made money. He confidently reassured his aide not to worry, certain that Giannini would have no choice but to accept the investment terms he was about to propose. Finally, the day of the crucial meeting arrived, and Amedeo Peter Giannini of the Bank of Italy formally welcomed Prince Yi Kang. Yi Kang returned the polite greeting, though he was internally shocked when Giannini immediately let out a curse, confirming the report's claim about his surprisingly foul mouth. Giannini cut straight to the chase, mentioning that Jack had told him about the prince's urgent need for funds, which caught Yi Kang completely off guard. The prince quickly corrected the banker, explaining that there had been a misunderstanding and his sole purpose was to secure an introduction. This left Giannini perplexed, and he sought clarification on whether the prince was truly not in need of money after all. Yi Kang wryly acknowledged the banker's directness, conceding that no matter how one phrased it, their meeting ultimately revolved around finance. Deciding to be equally straightforward, the prince then made his stunning proposal. He wanted to invest around $100,000 directly into Giannini's bank. The completely unexpected offer rendered Giannini speechless, his face a mask of pure shock and disbelief. Yi Kang calmly watched the banker process the information before asking for his thoughts on the unprecedented offer. A tense silence filled the study as the two men sat across from each other, the immense weight of the proposal hanging in the air between them. Giannini finally broke the silence by suggesting the prince had a strange sense of humor, questioning the sanity of investing in a bank that had been open for less than a year. Unfazed by the dismissal, Yi Kang maintained a confident smile as he observed the banker, who had momentarily turned his back. Turning back to face him, Giannini demanded to know if the offer was serious, to which the prince gave a simple and firm confirmation. The banker pressed for a reason, prompting Yi Kang to explain that he had already heard the rumors of a man who had transformed a tiny $10,000 bank into $1 million business in a single year. He continued to praise Giannini's outstanding management results, bestowing upon him the impressive title of the man of $1 million. Internally, Yi Kang acknowledged that high society had not yet caught wind of these rumors, but he gambled that the flattery would persuade the banker. Sensing that Giannini would not be easily swayed by praise alone, he decided to shift his argument, posing a grand question about the future of the nation's financial industry. Giannini laughed it off with false modesty, but the prince remained serious, assuring him that the entire financial system was on the verge of a complete and total transformation. His interest now piqued, the banker leaned forward and asked the prince to elaborate on his bold prediction. Yi Kang revealed that while laws currently restricted banks to a single branch, the federal government would soon permit nationwide expansion, a concept Giannini immediately likened to the system in Canada. The prince confirmed his understanding was correct but warned that achieving such a monumental change would not be easy. Giannini raised a major political obstacle, reminding Yi Kang that the current president, Theodore Roosevelt, was famously wary of corporate monopolization. Acknowledging Roosevelt's well-known anti-monopoly stance, Yi Kang clarified that the change would not be implemented by him, but by the next president. The banker logically pointed out that the strongest successor was Roosevelt's closest aide, Taft, a fact Yi Kang confirmed was the very reason his prediction would come true. He explained that while Taft was currently an obedient subordinate, it was highly unlikely he would continue to follow his predecessor's policies once he held the presidency himself. Giannini, still finding the prediction hard to believe, pressed the prince on how he could be so certain of this future political shift. Yi Kang explained it as a fundamental rule of power: new leaders instinctively seek to erase the influence of their predecessors to secure their own authority. He reasoned that Roosevelt's popularity would linger, forcing Taft to act quickly and decisively to prevent his own position from weakening. Therefore, the prince predicted, Taft would have to turn to Wall Street for support, and the financial titans would undoubtedly demand a significant favor in return. Giannini's eyes widened as he connected the dots, asking if their demand would be nationwide branch banking. The prince confirmed this was exactly Wall Street's plan to control the country through money. Convinced that the expansion of banks was inevitable, Giannini still couldn't understand why the prince wanted to invest specifically in his small, fledgling institution. Yi Kang delivered his final, most persuasive point. He saw Giannini as a maverick and an innovator, someone with the resilience to thrive in the coming upheaval, a person who thought just like him. The banker found this reason to be genuinely interesting, a response that brought a pleased smile to the prince's face. Yi Kang then asked if Giannini would finally accept his investment, only to be met with a firm and immediate refusal. Giannini explained that accepting such a large sum would force him to issue more than 100 shares to a single investor, which would violate his most sacred business principle. This was the exact objection Yi Kang had anticipated, allowing him to smoothly present his masterfully crafted solution: preferred stock. The term was foreign to the banker, who asked for an explanation, so the prince began by clarifying that it held the same monetary value as common stock. He then revealed the crucial distinction: preferred stock carried no voting rights, a concept Giannini instantly understood as a way to invest without participating in management, all while still collecting dividends. With the groundwork laid, the prince presented his full proposal. He would buy the maximum 100 common shares and 3,000 preferred shares for $100,000, then asked for the banker's final thoughts. Giannini silently considered the brilliant offer, realizing it was a perfect symbiosis where his bank would get expansion funds and the prince would profit without ever interfering. Before Giannini could agree, however, Yi Kang stated that his large investment came with two non-negotiable conditions, the first being that any future issuance of preferred stock would require his approval. His second condition was that any split of common stock must be mirrored by a proportional split of preferred stock, perfectly cementing a proposal that satisfied both their interests and philosophies. The banker had to admit that the offer was incredibly attractive, yet he still paused with a final moment of hesitation. He explained that before accepting, he needed to discuss such a novel concept with his shareholders and respectfully asked for more time. Yi Kang graciously agreed and took his leave for the day, while Giannini promised to review the matter with his partners and deliver an answer as soon as possible. As he departed, the prince's thoughts drifted to the inevitable future, picturing the day the great earthquake would strike and desperate merchants would flock to the Bank of Italy. He knew with unwavering certainty that in the aftermath of the disaster, Giannini's bank would be the only one willing to lend them the money needed to rebuild their lives. Yi Kang coldly calculated that when that day arrived, he would hold the leverage to negotiate even better terms, and Giannini would only have his own hesitation to blame. This ruthlessness was a necessity, for the prince knew he must do whatever it took to secure a future for his own people. On the sprawling grounds of Prince Yi Kang's Sausalito estate, a grand gathering was underway. The Korean immigrants in attendance marveled at the residence, with some exclaiming it was as magnificent as a palace while their children eagerly plotted games of hide and seek across the vast lawn. The prince confirmed with his aide that most of the local Koreans had been assembled, expressing his sincere wish that the day's festivities would offer them a brief respite from their daily struggles. His aide praised his profound generosity, but Yi Kang knew inwardly that the pleasant picnic was merely a carefully constructed excuse. The prince's true intention was far more calculated: to gather his people and keep them as far from the epicenter of the coming disaster as possible. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of an acquaintance named Woo-sa, who announced he had brought someone important to meet him. Woo-sa formally introduced two prominent figures, Do-sun Chang-ho and Woo-song Park Yong-man, both of whom greeted the prince with the utmost respect. Yi Kang extended a warm welcome to his esteemed guests, inviting them to enjoy the day's hospitality. After a moment, Park Yong-man respectfully requested permission to ask the prince a question. He pointed out that some of the prince's men were carrying exceptionally fine rifles. Inquiring about their purpose, Yi Kang explained they were a necessary precaution against the worsening crime rate in San Francisco. Park Yong-man voiced his own ambition to acquire such weapons, prompting the prince to humorously ask if he was planning to become an arms dealer. The man's expression turned serious as he revealed his true goal: to form an armed resistance to punish the collaborators who had sided with Japan, a declaration that confirmed Yi Kang's knowledge of his fervent ideology. Yi Kang reflected on the stark contrast between the two main factions of the independence movement, noting that while Syngman Rhee favored diplomacy, Park Yong-man was committed to armed struggle, a potential schism Yi Kang knew he had to prevent. Noticing his pensive state, an associate inquired about his thoughts, but the prince deflected, claiming he was simply considering the situation back in Hawaii. The man quickly reassured him, reporting that the Hapsong Association was thriving under the capable management of Im Young-soo and Young Myung-won. He added that the two leaders were working together in perfect harmony, united by their shared objectives. Yi Kang felt a wave of relief, realizing his primary task was now to prevent further divisions while seeing his own plans to fruition, and so he gathered everyone's attention for an important announcement. He declared his intent to establish a cooperative association the following month, explaining to the curious crowd that its purpose was to help his people establish stable lives in a foreign land. He informed them that a new agricultural law would soon pass, creating the legal framework for his plan, and asked them to recommend trustworthy candidates for leadership, all while privately acknowledging this as a move to consolidate his own power. The people erupted in praise for his benevolent heart, causing the prince to inwardly lament that such adulation made his non-existent conscience ache, given his true, self-serving motives. Later, as the clock struck 5 in the morning, an anxious Yi Kang stared into the darkness, momentarily questioning if he should have evacuated everyone from the coming earthquake. Yet, he solidified his resolve, affirming that this was his home and that he would protect his people by transforming the inevitable disaster into a golden opportunity. With unwavering determination, he braced himself to endure the cataclysm right where he stood. Moments later, the ground began to heave violently as the great earthquake finally struck. Amid the chaos, an aide desperately shouted for the prince to find cover. Outside, panicked citizens streamed through the nighttime streets, fleeing for their lives as the world crumbled around them. In the throes of the turmoil, one man raised his arm, poised to strike another who was bent over in distress. The violent shaking triggered a traumatic flashback for Yi Kang, causing him to gasp for air as agonizing memories from his past life as Park Byung-jun flooded his mind. He vividly recalled a moment of pure terror, seeing a man recoil as a heavy door slammed shut with bone-jarring force. As the tremors momentarily ceased, Yi Kang cautiously wondered if the worst was over. His relief was short-lived, however, as he looked up to see a massive pillar crashing down toward him, his aide's frantic warning echoing in his ears. His people could only cry out his name as the structure collapsed upon him. Catching his breath amidst the debris, Yi Kang quickly asserted that he was fine and immediately took command, ordering a thorough check for fires and injuries before instructing that all Korean residents be gathered in one place. By dawn, he received a full report. He learned with relief that because his estate had been built with seismic activity in mind, the damage had been surprisingly minimal. The prince then ordered his guards to secure the estate's perimeter, granting them authorization to fire warning shots at any looters or suspicious groups that might approach in the chaos. The gathered Koreans, however, were lost in despair, lamenting that their homes and all their worldly possessions had been utterly destroyed. Addressing the distraught crowd, Yi Kang first asked if anyone was hurt before formally confirming that a massive earthquake had indeed struck the city at 5 o'clock that morning. As they cried out about losing everything, the prince reminded them that those who had heeded his earlier advice to purchase fire insurance would be protected from financial ruin. For those left uninsured, he promised the swift establishment of a cooperative association that would provide loans for rebuilding, a pledge that was met with overwhelming gratitude. Shifting his tone from reassurance to action, he then urged them to put aside their worries for the future and instead lend him their strength for an immediate task. With a resolute voice, Yi Kang declared that their rescue operations were to begin at once. That same afternoon, they commenced relief efforts in the areas surrounding Sausalito, where they were met with scenes of utter devastation, collapsed buildings and raging fires. As his team pulled survivors from the splintered rubble and distributed precious food and water, Yi Kang finally came face to face with the very man he had been seeking. The rescued man expressed his profound thanks, introducing himself as Albert Nathaniel, the editor of the Daily San Francisco, a title that immediately caught the prince's attention. Yi Kang returned the introduction, and Nathaniel's eyes widened in recognition, recalling the rumors that a prince from the Korean Empire was in the city. The editor expressed his astonishment at finding royalty personally engaged in dangerous rescue work, to which the prince humbly explained it was the only right thing to do since his own community had been spared the worst. Nathaniel insisted the prince's actions were incredible and that the world needed to hear his story, which was precisely the outcome Yi Kang had been maneuvering to achieve. Feigning embarrassment, Yi Kang tried to downplay his heroism, but the editor was adamant, calling his willingness to risk his life for strangers truly inspiring. The prince concealed his satisfaction, knowing that with a prominent newsman now indebted to him, his plan to elevate the reputation of the Korean people was well on its way. He calculated that this positive publicity could even influence future legislation, ensuring Koreans would be included alongside the Japanese as exceptions to Roosevelt's impending anti-Asian immigration law. He therefore encouraged the editor to write freely about their deeds, stating that in times of crisis, it was everyone's duty to help one another. At that moment, an aide approached with a report that the rescue operations in Sausalito were nearly complete, asking for their next orders. Yi Kang announced their new destination was San Francisco itself, signaling the successful conclusion of his plan's first phase and the commencement of the second. He ordered his followers onward, declaring that they would continue their relief efforts in the heart of the ravaged city. Upon arriving at a smoldering ruin, one of his men stared at the wreckage with a heavy heart. The prince, however, remained unfazed, calmly identifying the charred remains as his former lumber warehouse and reassuring his men that its loss was not only expected but also covered by 5 separate fire insurance policies. As they ventured deeper into the city, they joined forces with beleaguered citizens who were desperately trying to contain the infernos sweeping through the streets. Amidst the smoke and flames, Yi Kang scanned the horizon, searching for a specific historical event he had anticipated would occur on this very day. Then, through the haze, he saw it approaching, a triumphant feeling rising within him as his prediction came true. He recognized the unfolding scene as the critical trigger for the second phase of his master plan. Just as he had foreseen, a key figure was making his way through the hellish landscape, and Yi Kang silently welcomed his timely arrival. Yi Kang mentally reviewed his 2 primary objectives for navigating the chaos of the great earthquake. Across the rubble-strewn street, a well-dressed man who the prince recognized as Amedeo Giannini stepped into a horse-drawn carriage. The 2 men exchanged greetings, acknowledging that it had indeed been some time since they had last seen each other. The prince casually inquired about Giannini's destination, to which the banker simply replied with his own name. Yi Kang inwardly acknowledged that strengthening his relationship with this particular banker was the second major goal of his plan. Sensing Giannini's hesitation, the prince gently assured him that he was an ally, not an enemy. At Yi Kang's sharp command, the carriage driver immediately turned the vehicle around, earning a quiet compliment from the prince on his prompt obedience. Yi Kang then explained the change of course was necessary because the path to the bank was blocked by uncontrolled fires, which prompted a shocked Giannini to demand how the prince knew his destination. The prince calmly explained that as a bank president, Giannini's first priority would naturally be to secure his assets before customers began a panicked rush to withdraw their deposits. Giannini confirmed the prince's astute analysis, admitting they needed to prepare for an imminent bank run. Positioning himself as a fellow investor, Yi Kang offered his assistance, instructing the banker to first head towards the docks. There, he revealed barrels of salted fish, explaining he had stockpiled them for his people in anticipation of the skyrocketing food prices. Giannini questioned the purpose of the gift, prompting Yi Kang to remind him that San Francisco had devolved into a lawless territory. He elaborated that a guarded cart full of valuables was an open invitation for the looters who now roamed the city freely. The prince then unveiled his clever strategy. They would hide the money underneath the foul-smelling fish, a place no desperate thief would ever think to search. As Giannini's men hesitated, their boss ordered them to follow the prince's instructions without question. With the plan set in motion, Yi Kang's party departed, wishing the banker the best of luck. 4 hours later, a familiar voice called out to the prince with urgency. It was Giannini, who excitedly announced that their plan had been a complete success, all thanks to Yi Kang. The prince maintained his composure, calmly acknowledging that the operation had proceeded as he had hoped. Giannini recounted how looters had indeed stopped his cart, but were so repulsed by the stench of salted fish that they never bothered to check beneath the barrels. He expressed his deepest gratitude, crediting the prince's foresight for saving his bank's assets, to which Yi Kang replied that he was glad to hear it. Yi Kang then planted a seed of doubt, voicing a new concern that the looters might try to track the money back to Giannini's private residence. As a solution, the prince offered the use of his own estate as a secure storage location, a suggestion that clearly intrigued the banker. Upon learning the estate was conveniently located just across the river, Giannini eagerly accepted the offer, declaring it the ideal solution. Soon after, men were seen carrying heavy boxes of assets up a ramp to be loaded onto a ship for safekeeping. Giannini breathed a sigh of immense relief, feeling his worries finally lift, though another matter remained on his mind. He then brought up their unfinished investment deal, which made Yi Kang realize this was the opportune moment to finalize it while the banker's trust in him was at an all-time high. With a knowing chuckle, Giannini immediately signed the contract, agreeing to all of Yi Kang's modified conditions without a moment's hesitation. Over the next 4 days, the prince continued his public rescue operations while privately assessing the damages to his own properties. He also took stock of the financial opportunities arising from the destruction, asking his aide to confirm that only his cotton and lumber supplies had survived the fires. When his aide affirmed this and asked for instructions, Yi Kang ordered him to donate the surviving materials to the city and ensure the press was notified. He explained to his astonished subordinate that this act of charity was crucial to solidifying the positive public image they had carefully built through their relief work. Shortly thereafter, another man reported that Giannini was requesting to rent one of the prince's warehouses near the docks. The aide explained that looters had attacked and set fire to the Bank of Italy building, leading Yi Kang to correctly surmise that Giannini needed a new place of business. The prince instructed his man Hyun-sik to find a strategically located warehouse and lease it to the bank president. As a final order, he also instructed his aide to inform Giannini that he would pay him a personal visit in 2 days. 2 days later, Yi Kang arrived at the temporary headquarters of the Bank of Italy. A makeshift sign proudly announced that the bank was temporarily operating from the docks and was open 7 days a week to serve the community. A chaotic scene unfolded before him as a desperate crowd pushed and shoved, clamoring for loans. Yi Kang quietly observed the frenzy, comparing the disorderly scene to a bustling marketplace. He watched as Giannini personally greeted a man named Mr. Franco, who explained that the earthquake and fires had destroyed his business and he needed a loan to rebuild. Without hesitation, Giannini approved a $300 loan for the man at his standard interest rate, earning his profuse thanks. The prince noted the bank's unconventional method, which seemed to rely on personal knowledge of the borrower, as Giannini simply reminded the man to pay his installments on time. The relative calm was broken when another man loudly accused the bank of discrimination for refusing him a loan. A bank staff member firmly retorted that the man was a known gambler who always repaid his debts late. The staffer further explained their strict policy against lending to people known for wasting money on gambling, alcohol, and women, 3 habits the man was infamous for. Defeated, the rejected man hurled curses at the bankers before storming away. Yi Kang astutely realized that the bank staff kept meticulous mental or physical records on nearly every resident in the city. In an era before credit scores, this deep, personal knowledge allowed them to effectively differentiate between reliable and high-risk borrowers. He understood that this intimate approach to finance was the critical advantage that separated Giannini's burgeoning bank from its more rigid, established competitors. The prince reflected on how traditional banks, which refused to lend without substantial collateral, could never compete with this radical system that would one day elevate the Bank of Italy to national prominence. Giannini finally spotted the prince and greeted him warmly, boasting that the warehouse location was proving to be a fantastic spot for business. The banker then credited Yi Kang's advice about fire insurance for securing his future, but the prince humbly waved it off as simple preparedness. Inwardly, however, Yi Kang admitted he had given the advice mainly to justify his own extensive insurance coverage, noting that many others had foolishly ignored his warnings. His attention was suddenly caught by a snippet of conversation from the crowd about a man named Jack who was desperately borrowing money from anyone he could. The prince immediately put the pieces together, remembering that Jack Milo's gold mines were concentrated in California and must have suffered immense damage from the earthquake's widespread impact. He deduced that Milo had likely spent a fortune on restoration, leaving him desperate enough to liquidate the Unsan Gold Mines Trust Fund. A feeling of triumph washed over Yi Kang as he realized the mine would soon be his, but his thoughts were interrupted by an employee rushing towards Giannini with an emergency. The panicked employee announced that the bank's liquid assets were nearly depleted due to a surge of withdrawals from worried customers. Giannini scolded his subordinate for revealing such sensitive information in front of the crowd, as he now faced a full-blown financial crisis. Yi Kang assessed the volatile situation, knowing full well that no other bank in the city was currently willing to lend money, even with collateral. Seeing a golden opportunity to further indebt the banker to him, he decided to intervene one last time for the sake of his long-term goals. The prince stepped forward and authoritatively called for calm, his sudden appearance silencing the anxious crowd. He then formally introduced himself to the assembled citizens as Yi Kang, the Prince of the Korean Empire. A wave of recognition rippled through the crowd as people recalled seeing his face in the newspapers, whispering about the famed hero of Sausalito and wondering why he was there. With all eyes fixed upon him, Yi Kang prepared to address the people of San Francisco. He calmly addressed the anxious citizens, asking for permission to say a few words. Yi Kang began by expressing his understanding that everyone present was struggling immensely. He spoke of the sudden disaster that had taken so much, empathizing with the despair and hopelessness they surely felt. Yet, he praised their resilience, noting that their presence proved they refused to give up and were determined to start again. The prince then acknowledged their profound frustration at being told the bank had no more money to lend. As the crowd began to grumble and question his intentions, Yi Kang cut through the noise, announcing he would now fulfill a promise he had made. He declared that as of that day, he would deposit a staggering $300,000 of his personal fortune into Giannini's bank. While the crowd reacted in shocked disbelief, he made one simple request, that anyone with spare funds also deposit a small amount. Yi Kang explained that even minor contributions would help others rebuild, urging them to borrow only what they truly needed so that everyone would have a chance. His words were met with immediate agreement and heartfelt gratitude for his incredible gesture. When Giannini expressed how moved he was, Yi Kang cheekily replied that true admiration would follow once the banker had retrieved the prince's cash and gold. 3 days later, Giannini approached the prince with immense relief, thanking him for saving the bank from collapse. He reported that many new customers had flocked to their establishment, a direct result of the prince's actions. The banker explained how word of Yi Kang's deed had spread, inspiring even those with little to spare to make small deposits in solidarity. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Giannini asked how he could possibly repay such a monumental favor. Yi Kang simply stated that the only repayment he required was for the bank to flourish and grow his assets. He told the banker to worry about repayment later, then announced it was time for them to head into the city for his own business. Their destination was the San Francisco branch of Commercial Union Insurance, where Yi Kang intended to collect his fire insurance payouts. Upon their arrival, they saw a massive, desperate crowd, realizing they were quite late to the proceedings. Giannini observed that securing a payout that day would likely be a difficult endeavor. To their surprise, however, the branch manager spotted Yi Kang immediately and extended a warm, personal welcome. The two insurance managers acknowledged each other, with the local branch head identifying his counterpart from Madrid. Murmurs spread through the crowd as people recognized the hero of Sausalito, wondering why even the famous Eastern prince was in such dire straits. The visiting manager, Madrid, offered to personally fast-track the prince's claim process. Yi Kang instantly perceived the danger, knowing that if he skipped the line, it would provoke the resentment of those who had waited for hours. He deduced that if the city's hero was seen taking special privileges, the public backlash would be severe, turning the polite offer into a clever trap. He politely refused, insisting he would wait his turn like everyone else, as others before him had more urgent needs. From behind another man, a figure with a goatee watched the unfolding scene with a confident smirk. Giannini advised Madrid to drop the matter, explaining that the prince was a man of his word and would not be swayed. Yi Kang laughed off the concern, reiterating that he was perfectly content to wait in line with everyone else. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon a man in the crowd who seemed to be writing something down about the encounter. Suspecting he was being watched by a journalist or another observer, Yi Kang resolved to proceed with caution. Giannini decided to wait alongside the prince, viewing it as a convenient opportunity for a private conversation. The prince amiably agreed that this was a pleasant arrangement. He wryly noted that having the bank president waiting beside him had a clear advantage, as the insurance staff began working frantically to speed up the queue. After 3 long hours of Madrid's incessant chatter, it was finally Yi Kang's turn, and the prince mentally retracted any praise he had for the manager's stamina. Madrid formally invited His Highness to proceed to the office to begin the claims process. Yi Kang instructed Giannini to handle his bank's duties in the lobby while he went inside with the manager. Once they were seated in the office, Madrid asked to see the prince's documents. The prince calmly presented a thick stack of insurance certificates and all the related paperwork. The manager commented on the unusually high number of policies, prompting Yi Kang to explain that his acquaintances had been relentlessly persistent. He spun a tale of being swarmed by brokers after his land purchases, claiming he had pretended to be convinced and bought policies from them all. Yi Kang asserted that he had only done so to be polite, but the earthquake had turned these nuisance policies into a jackpot, even offering transaction records to prove his story. The manager quickly waved off the offer, stating that the prince's well-publicized humanitarian efforts made any suspicion impossible. However, he then hesitated, admitting that the total claim amount was so large that the company was uncertain how to proceed. Feigning sympathy, Yi Kang acknowledged their financial worries and graciously told them to take all the time they needed for their calculations. Inwardly, he studied the manager's pained expression, satisfied that his strategy of spreading similar policies across 17 different companies was paying off. At last, Madrid revealed the payout from their branch alone was $120,000, leading Yi Kang to openly calculate his total expected earnings at around $3.5 million. The manager then began to apologize profusely, hinting that there was a significant problem with the payment. Giannini stepped in to clarify their predicament, explaining that due to low cash reserves, they hoped the prince would be willing to wait for his payout. Yi Kang instantly saw through their ploy. They were trying to delay his claim, banking on his reputation for being considerate to make him an easy mark. After coolly confirming their intention to pay everyone else first, he shocked them both by agreeing to their terms. He then added a critical condition, stating that he was willing to accept other forms of payment besides cash. As they looked on in confusion, he clarified his willingness to accept compensation in non-liquid forms. The prince specified that he would gladly take stocks, bonds, or even real estate, highlighting his particular interest in property. He stipulated that as long as he received his compensation promptly, he was open to negotiating the specific assets. Leaving them speechless, he even offered to handle the trouble of converting those assets into cash himself. Yi Kang knew the firm wasn't broke, they were simply trying to manipulate him as an Asian investor, but he was prepared to claim their other valuable assets instead. Realizing that any sign of weakness would invite similar treatment from the other 16 companies, he decisively asked to see a list of the company's assets. A tense silence filled the office as the seated, bespectacled manager looked on at his colleague, who stood with his back turned. Yi Kang pressed his advantage, pointedly asking if their only alternative was for him to simply accept whatever paltry offer they made. The flustered manager stammered an excuse, claiming his recent transfer from Washington left him unfamiliar with the company's local asset holdings. Yi Kang shrewdly accepted this as a delay tactic, granting them until the end of the week to come up with an answer. He then delivered his final ultimatum: either they provided him with a complete list of all accessible assets, or he would expect the full payout in cash. He delivered his final ultimatum, demanding they either produce a list of transferable assets or prepare to pay his claim entirely in cash. In the end, the company conceded, offering him a valuable piece of real estate, a newly constructed building near the Korean Empire Embassy that he had already been observing. This set a precedent, and soon other insurance companies began settling their substantial payments with Yi Kang through land or stocks. While organizing his new assets, his aide, Byung-jun, inquired if the recently acquired car stocks should be classified separately, to which Yi Kang affirmed his plan to sell them by year's end. Byung-jun expressed his surprise, having assumed that the prince's known interest in automobiles would lead him to hold on to the shares for the long term. Yi Kang internally conceded that the love of cars was a genuine trait he shared with the original prince, but his current strategy was driven by something more. His foresight into the future revealed that the bank panic of 1907 would render those same stocks nearly worthless, making it imperative to sell them before the crash. With that matter settled, he asked Byung-jun where their business would take them next, and was informed their destination was Lloyd's of London. Eager to press on, Yi Kang insisted they leave immediately, confident the issue could be resolved that very day, and his aide promptly went to make the arrangements. As they arrived, a man in a crowd of distressed people urgently pointed him out. Immediately, the group swarmed him, pleading for his assistance, leaving a bewildered Yi Kang to ask what was going on. A representative for the crowd explained that Lloyd's was refusing to pay their insurance claims promptly, and their inability to communicate effectively in English had resulted in them being barred from entry. After Yi Kang intervened on their behalf, one of the men was overcome with gratitude, telling the prince he didn't know how he could ever repay such a favor. Just then, Aaron stepped forward with a solemn expression, asking if he too might ask for assistance. Yi Kang turned his attention to his associate, silently wondering why his request carried such a serious tone. Aaron revealed that the family of a woman he was courting faced a similar plight, prompting Yi Kang to internally debate the merits of extending his help to non-Koreans, weighing his duty against potential future alliances. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by an aide announcing an urgent call from San Francisco, though Yi Kang initially tried to wave him off. The aide insisted, clarifying that the mayor himself was on the line, which made Yi Kang reconsider, reasoning that a call from such an official was unlikely to be bad news. Prioritizing the call, Yi Kang postponed his discussion with Aaron, promising to review the relevant documents later, for which Aaron expressed immense gratitude. Following a successful phone call with the mayor, Yi Kang traveled onward with a satisfied smile. He soon arrived at the state office in Sacramento, where he was warmly welcomed by California Governor George Pardee and San Francisco Mayor Eugene Schmidt. The governor and mayor expressed their gratitude for his visit during such a difficult period, with the governor humbly apologizing for the modest nature of their reception. Yi Kang graciously deflected their praise, stating that merely being invited was an honor, though he privately suspected the plaque of appreciation was a calculated part of an official ceremony. The officials insisted he was fully deserving of the recognition, reminding him that his extensive donations and service to the citizens made the award a natural consequence. He felt a profound sense of happiness, reflecting on how, just 1 year into his new life, his name was already being etched into the city's official history. Aware that an election was looming, he suspected they were subtly angling for political donations, but he chose to accept their gesture with grace. The mayor then shifted the tone, signaling it was time for the real discussion, which made Yi Kang brace himself for their true intentions. They formally asked him to accept the role of vice chair for the Special Committee for the Reconstruction of San Francisco, an offer Yi Kang immediately recognized as a prime, nonpartisan opportunity to influence the city's redevelopment. He agreed to help in any way he could, prompting the mayor to enthusiastically declare that his involvement would be a cornerstone of their efforts. The mayor then apologized for not offering him the chairmanship, a comment that made Yi Kang ponder the relative importance of a title versus the actual work that needed to be done. He mused on the significance of an Asian man being appointed to such a position in an era dominated by white leaders, viewing it as a promising step forward as the mayor praised his character. The mayor then invited him into the meeting room, revealing that the entire committee was already waiting, a move that Yi Kang wryly interpreted as a sign they had intended for him to accept all along. Inside, the mayor proudly introduced Yi Kang to the assembly as their new vice chairman and a great patriarch to the city. As Yi Kang surveyed the room filled with influential people, he was greeted by the familiar face of the Gold King. He recognized many other powerful figures from the newspapers, realizing that the connections he could forge in this room would be invaluable to his cause. His thoughts then turned to the empty chairman's seat, and he found himself wondering who held the position. At that moment, a man strode into the room, briskly apologizing for his late arrival. Someone in the room immediately chided the newcomer for his tardiness while Yi Kang tried to place the man's face. Without any preamble, the man introduced himself as the chairman, Abe Luff, then acknowledged the prince with a dismissive glance. The mayor, slightly flustered by the abrupt entrance, awkwardly suggested that the two men should introduce themselves. He then formally presented Abe Luft not only as the committee's chairman but also as the powerful chairman of the California Republican Party's nomination committee. Leaning in, the mayor discreetly explained Luft's shyness, but Yi Kang saw the truth as the politicians nervously avoided the chairman's gaze, concluding Luft's disposition was more hostile than timid. The mayor attempted to move things along, formally asking the chairman to begin the meeting. Unwilling to ignore the palpable animosity, Yi Kang decided to confront the man directly, asking if he had a problem with him. Luft bluntly confirmed that he did, stating that he believed having an Oriental involved would be detrimental to the upcoming election. A confused Yi Kang pressed him, asking what his presence could possibly have to do with an election. The mayor tried to intervene, urging Luft to be more cautious with his words, but the chairman furiously shouted him down, enraged that an Oriental was included against his explicit opposition. He loudly accused them of sabotaging the next election with their decision. Declaring the meeting a farce, Luft stormed out of the room, leaving the stunned members to do as they pleased. In the shocked silence that followed, someone muttered a curse at the chairman's retreating back. The mayor hurried to apologize for the appalling rudeness, which Yi Kang accepted before asking about the deep-seated hostility towards Orientals. He explained that after a fire at the records office during the disaster, some illegal immigrants had forged citizenship papers and were caught stealing relief supplies. After seeing a newspaper article on the subject, Yi Kang grimly understood that these criminal acts were the catalyst for the new, discriminatory immigration laws. The mayor was quick to reassure him that Koreans were not associated with these misunderstandings, a fact that brought Yi Kang some small measure of relief. With the chairman's abrupt departure, it was decided that the vice chairman would have to lead the meeting, and Yi Kang calmly accepted the responsibility. He took his place at the head of the room, formally introduced himself as the vice chairman of the Reconstruction Committee, and officially called the meeting to order. As the proceedings began, Yi Kang couldn't shake the feeling that Abe Luft was destined to become a major obstacle in all of his future endeavors. Following the Reconstruction Committee meeting, discussions continued at the Sacramento Hotel. Prince Yi Kang considered the professions of the man under investigation, a lawyer and a lobbyist. His subordinate confirmed that, as ordered, he had looked into Abe Luft and found most of San Francisco's major businesses were connected to him. Yi Kang mused that such connections were typical for lobbyists, who skillfully navigated the gray area between legality and corruption. He reflected on how they amassed power, with some manipulating politicians openly while others remained influential from behind the scenes. He then commanded his aide to investigate Abe Luft's background more thoroughly, an order that was immediately accepted. In addition, Yi Kang instructed his man to invite a select group of people to Sacramento for a meeting in 1 week's time. Burning with indignation, he recalled being called incompetent and vowed to demonstrate his true capabilities in the upcoming political contest. A week later at Yi Kang's Sacramento estate, executives from California's insurance companies gathered, remarking that one could not wisely refuse an invitation from the vice chairman. Yi Kang stepped forward and formally thanked the assembled executives for coming on such short notice. He acknowledged that his sudden summons may have been surprising but stressed the urgency of their meeting. When one of the men asked what he was proposing, Yi Kang cryptically prompted them to guess his intentions first. He began by stating that the bank's resuming operations next week would not be sufficient for the disaster victims to truly recover. Therefore, he requested the full cooperation of all insurance representatives to expedite claim payouts for those affected by the tragedy. The influential men stood tensely around a tea table in the grand ballroom, the weight of the proposal hanging in the air. A murmur of dissent rose as the executives pointed out the difficulty of the request, citing the overwhelming number of claims being filed. Yi Kang then turned his attention to Sir William, asking for the stance of Lloyd's Insurance, which was handling the largest volume of payouts. Sir William appeared hesitant, faltering as he considered the immense financial implications for his company. But then, he decisively voiced his support for the vice chairman's proposal, triggering a flashback to a private meeting 10 hours prior. During that earlier meeting, Yi Kang had welcomed Sir William, who in turn expressed what an honor it was to finally meet the famous prince. The prince reciprocated the sentiment, graciously inviting the esteemed guest to take a seat. Sir William immediately remarked on the prince's flawless British accent, a subtle test of his counterpart's background. Yi Kang internally congratulated himself on his prior practice, recognizing that maintaining his royal dignity was paramount in such negotiations. He privately scoffed at the insufferable aristocratic mindset but knew it prevented William from underestimating him as he steered the conversation toward the next day's meeting. Sensing the meeting's true purpose, Sir William inquired if the prince had something specific he wished to discuss privately. When asked if the matter was personal or official, Yi Kang clarified that it was both but suggested they address the official business first. He then revealed his intention to propose the expedited payment of insurance claims for disaster victims at the upcoming gathering. He directly asked for Sir William's influential support for this bold initiative. Sir William balked at the idea, explaining that with $50 million in liabilities, it was not a decision his company could make lightly. Yi Kang countered that while the initial losses would be great, the long-term gains from solidifying Lloyd's global market dominance would be far more profitable. He argued that the disaster had created new insurance markets, and by paying out first, Lloyd's would forge an unbreakable bond of trust with its customers. The prince further explained that this move would force smaller, less solvent competitors into bankruptcy, allowing Lloyd's to absorb their clientele. Convinced by the ruthless logic, Sir William accepted the proposal, to which Yi Kang added a final condition that Korean clients receive their payouts a bit sooner. Days later at a banquet in the California state capitol, Sir William publicly announced that Lloyd's of London, alongside 50 other insurers, had agreed to the prince's proposal. He formally promised to expedite all payouts, and just as Yi Kang had orchestrated, the other insurers immediately followed his lead. Yi Kang reflected that although William was receiving the public acclaim, the real victory belonged to him. He noted that this success not only proved his influence but also secured his own payout from Lloyd's in the form of valuable convertible bonds. The prince understood that as Lloyd's market share grew, his personal wealth would increase exponentially, and he was content to let William enjoy the spotlight. At a subsequent press conference, the insurance executive stood at a podium, facing a crowd of reporters and the bright flash of their cameras. Amidst the commotion, Yi Kang noticed a man clutching a book trying to get his attention. The man, whom Yi Kang recognized as Jack, nervously asked if they could have a moment to talk. Yi Kang readily agreed, knowing instinctively that the opportunity to acquire the Unsan gold mine had finally arrived. Jack explained that the collapse of his mines had put him in a desperate financial situation, forcing him to sell his trust shares to secure funds. Yi Kang coolly reminded him of their contract's clause, which stipulated that any sale must first be offered to him at 50% of the market value. With a heavy heart, Jack accepted his fate, acknowledging that he himself had been the one to insist on that very clause. Impressed by Jack's dignified acceptance of his misfortune, Yi Kang generously offered to buy the shares at 70% of their value instead. A shocked Jack could hardly believe the offer, but Yi Kang insisted that as former partners, he could not take advantage of another's hardship. He then extended his generosity even further, offering to purchase Jack's other lands and his shares in the northern docks at their full price. Overcome with gratitude, Jack profusely thanked the prince, completely unaware that the deal also included his supposedly worthless rock fields in Los Angeles. A glimpse into the future revealed the true worth of that land, the very spot where the iconic Hollywood sign would one day stand. After the deal was made, Jack expressed his sincere appreciation, but Yi Kang simply told him not to feel burdened by what was a fair exchange. As a token of his gratitude, Jack then offered a piece of cryptic advice, warning the prince not to become too closely associated with the current governor. Intrigued by the unexpected warning, Yi Kang began his own investigation and soon learned the truth of the matter from his Irish contacts. He discovered that lobbyist Abe Roof had been meeting with the Southern Pacific Railroad Company, a powerful political donor now at odds with the governor. In that moment, the prince understood perfectly why Jack had warned him to maintain his distance from the governor. He realized the railroad company intended to use its financial leverage to remove the current governor and install a more obedient puppet in his place. Further investigation confirmed that the politician Roof was grooming for this role was James Gillett, revealing their chosen candidate. However, Yi Kang saw the current governor as more beneficial to his own ambitions and therefore decided he would need to eliminate both Gillett and Roof from the political landscape. Governor George Pardee warmly welcomed the prince to his official residence, expressing his gratitude for the visit, which the prince politely reciprocated. The governor then invited the prince to dinner, mentioning the great effort his wife had put into the meal, an offer the prince readily accepted. The prince reflected on the purpose of his visit, which was to receive thanks for handling the insurance claims and to strengthen his bond with Pardee. His ultimate ambition was to cultivate Pardee into a powerful ally, hopefully elevating him to the highest possible position in government. During the governor's dinner party, the prince noted with appreciation the considerate inclusion of rice dishes among the served courses. He openly complimented the magnificent residence, the beautiful flower arrangements, and the evident care that had gone into preparing the food. The governor's wife beamed with pleasure at the recognition of her efforts, which in turn visibly brightened Governor Pardee's mood. Recognizing that Pardee was a devoted family man, a useful piece of information for the future, the prince presented them with a beautiful gift. Pardee praised the prince for making such a significant impact in less than 10 days as vice chairman, to which the prince humbly replied that he was merely upholding the dignity of the position. The governor insisted the prince had done far more than the chairman, calling his move to secure insurance claims from all the company representatives truly satisfying. He then added how refreshing it was that, thanks to the prince's actions, the arrogant Abe Loof had finally been silenced. The prince realized Pardee's animosity towards Loof was even greater than his own and decided it was the perfect moment to press his advantage. Pardee then shifted the conversation, remarking that while the prince's victory in the upcoming election seemed certain, a worrying rumor had reached his ears. The prince, his interest piqued, immediately asked what this rumor was about. The governor revealed the shocking claim that he himself would not be running in the coming election. Seeking to confirm the gravity of the situation, the prince directly asked if the rumor held any truth. Pardee laughed it off, suggesting it was a baseless smear campaign orchestrated by those who criticized him over the federal military tribunal issue. The Federal Military Tribunal had become a point of contention after some U.S. military personnel, who were assisting with earthquake recovery, committed crimes. Pardee had angered certain influential people by demanding that the federal government severely punish the offending soldiers. Realizing the governor was completely misjudging the threat, the prince decided to enlighten him, stating that the source of the rumor was what made it so suspicious. When Pardee correctly guessed the involvement of Abe Loof and the South Pacific Railway Company, the prince understood he wasn't entirely unaware of the plot against him. The governor confidently told him not to worry, as he planned to purge Loof from politics after the election, but the prince knew that would be far too late. The prince countered by revealing the frequent tripartite meetings with James Gillette and the rumor that Loof intended to nominate Gillette as the new Republican candidate. He pressed the governor, pointedly asking if he truly understood the grave implications of this political maneuvering. In a firm tone, the prince stated that the governor had to make a decisive move. After a long silence, George Pardee excused himself, and a full month passed as the prince continued his committee work. One day, a servant announced that the governor had sent a basket of fruits as a gift. Inside, the prince found a letter with a cryptic message from Pardee, thanking him and promising to see him again soon, leaving him puzzled. A sudden realization dawned on him, and he immediately called for his attendant to bring him the latest newspapers. The headlines told the whole story. Governor Pardee had declared a war on corruption and had arrested Republican Chairman Abe Loof on 15 charges. The prince was impressed, recognizing that Pardee had strategically cleaned house right before the party's convention. With that political obstacle removed, he declared it was time for their next step and instructed everyone to pack for a visit to the farm. Upon their arrival, they were all stunned by the magnificent sight of the land, which had been completely transformed into vast green fields. A wave of satisfaction washed over the prince as he imagined the rising value of his land, picturing himself as Sacramento's largest landowner. The farmhands greeted him warmly, and he apologized for his tardiness, explaining that urgent matters had detained him. He expressed his sympathy for all the hard work they must have endured, though one of the men humbly replied that it was simply their duty. The prince then noticed many unfamiliar faces and was told they were new immigrants from his homeland, many of whom had moved there after their contracts in Hawaii ended. He instructed his men to treat the newcomers well, but was then informed that the Japanese government was showing signs of restricting further immigration to the U.S. He silently wondered if their goal was to stop more of his people from leaving or if they believed most had already emigrated. He calmly reassured his people not to worry, revealing that he had anticipated this and already had several contingency plans in mind. To celebrate their reunion and the farm's success, the prince announced they would all share a meal together, and preparations began at once. During the meal, he was offered freshly harvested rice, and he expressed his surprise upon learning it had been picked just 3 days prior in the spring. His agricultural knowledge became apparent as he correctly deduced that they were attempting to practice double cropping. After a brief explanation of the technique, made possible by California's climate, he was asked for his opinion on the rice's taste. He found the flavor slightly disappointing, concluding that the variety's improvement was not yet complete, though he was confident it would get better. He mused on the future potential of Californian rice, which in modern times was considered a top-quality grain that even Korean farmers feared. When he asked who was responsible for the double-cropping experiment, a man stepped forward to claim credit. The prince chuckled with a sense of fated irony upon seeing that the enterprising farmer was none other than Kim Jong-rim. He pulled Jong-rim aside to ask about the experiment, and Jong-rim explained he was inspired by the local climate, which was different from their homelands. However, Jong-rim admitted that without improving the seeds, the growing period was still too short to sustain a true double-cropping system. The prince recognized the man's exceptional nature, recalling from history that Jong-rim was destined to become a wealthy landowner due to his willingness to try new things. Admiring this innovative spirit, the prince encouraged him to continue his experiments, but Jong-rim revealed he had a request for the prince. Jong-rim asked the prince to speak to the other immigrants, urging them not to be too fixated on the traditional farming methods from their homeland. He argued that unlike in Korea where resources were limited, their approach here needed to change to achieve greater results. The prince understood his point immediately. They needed to prioritize efficiency over absolute yield, a philosophy that aligned with his special labor contracts. He readily agreed, viewing the immigrants as family whose prosperity would bring him joy, and promised to advise them on the matter. Just as they were about to part ways, Jong-rim stopped the prince, stating he had one more thing to ask. The prince was intrigued, wondering what other request Kim Jong-rim could possibly have. Jong-rim explained that most local farmers utilized a very expensive piece of farm machinery known as a tractor. Taking a leap of faith, he then boldly asked if the prince would trust his judgment and purchase one for their farm. The prince was utterly stunned by the audacious suggestion of buying a tractor. The prince was intrigued, wondering what other request Kim Jong-rim could possibly have. Jong-rim explained that most local farmers utilized a very expensive piece of farm machinery known as a tractor. Taking a leap of faith, he then boldly asked if the prince would trust his judgment and purchase one for their farm. The prince was utterly stunned by the audacious suggestion of buying a tractor. He privately acknowledged that while tractors were excellent machines, the timing was terrible, as internal combustion engines would soon make the current steam-powered models obsolete. As he mulled over how the impending technological shift would render steam tractors useless, Jong-rim spoke up, understanding that the high cost made it a difficult decision. Jong-rim passionately argued that leaving their vast land fallow was a tremendous waste and promised that mechanization would bring great efficiency, even offering to return part of his salary if the results were not as he predicted. The prince recognized a familiar, assertive confidence in the man's appeal, much like Jay's, and, moved by this conviction, he agreed to the purchase. Jong-rim was overjoyed and thanked him profusely, only for the prince to announce that he would be buying 3 tractors in total. Shocked at the mention of 3 such expensive machines, Jong-rim listened as the prince explained that one was for him to use, and another would serve as a spare. He then revealed that the third machine was to be completely disassembled, so they could reverse engineer its structure and potentially have a skilled mechanic create something new. The prince mused on the greater benefits this could bring, viewing it as a long-term investment that could become a source of strength, perhaps even leading to a Korean-founded automobile company, which would make the cost entirely worthwhile. He then instructed Jongrim to find skilled craftsmen and inform him of his findings, a command the farmer readily accepted. The story then jumped forward 2 months, shifting to Yi Kang's residence in Sausalito. A servant announced the arrival of Dosun and Woo-sung, prompting the prince to tell the servant to guide them to the reception room, where he would join them shortly. Greeting his guests, the prince remarked that it had been a while. They in turn asked if something was wrong, as his summons had been urgent. The prince reassured them that the matter wasn't serious, explaining he wanted an update on the Korean immigrant situation and also had a favor to ask. Dosun reported that, thanks to the cooperative fund the prince had contributed to, the immigrants were currently in the process of building houses for themselves. Realizing they would need more money, the prince presented the insurance payout he had received from Lloyd's, which surprised the men with its swift arrival. Upon closer inspection, however, they saw that it was a convertible bond, which they noted would be difficult to cash out immediately. The prince confirmed their observation but explained that while it promised significant future profits, he had also prepared something for their more immediate financial needs. He then presented them with a sum of cash, which included an additional 10% on top of the agreed-upon insurance payout. He elaborated that he was sharing his own future gains with the immigrants who couldn't wait, instructing his men to distribute the cash to anyone who preferred it over the bonds, a gesture that deeply moved them. The prince asserted that while money was vital for great endeavors, the trust of his people was even more important, and Dosun humbly accepted the funds, promising to deliver them. Shifting topics, the prince stated their need for talented individuals and turned to Dosun, asking him to confirm the rumor that he was deeply interested in the immigrants' education. Hearing that it was true, the prince was pleased and revealed his plan to establish a school in San Francisco, offering Dosun the position to lead its educational programs. He articulated his vision for a school where their people would be taught their native language, ensuring they would never forget their roots as citizens of the Korean Empire. Overcome with emotion, Dosun accepted the great mission with gratitude, promising to do his absolute best. The prince continued, outlining the need for a vocational institute to train technical specialists, but he was suddenly cut off by an impassioned Woo-sung. Woo-sung vehemently interjected, strongly recommending they establish a military academy instead of a vocational school. His outburst shocked the prince, while Dosun immediately admonished Woo-sung for his rude interruption. The prince silently recalled that Park Yong-man, Woo-sung's true name, had always possessed a profound interest in that particular field. Woo-sung argued that the need for a military would soon become apparent, but the prince countered that technical experts were the more urgent priority. He advised Woo-sung to think long-term, explaining that cultivating technicians would ultimately provide the means to achieve his military dreams by reminding him who manufactured weapons. A flash of understanding crossed Woo-sung's face as the prince's point hit home. Seeing that his message was received, the prince took Woo-sung's silence as an acceptance of his proposal. A few days later, the scene changed to a coffee shop near San Francisco. Prince Yi was introduced to a man who called himself Philip Joseon, whom the prince recognized as Seo Pil, the first doctor from the East. The prince was privately puzzled that the man, renowned as an Eastern doctor, introduced himself with an English name and spoke only in English. He chose to be polite, greeting him as Dr. Joseon and speculating that the name change might be a tactic to survive racial discrimination. During their handshake, the prince felt an unexpected firmness and a clear sense of dislike, resolving to uncover the reason for this cold attitude as he invited the man to sit. The prince began the conversation by stating he had a request for the doctor, who curtly asked what it was. At that moment, another man arrived, calling out to the prince as he entered the coffee shop. The newcomer, Gu Dang, expressed his surprise and pleasure at seeing Dr. Joseon in person, having heard he was with the prince. Dr. Jason's reply was cold and distant, remarking that the other man, Yu Gil-jun, hadn't changed at all. Yu Gil-jun shot back that only his name had changed, not his character, before turning to the prince to ask if he had intentionally arranged for them to meet. Seeing Yu Gil-jun's obvious displeasure, the prince concluded that he must know the reason for Dr. Jason's animosity, then smoothly explained he had invited them both because of an upcoming scholarship award ceremony. He elaborated that he hoped Dr. Joseon, as a senior figure in American life, could offer some guidance to the students, a reason which seemed to satisfy the doctor. Dr. Joseon accepted the invitation as an honor, and the pleased prince suggested they sit and discuss things further. The prince shared his long-term goal of inspiring as many Koreans as possible to enter the medical field, framing Dr. Joseon as the perfect role model whose experiences would be invaluable. Later, Byung-jun urged Dr. Joseon to stay at the prince's residence until the ceremony to avoid the hassle of travel, and after a moment of hesitation, the doctor reluctantly agreed. The prince was determined to use the doctor's stay to understand the source of his hostility, finding the immediate resentment from a near stranger deeply frustrating as he cheerfully suggested they depart together. A few days later, on the day of the ceremony, the prince reflected on the advice to consider his father, Gojong, when facing such resentment, and found it to be true. He remembered that Ch1 had been part of the failed Gapsin coup, which led Gojong to order the execution of his entire family for treason. This history made it clear why Joseon could never be friendly towards him, yet the prince also noted the man's deep concern for his juniors, as he had come despite his personal feelings. An announcer's voice cut through the air, asking the attendees to take their seats as the first scholarship award ceremony of the Hapsong Association Scholarship Foundation began. The Master of Ceremonies then proudly introduced the first speaker of the event, Philip Joseon. Dr. Joseon stepped up to the podium, greeting the crowd and stating it was an honor to be there to offer them advice as a senior who had walked this path before them. He immediately advised the students to forget their past and to fully embrace an American identity and way of thinking as the only means of survival. He continued this theme, instructing them to change everything from their diet and clothing to their very behaviors, urging them to completely abandon their Korean lifestyle. The prince listened with wry amusement, thinking that he had asked for guidance, not a complete renunciation of one's heritage, and while not entirely wrong, he viewed this path as mere imitation that would never earn true acceptance. Dr. Joseon powerfully concluded his speech by repeating his core message: to survive in America, one had to become an American. After a brief pause, the announcer thanked the doctor for his speech and then introduced the next speaker, His Highness, the Crown Prince. As he approached the stage, the prince thought directly of Ch1, wondering what had compelled him to deliver such a speech. He resolved to shatter those foolish ideas, opening his own speech by reminding the scholars that they were, first and foremost, the young heroes born in Joseon, an unchangeable truth. With conviction in his voice, he implored them to never, ever forget their roots. The prince thought directly of Ch1, wondering what motivations drove the man to accept the invitation only to deliver such a contrarian speech. He resolved then and there to shatter those foolish ideas, declaring to the audience that he stood before them to remind the scholars that they were, first and foremost, the finest young men born in Joseon. With unwavering conviction, he implored every student in attendance to never, ever forget their roots. A young man in the crowd listened with a stony expression, his face a mask of unreadable thoughts. A profound silence fell over the hall as the prince's words hung in the air, awaiting a reaction that did not come. Observing the stillness, the prince concluded that some were deliberately pretending not to understand Korean, and he mentally challenged them to maintain the act. He continued his address, warning them that even with perfect English, they would never be seen as true Americans, but would always be regarded as mere foreigners from the East. The prince urged them to abandon the futile effort of temporarily escaping racial discrimination and instead focus on strengthening their abilities and remembering who they were. He conceded that the path would be difficult at first but encouraged them to think positively, assuring them that by following his example, they could forge a new destiny. To that end, he promised the full support of the Hapsong Association through scholarships and living expenses, expressing his hope to see them again as even more brilliant individuals. A student, his voice filled with emotion, spoke for his peers, fervently promising they would live up to the prince's high expectations and honor the foundation's generosity. The master of ceremonies stepped forward with a cheerful laugh, formally concluding the award ceremony. With that, the first scholarship ceremony of the Hapsong Association Foundation officially came to an end. Later that night, the scene transitioned to an elegant outdoor party where men gathered under the soft glow of lanterns. The prince excused himself to wash his hands, instructing his attendant USA to remain there until he returned. As he stepped away, a young man named Unam intercepted him, offering a respectful greeting to His Highness. The prince recognized Unam, remarking that it had been a while, and the two exchanged pleasantries about their health and well-being. Unam assured the prince that, thanks to his generous support, he had been able to focus entirely on his studies. The prince, with his usual perception, sensed there was more to this meeting than simple gratitude and prompted Unam to state his true purpose. Unam then revealed that he wished to speak about his former teacher, a man the prince knew by his American name, Philip Joseon. It was then recalled how Yi Sung-man had previously shared intelligence about Ch1's questionable past, including an instance where he took a year's salary in advance before leaving the Independence Club. The prince internally processed this, viewing Unam's timely information as a calculated attempt to curry favor, and reminded himself to remain wary of the ambitious young man. He outwardly thanked Unam for the information and promised to be more cautious, while Unam humbly insisted he only wished to be of service. Just then, USA arrived, having grown worried by the prince's prolonged absence, which served as Unam's cue to politely take his leave. The prince asked USA where Ch1 was, learning that the doctor was deeply engaged in conversation with students aspiring to enter medical school. Believing such dedication deserved compensation, the prince instructed USA to deliver $500 to Mr. Ch as a lecture fee. USA was taken aback by the enormous sum, voicing his doubt that the doctor would ever accept such a payment. The prince insisted that he would, but then added a curious command: if the doctor refused, USA was to make absolutely sure he took it anyway. He then explained his strategy, telling USA to invoke the doctor's own words about adopting American ways, reminding him that in a capitalist nation, nothing was ever free. The prince privately contemplated his scheme, reasoning that Ch1's known greed and political naivety would lead him to accept the money, a move that would ruin his standing within the immigrant community once the news spread. He felt he now understood exactly why Ch1 had accepted his invitation and delivered that particular speech. A striking visual showed a man in a fine Western suit holding a champagne glass, looking down upon two figures in traditional Joseon attire. The prince mused that anyone who tried to spoil another's celebration should always be prepared to face the consequences. He thought of an old Joseon proverb about a pumpkin rolling in unexpectedly, feeling it perfectly suited his luck as two men introduced themselves as Orville and Wilbur Wright. Recognizing the legendary brothers who had conquered powered flight, the prince expressed that it was a distinct honor to meet such famous figures in person. The brothers countered that they had heard the prince himself was even more famous, a statement that genuinely surprised him. They explained that at the recent Seattle Investment Expo, his name had been on everyone's lips, with titles like the man who turned wastelands into gold and a real estate investment genius. The prince was astonished to learn that rumors of him being a fearless investor had traveled so far and wide. Brushing off the flattery, he redirected the praise to their own monumental achievement with the airplane and directly asked what had brought them to him. In response, Orville Wright held out a collection of documents for the prince to inspect. The prince examined the papers, quickly identifying them as news articles about their aircraft, the Flyer 1, but noted that the technical documents described a more advanced model, the Flyer 3. Wilbur Wright confirmed that they had made substantial performance improvements, doubling the flight time to an astounding 30 minutes. Having heard of the prince's boldness in funding new ventures, they formally asked if he would consider investing in their company. The prince shrewdly questioned why such an impressive invention was not already a commercial success. The brothers hesitantly explained that they had secured a conditional contract to supply their machine to the military. Upon further questioning, the prince learned the contract depended on a successful flight, which he pointed out seemed to have already occurred according to the news articles he held. The Wrights vehemently insisted the Flyer 3 had indeed flown successfully, but confessed that for reasons they couldn't understand, the U.S. military was refusing to honor the agreement. The prince instantly grasped their predicament. They had a product and a factory plan, but currently had no buyers. He reflected on the moment's historical weight, recognizing that while the brothers were brilliant inventors, their lack of business acumen was their downfall, a piece of history he could now change. He knew that securing a foothold in the dawn of aviation would immeasurably increase his own power, and he was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. Adopting a professional tone, he stated that no investment could be made without proper vetting and demanded to see a demonstration flight of the Flyer 3, a proposal the brothers immediately agreed to prepare. 1 month later, at a makeshift airfield near San Francisco, the prince inquired if the flight preparations were complete, and the Wrights asked about the large group of people accompanying him. The prince introduced his companions, influential leaders on Chang-ho and Park Yong-man with their students, alongside his top agricultural engineer, Kim Jong-rim. He explained that they were his people, and he felt it was vital for them to witness this momentous event, an idea the brothers welcomed. With everything in place, the prince admitted that he too was eagerly looking forward to the demonstration. As the Flyer 3 soared into the sky, the Joseon guests cried out in disbelief, and the prince hoped that seeing the impossible become possible would serve as a powerful inspiration for them all. Amid the excitement, the prince turned to Kim Jong-rim and asked if he understood the specific reason he had been brought here. Jong-rim correctly surmised it was related to agriculture, prompting the prince to mention their need for more efficient farming methods beyond the tractors they had purchased. The prince then planted an idea, suggesting they could use the aircraft to spray liquids and solids from above, a concept Jong-rim immediately expanded upon, imagining scattering rice seeds or pesticides from the sky. While the prince noted the technical challenges of controlling the location and amount, Jong-rim confidently replied that he would begin studying the complex factors involved. The prince was inwardly impressed by his engineer's quick and insightful grasp of the concept. Next, An Chang-ho and Park Yong-man approached to ask about their purpose there, and the prince revealed that the airplane was originally designed for military use. The two men reacted with dawning realization, understanding its potential as a formidable weapon. The prince continued, explaining that future performance improvements could extend the aircraft's range far enough to reach the shores of Japan. He then directly addressed Park Yong-man's ambition to create a military academy, proposing that while that was currently unfeasible, establishing a flight school would raise no such political issues. Reminding them that the gap between civilian and military technology was small, he offered Park Yong-man the chance to take charge of the new flight school, which the man accepted with passionate resolve. The prince looked toward the sky, seeing the airplane not just as a machine, but as a critical stepping stone that would advance his cause in any direction he chose. One of his trusted men, still processing the immense implications, turned to the prince and asked him to explain what all of this truly meant. Following the resounding success of the demonstration flight, the negotiations began in earnest. The Wright brothers were incredulous, questioning the prince's demand that they relinquish all marketing and demonstration flights as a condition for his investment. The prince calmly explained that his intention was for them to focus exclusively on perfecting their aviation technology, adding that he had done his research on their past struggles. He presented a news clipping detailing their inability to counter media attacks, particularly those from Smithsonian director Samuel Langley, which left one of the brothers stammering a denial. The prince reassured them that he wasn't trying to cancel the deal, but rather to propose a strategic division of labor based on their respective strengths. He laid out his primary condition: he would manage all external affairs, while their sole focus would be research and development. Despite one brother's hesitation at giving up their public flight demonstrations, the other decisively agreed to the prince's terms. Pleased with their decision, the prince assured them they would not regret it and suggested they proceed with reviewing the other terms and signing the contract. However, one of the brothers expressed curiosity, asking why the prince wanted the factories in the West when an East Coast location would be better for European exports, prompting the prince to reveal he had 4 specific reasons. He explained his first reason was the low cost, citing a job support bill the governor of California was introducing to revitalize the economy after a recent earthquake. The prince elaborated that this new bill included special laws offering significant discounts on land purchases and major corporate tax cuts for new businesses. He concluded his first point by stating that building their factory in California would result in substantial financial savings for the new company. For his second reason, the prince revealed his plan to modify the Flyer 3 into an agricultural aircraft, targeting the vast farmlands of the American West and Midwest. The brothers were stunned by this brilliant idea, admitting they never would have conceived of using their aircraft for agricultural purposes and praising the prince's unexpected ingenuity. The third reason, he explained, was proximity, as he intended to personally oversee the first factory and needed it close to his residence, though they could choose the location for a future second factory. Lastly, the prince requested that the brothers give lectures to students at his school, which prompted them to ask what subjects they would be expected to teach. He clarified that he operated a technical school and wanted his students to learn the principles of airplane construction directly from the inventors, which would accelerate his own business ventures. With all his cards on the table, the prince formally asked if they accepted all of his conditions for the investment. By July, the political atmosphere in California's social circles was buzzing with activity surrounding the upcoming gubernatorial elections. The prince inwardly celebrated his role in ousting a political rival named Abe, hoping Governor Pardee's career would continue to ascend, just as a man approached and greeted him. The stranger introduced himself as Anthony Roat, the new president of the powerful South Pacific Railroad Company. The prince returned the greeting, acknowledging that he was well aware of the man who ran the largest company in the entire state of California. Roat expressed his personal gratitude, subtly alluding to the prince's part in orchestrating Abe's political dismissal. Understanding the implicit message, the prince suggested that this shared interest could form the basis of a very good relationship between them. Eager to proceed, Roat asked for the prince's advice on how the railroad company should manage its difficult relationship with the new governor. After hearing that Governor Pardee was not aligned with the railroad's interests, the prince cryptically advised Roat that the best course of action was to simply stay still for the time being. Roat interpreted this metaphor about passing rain to mean that their strained relations with the governor would eventually improve over time. The prince, however, harbored a deeper strategy, knowing Pardee's ambitions would soon take him to the central government, a move he decided to subtly help accelerate. Rohat's eyes widened in shock as he began to grasp the true depth of the prince's political foresight. The prince then handed him a piece of information, remarking that it would surely be better for everyone if the political storm passed as quickly as possible. A wave of realization washed over Roat as he understood the prince's meaning. He was to help engineer the governor's promotion to a federal position, thus removing the obstacle and strengthening their alliance. Sealing their new pact, Roat offered the prince his business card and extended an open invitation to visit his company. The prince felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing that all his players were gathering on the board he had set, and casually agreed to visit sometime. Amid the low murmur of the crowd at the political gathering, another figure approached the prince. The man greeted him respectfully, and the prince immediately identified him as the governor's personal secretary. The secretary presented a small gift, explaining it was a token of the governor's gratitude that would prove quite useful. The prince took the item, a simple letter, and examined it with a flicker of curiosity. As he registered the contents, his gaze sharpened with an almost startling intensity. He was shocked to realize he held an invitation to the Bohemian Club, the most secretive and powerful society in the nation, from which a long line of U.S. presidents had emerged. He marveled at the unpredictability of life, recalling his multiple failed attempts to join the club in his past life as a lobbyist, only to now have an invitation fall into his hands. Noting the date was just 2 days away, he deduced it was for an interview, not an automatic acceptance, and steeled his resolve to secure his membership at any cost. As fate would have it, his moment of truth was fast approaching. On the afternoon of July 27, the prince arrived at the discreet entrance of the Bohemian Club, where he was formally welcomed. A brief, sharp look crossed his face as he took in the man tasked with guiding him inside. The attendant politely addressed him as a candidate and instructed him to follow. Before the interview could begin, he was directed to a table and asked to sign a document, a request he found slightly peculiar. He quickly identified it as a non-disclosure agreement, understanding it was part of the club's long-standing tradition of secrecy, and readily agreed to sign. After he handed back the signed document, the attendant informed him that the interview would commence shortly. From the shadows of the interview room, an unseen member made a disdainful remark about the prince's supposedly unsightly attire. A moment later, one of the seated figures officially welcomed the candidate to the interview. The prince immediately identified the speaker as the group's leader and returned the greeting with calm composure. The leader began with a pointed question, asking who had provided the prince with his invitation, a clear test which the prince recognized as an attempt to force him to reveal his connections. Instead of answering directly, the prince cleverly deflected, suggesting that one of the anonymous men sitting before him must have been his sponsor. He then challenged their hypocrisy, questioning why he should be expected to reveal his sources when they all insisted on remaining anonymous. He deftly pivoted the conversation, arguing that his potential contributions to the club were far more important than the identity of the person who invited him. Conceding the point, the leader agreed with his logic and announced that the official interview would now begin. What followed was a period of casual conversation, as the members engaged in small talk designed to subtly gauge the prince's character and demeanor. After some time, the leader thanked him for his sincere answers but stated that there was one final, crucial question he needed to ask. He explained that their club was built on mutual benefit and demanded to know what the prince could offer them, to which the prince boldly replied that he could offer them his secret to investment success. He elaborated on his offer to share future monumental business opportunities with the members, all while privately vowing to keep the largest share of the profits for himself. The interview concluded, and the leader instructed the prince to wait in the room while the members deliberated on their final decision. A heated debate immediately erupted, with one member opposing his entry simply because he wasn't American, a reason another member quickly dismissed by pointing out his own foreign birth. The dissenting member scoffed at the prince's title from a small country, expressing his clear prejudice against allowing an Asian man to join, though another member voiced his indifference. A key supporter then spoke up, expressing his eagerness to learn about the investment opportunities the prince had proposed, and called for a final vote. The vote resulted in a stunning 5-5 tie, an unprecedented event in the club's history, leaving the final, deciding vote in the hands of the chairman. The fate of the prince's membership ultimately rested on a single question posed to the chairman: approval or disapproval. A full hour of tense deliberation passed before a decision was finally reached. At last, a man emerged to greet Prince Yi, offering an apology for the extended wait. The prince, noting the shift from candidate to his formal title, calmly replied that he had been quite content admiring the club's paintings. The man officially congratulated him on becoming a full-fledged member of the Bohemian Club, then introduced himself as Jules Eugene Pages. The prince immediately connected the man's exceptionally soft voice to the deer mask from the interview, a deduction that caught Pages by surprise. Impressed by the prince's sharp ears, Pages admitted it was the first time had been identified that way and apologized on behalf of the others for the intensity of the interview. He revealed that the deliberation had been prolonged due to a perfect split in the votes, which had sparked a fierce debate among the members. Pages explained that the chairman had ultimately cast the deciding vote in the prince's favor, but added that a Mr. Phelan remained vocally dissatisfied with the outcome. The prince absorbed this critical piece of information, his expression unreadable. Remembering the club's strict code of secrecy, he feigned a sudden distraction with a nearby painting, prompting Pages to dismiss his own comment as unimportant. Pages observed the prince's genuine interest in art, a sentiment the prince readily affirmed. In a sudden moment of clarity, the prince connected the name Phelan to its infamous owner, the former mayor of San Francisco, James D. Phelan. He recalled Phelan as a virulent racist who built his political career on anti-Asian rhetoric and later pushed for discriminatory laws, realizing this was the man behind the rabbit mask. The prince made a silent vow to keep a close watch on this new adversary, even as Pages continued to speak about the Parisian artist who had created the painting. Hearing the mention of Paris, the prince remarked that Pages' own name seemed quite familiar to him. He correctly identified Pages as a renowned landscape painter, though the artist modestly downplayed his level of fame. The prince inquired about Pages' work in France and requested a tour of Paris, an offer which Pages graciously accepted, promising introductions to other young artists. The prince's mind ignited with the possibilities that this connection offered, thinking of the great young painters active in that era. He secretly schemed to begin acquiring the early works of future legends like Renoir, Monet, and even Picasso before their genius was widely recognized. Pages then offered a tour of the entire clubhouse, an invitation the prince eagerly accepted, gesturing for his new acquaintance to lead the way. After guiding him through the club's many opulent rooms, Pages finally brought him to the one location the prince had been most curious about. He explained that the seemingly ordinary study was the place where members gathered every Friday to play poker. Pages then revealed the room's secret, pressing a hidden switch on the wall. A section of the wall slid away, revealing a secret passage that led to a completely different part of the club. The passage opened into a lavish, smoke-filled chamber where powerful men were engrossed in high-stakes card games and private discussions. Before they entered, Pages offered a cryptic piece of advice, warning him not to step inside if his only goal was to weave a web of connections. The prince was baffled by this paradox, wondering why a club designed for networking would discourage its very purpose in its most exclusive room. Just then, a familiar voice called out his name, expressing surprise at their second meeting. It was Anthony, who was equally shocked to discover that the prince was also a member of the prestigious club. Wasting no time, Anthony invited the prince to join a poker game that was just about to start. Seizing the opportunity to ingratiate himself, the prince replied that joining them sounded like a wonderful idea. Anthony enthusiastically introduced the newest member and the talk of the town, Prince Yi Kang, to the men at the table. The prince immediately recognized one of his opponents as Francis J. Henney, the famous prosecutor who had taken down the corrupt politician Abe Roof. He then identified another player as William Randolph Hearst, the formidable media mogul and the very embodiment of yellow journalism. The prince offered a charming greeting to them all, privately assessing that this game could prove to be incredibly beneficial. His mind drifted back to his past life as Park Byung-jun, a time when he had been a master poker player who could strategically win or lose to influence his targets. For tonight's game, however, he decided his best strategy was to appear as a complete novice to lower their defenses, feigning ignorance about the rules. Hearst chuckled at Henney's concern over the prince's money, reminding him of the prince's vast fortune, a sentiment the prince playfully agreed with. With the introduction settled, the dealer was instructed to shuffle the deck and deal the first hand. The prince grew internally frustrated by the intense, silent focus of the other players, wishing they would break the silence and reveal valuable information. Taking matters into his own hands, he remarked that he preferred a bit of conversation during a game and asked if anyone had an interesting story, hoping to spark a discussion. Another player agreed that their game had been too quiet and prompted the table to share some interesting rumors for the prince's benefit. Hearst slyly turned the tables, suggesting that perhaps the prince himself had something to share, a clear tactic to bait him into revealing information. Recognizing the maneuver, the prince decided to take the bait, casually mentioning a rumor about Abe Roof's supposedly imminent release from prison, which elicited a shocked reaction. The men confirmed the rumor, estimating that Roof would likely be out in about 2 years. It was explained that Roof had made a plea bargain, ratting out several powerful associates to save his own skin. The consensus at the table was that even upon his release, Roof's career was over, as no one would ever trust a traitor. This discussion prompted Hearst to announce that he had an interesting topic of his own to raise. The others at the table leaned in with great interest, wondering if he was about to share another one of his famous investment tips. Instead, it was the prince who spoke, advising everyone at the table to sell any British bonds they held immediately. His confident declaration was met with immediate skepticism as the other players demanded his reasoning. He laid out his theory, explaining that British insurance payouts for the earthquake would drain the nation's gold reserves, forcing it to draw gold from America. Consequently, he predicted, the Bank of England would have no choice but to raise its interest rates in the near future. One of the men countered, stating that his own sources within the Bank of England had mentioned no such plans. The prince clarified that it was not a rumor but a logical prediction, as raising interest rates was the most effective tool for recovering lost gold reserves. After a brief lesson on the inverse relationship between interest rates and bond prices, he nonchalantly left the decision in their hands, comparing it to a choice in poker. With his financial prophecy delivered, the prince glanced at the time and abruptly announced his departure. He bid the men a warm farewell after a thoroughly enjoyable evening, promising to see them again soon. As he turned to leave, a man called out, asking him to wait for just a moment. The man was the club's musician, who approached and explained that a woman named Selina had asked him to deliver an item to the prince. Meeting his subordinate outside, the prince showed him the hotel key he had just received from a woman named Selina. His subordinate's eyes widened in disbelief, recognizing the name of the famously unattainable singer who was known for rejecting every single suitor. He recounted her reputation as the most popular singer in San Francisco, a woman pursued by countless powerful men, none of whom she had ever entertained. The prince himself was puzzled by the gesture, which led his subordinate to conclude that she must have found him uniquely interesting. Faced with the decision, the prince chose to go to the hotel, driven by a need to understand the motive behind her mysterious invitation. Upon his arrival at the designated room, the door opened to reveal the beautiful singer Selina, who welcomed him warmly. The prince greeted her in return and, without preamble, directly asked why she had summoned him. Selina simply smiled, suggesting that the reason for her invitation was something best discussed privately inside her room. The prince bluntly asked if she was attempting to seduce him, to which Selina coyly replied that if he felt that way, then perhaps she was. He feigned acceptance, remarking that he had no reason at all to refuse the seduction of such a beautiful woman. However, he astutely observed that despite her smile, a slight tremor in her chin betrayed a deep nervousness, suggesting she was not acting of her own free will. His demeanor shifted instantly as he demanded to know who had sent her, a question that clearly caught her off guard. He clarified his suspicion by asking if she had been paid for this, cutting through her feigned offense by offering to pay her double. The prince made his counteroffer clear, promising to give her twice the amount her employers offered if she revealed their identities. Selina confessed she had been promised a large sum of money just to get close to him, prompting the prince to wryly comment on what a bold approach that was. She elaborated that her handlers believed her life would flourish, as they knew the prince was the type to give everything to a woman he fell for, a detail which troubled him greatly. A cold realization washed over him, someone who knew him intimately was trying to lay a trap for him. He pressed her for their names and faces, but she could only recall two individuals, one of whom was an American who had given her the money. Selina added that she was scheduled to receive her final payment the next day, which led the prince to deduce the person who hid their face was the true mastermind. He then instructed her to meet her contacts as planned, tell them she had succeeded, and assured her that he would take care of everything from there. The following day, at a cafe near the hotel, the prince briefed his subordinates, Aaron and Max, on the previous night's events and confirmed that he had Selina followed. He asked them for an update, and they reported that, as instructed, they had successfully witnessed the meeting with the person who hired Selina. His men explained that they had tailed the white man in his 30s whom Selina met, and that his final destination was extremely concerning. They revealed the location to be the Japanese consulate in San Francisco, which confirmed the prince's fears that his enemies were beginning to make their move. His subordinate then added that what was even more serious was where the man went after leaving the consulate. The scene then shifted to the residence of Ito Hirobumi, the resident general of Korea, where he was coldly interrogating a subordinate named Fujiwara. Ito angrily slapped a report down, demanding that Fujiwara read it if he truly didn't understand the reason for the summons. A terrified Fujiwara immediately complied, his voice trembling as he acknowledged the order. He saw the report was about Prince Yi Kang, and a chilling thought crossed his mind: the resident general had other informants besides himself. Ito venomously declared his regret, stating that he had sent Yi Kang to America based solely on Fujiwara's word. Fujiwara frantically tried to downplay the situation, insisting that the second prince was not someone to be worried about and could be easily controlled. Ito erupted in fury, questioning how he could possibly still believe that after seeing the contents of the report. He furiously explained that the document detailed precisely how Yi Kang was stirring up trouble in America and gaining favor with both the press and politicians. Fujiwara stammered that the prince's influence was limited to California, seeking confirmation from his own aide that no one in Washington, D.C. even knew who Yi Kang was. He attempted to reassure his superior, arguing that no amount of noise the prince made locally could disrupt the grand plan for colonizing Korea. Ito conceded that the prince's newfound wealth and fame were not a direct threat to his plans, but admitted that the situation still greatly bothered him. He reminded Fujiwara that a group with significant influence in America had proactively contacted their consulate about the prince. This group, he recalled, had warned of the possibility that Yi Kang might join their organization and even suggested that Japan should request his repatriation. Fujiwara dismissed this concern, arguing that since Yi Kang was Korean, there was no chance he would ever be accepted as a member of a Japanese-affiliated group. Still unconvinced, Ito insisted on finding a reason to summon the prince back to Korea as soon as possible, just as a sudden idea struck Fujiwara. Fujiwara confidently announced he had a good plan regarding that very matter, immediately capturing Ito's full attention. He began by revealing that the king of Joseon had sent someone to America 2 months prior, prompting Ito to ask for the reason behind it. Fujiwara explained the envoy was sent to resolve an issue regarding thousands of Koreans who had immigrated illegally, which enraged Ito, who saw it as the king defying his authority. He then laid out his treacherous plan, to use this unsanctioned act as a pretext to find fault with the king, have him replaced, and thus force the prince's return. Pleased, Ito gave his approval, ordering Fujiwara to proceed and to also devise a way to ensure the prince could never leave Korea again once he was back. Meanwhile, the prince's men reported that the agent who hired Selena had left the Japanese consulate and was now headed to a local clubhouse. The prince reviewed his intelligence, connecting the Japanese government to the Bohemian Club and mentally running through a list of his top 3 suspects. He felt a headache forming as he considered the troubling prospect of all 3 enemies working together, ultimately deciding to rest and tackle the problem in the morning. His attempt at rest was shattered by furious shouting from inside his residence, as one man angrily demanded another get out immediately. Startled by the sudden noise, the prince's sharp ears identified the commotion as the unmistakable sound of a fight. He moved to rush inside, but his ever-cautious subordinate stopped him, insisting they enter first just in case. Inside, a furious argument was raging between 2 men, each blaming the other's failed revolutionary attempt for the loss of comrades and the prince's fall from the king's grace. As one man accused the other of recklessness, the prince took in the scene, his eyes landing on a face he had never seen before. Sensing the argument was about to escalate into a bloody brawl, he realized he needed to intervene immediately before someone was killed. He stepped forward, his calm voice cutting through the tension as he declared he had heard enough and would prefer no more fighting in his house. Looking at the disheveled men, he asked with an air of disappointment why his return home after so long was being greeted with such chaos. The stranger respectfully introduced himself as Yun Chiho, the former external vice minister, and the prince instantly recognized him as the man who had reported a past revolution, weakening his own political standing. The prince cut past the formalities, directly demanding to know exactly why Yun Chiho was present in his home. Yun Chiho revealed that he was there on a secret order, given to him directly by His Majesty, the King. He confessed that the mission was beyond his personal abilities, which was why he had come to seek the prince's help, prompting Yi Kang to ask to see the directive. The royal letter detailed a desperate mission to rescue 1,000 Koreans who were tricked into immigrating to Mexico, where they were being ruthlessly exploited without any diplomatic protection. The prince quickly surmised that the government, unable to lodge an official protest, was forced to act through unconventional means, which Yun Chiho confirmed was correct. After noting that His Majesty was clearly making every effort, the prince suddenly inquired about the absence of a man named Hobart. He pressed the issue, pointing out that this was precisely the kind of mission that Hobart would normally handle and questioning why Yun Chiho was sent instead. Yun Chiho explained that Japan's surveillance on the king's closest aides was too strict, forcing them to remain in place, which brought a small measure of relief to the prince, who was glad Hobart was safe. The prince then raised the critical issue of funding, noting the substantial cost of the rescue and asking how Yun Chiho planned to manage it. Flustered, Yun Chiho admitted he had tried to sell the Korean legation building in America but couldn't find a buyer at a fair price, which was why he had come to the prince for assistance. The prince immediately understood the man's true purpose. He wanted to sell the legation land to him and use the proceeds to fund the expatriate rescue. Yun Chiho nervously confirmed this was his hope, expressing his belief that the money would be enough to save their countrymen in Mexico. A fire ignited within the prince. He knew he must save them, recognizing this as a crucial opportunity to not only help his people but also to solidify his own power. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to his men and commanded them to prepare everyone for an immediate departure to Mexico, leaving Yun Chiho utterly stunned. The prince then declared his mission with unwavering resolve, announcing to everyone present that they were going to rescue their people. As Yun Chiho stared in disbelief, the prince issued a stunning command, ordering everyone to prepare for an immediate departure to Mexico. He then declared with unwavering conviction that their mission was to go and rescue their people. Soon after, a new ally arrived, explaining that he had heard of the prince's destination and came to offer assistance, voicing his concern over the dangers of Mexico. The man then introduced 2 of his own men, both fluent in Spanish, offering them to the prince as interpreters and bodyguards for the perilous journey ahead. With all preparations finally complete, the entire company departed for Mexico, united under a single, common goal. As they traveled, the prince dryly observed that a peaceful journey seemed to be an impossibility. He decided this difficult transit was an opportunity, resolving to use the time to uncover the hidden past between 2 of his men by questioning Yun Chiho directly. Leaning forward, the prince confronted Yun Chiho, asking if the rumors were true that he had been the one to inform on Gojong's revolutionary plan. The pointed accusation hung in the air, causing the mustached man Gojong to dart a surprised and wounded glance to the side. After a tense silence, Yun Chiho confirmed that he was indeed the informant, an admission that caused Gojong to erupt in a cry of pure rage. The prince pressed on, asking Yun Chiho to explain why he had reported the plan, fully aware that it would endanger all of his comrades. Yun Chiho began his defense by stating that Gojong's plan had been utterly absurd, as it was built upon young military officers who had only just returned from studying abroad in Japan. He explained that Gojong had been dreaming of staging a second Gapsin coup. Yun Chiho reasoned that since the original coup had failed miserably for lack of support, he saw no difference in Gojong's new plan and felt he had no choice but to report it to minimize the inevitable damage. He further justified his actions by citing the ignorance of the common people and the pervasive corruption of mid-level officials, which convinced him that any revolution would be useless. Gojong found it incomprehensible that someone would inform on their own comrades based purely on personal judgment, but Yun Chiho revealed there had been a far more significant reason for his betrayal. At that, Gojong realized the devastating truth: the betrayal stemmed from the fact that Yun Chiho had never trusted him in the first place. Yun Chiho coldly confirmed this was correct but added that he trusted Gojong now, prompting the prince to ask what had caused such a significant change of heart. Yun Chiho explained that he had recently started reading newspaper articles about the prince's ventures, which painted a picture of major investment success, improved Korean-American relations through earthquake relief, and the establishment of a talent-nurturing scholarship foundation. The prince internally mused that the people were clearly talking, recognizing one of the stories was about his own grandfather, the Hungseon Daewongun. Yun Chiho concluded that it was because of these accomplishments that many citizens now longed for the prince, whom he recognized as a talented man with sharp judgment and fluency in multiple languages. In his mind, however, the prince privately assessed Yun Chiho's flaws, noting his elitist attitude and passive nature, and silently questioned if a man who betrayed his comrades once could ever be truly trusted again. Concluding that Yun Chiho might still have his uses, the prince decided he needed more time for observation and brought the intense conversation to a close, instructing everyone to get some rest. After their long journey, the group finally arrived in Mexico City, where Yun Chiho immediately took the lead and began negotiations with the central Mexican government. The prince simply observed the proceedings, taking the opportunity to quietly assess Yun Chiho's abilities, but the outcome was deeply disappointing. Yun Chiho emerged from the meeting in frustration, exclaiming at how uncooperative the officials were and immediately blaming Japanese interference. Unsurprised, the prince concluded that this failure had been inevitable, as Japan must have discovered their plan the moment Yun-Chiho sought him out. Now, he waited to see what the man would do next. Yi Kang directly asked Yun-Chiho for his next move, to which the dejected man replied that there was no choice but to unfortunately return to Korea. Appalled by this response, the prince questioned if he was truly giving up so easily, without even planning to visit the Yucatan where their people were being worked like slaves. Yun-Chiho attempted to justify his cowardice, arguing that if all the high-ranking officials refused to help, then there was nothing he could accomplish by seeing the migrants. Having heard enough excuses, the prince cut him off and declared that from that moment on, he would be the one to handle all negotiations. A few days later, a new meeting was arranged. The ministers of immigration, agriculture, and justice greeted the prince with weary skepticism, wondering why he had returned to see them after their previous rejection. The prince began by offering a formal apology for his subordinates' rudeness, but as an official dismissed the gesture, he insisted they first accept a gift he had brought. On his command, one of his men stepped forward, carrying a beautifully ornate box. As the officials marveled at the unique pattern, the prince explained that it was a traditional Korean craft called naejin, decorated with mother-of-pearl. He then revealed that inside the box, he had enclosed his deepest apologies, opening it to reveal stacks of money that left the ministers speechless. An angered official accused the prince of mocking them with such a blatant bribe, but Yi Kang calmly assured him that the gift had nothing to do with his previous request. He urged them to accept it without worry, promising he had no intention of using it as leverage for unreasonable demands, all while internally acknowledging that Japan had already blocked his official path. The prince knew that even if the officials accepted the bribe, they wouldn't risk helping a private individual in a matter of national importance. Therefore, he pivoted to another approach, casually asking the Minister of Immigration if it was true that his cousin owned a large plantation near Cancun. Yi Kang's strategy was to leverage the fact that most Mexican officials came from wealthy agricultural families by proposing that the minister's cousin gather all the local Korean migrants onto his single plantation. His plan involved paying the necessary penalty fees to other landowners to transfer the laborers' contracts to the cousin's care, creating a safe and legal way to rescue them while completely bypassing Japanese interference. He then formally asked the immigration minister if he could arrange for his cousin to gather the Koreans in Cancun, and the minister confirmed that such a request was certainly possible. The minister then helpfully pointed out that there was an even larger population of Korean migrants located in the city of Merida. Seizing the opportunity, the prince turned to the Minister of Justice, asking to entrust him with the task in Merida, stating that an official document declaring the original immigration contracts illegal would be all he needed to handle the rest. Having successfully secured the cooperation of the Justice Ministry, the prince traveled onward and soon arrived in the city of Merida. Upon his arrival, he discovered that the sight of his countrymen's suffering was far worse than he could have ever imagined. A local official, sweating profusely, greeted him and confirmed that the Minister of Justice had already informed him about the prince's visit regarding the immigrants. Seeing the guilt on the man's face, the prince cut straight to the point, stating that since the official already knew why he was there, he would not repeat himself. He then gave a firm and simple command, demanding that the process for their release be expedited immediately. The local official quickly agreed, assuring the prince that he had already spoken to all the nearby landowners about terminating the fraudulent contracts. Through the prince's decisive actions, the fraudulent immigration case in Mexico was swiftly resolved, and all the rescued Koreans were prepared to return to the United States. A few days later, aboard a ship bound for San Francisco, Yun-Chiho remarked to the prince that he never expected him to resort to such open bribery. The prince immediately shot back, asking Yun-Chiho what other choice he had when his hands were tied by a complete lack of national or diplomatic authority. He continued passionately, questioning if he was supposed to have simply given up after one failure, turning his back while their people continued to suffer in bondage. His disappointment then turned to Yun-Chiho himself, declaring that he should have been the one willing to do whatever it took to save them, which prompted a weak excuse from Yun-Chiho about not having the prince's immense wealth. Yi Kang dismissed this excuse, reminding Yun-Chiho of the $80,000 from the legation land sale and demanding its immediate return, as he had used his own funds for the rescue mission. As Yun-Chiho reluctantly handed over the money, the prince declared his intention to teach the man a harsh lesson about his dangerously passive attitude. He lectured that even without a single coin, Yun Chiho should have at least shown the unwavering will to save them, especially if he truly wished to fulfill the king's command and felt any compassion for his countrymen. The prince argued that if his desire had been genuine, he would have at least tried to do something, which finally broke Yun Chiho, who could only offer a defeated apology. Shifting his tone, the prince then recalled a previous conversation, reminding Yun Chiho that he had once compared the prince to his own grandfather. He affirmed that he deeply respected his grandfather and strove to follow his teachings, living by his wisdom even to that day. However, the prince revealed one critical difference between them: while his grandfather cherished rare orchids, he himself preferred plum blossoms, which bloom only after enduring the hardest of winters. He concluded his lesson with a stark warning, stating that he had no interest in fragile orchids raised in a greenhouse and advising Yun Chiho to become a man like the resilient plum blossom, for he had no use for a hollow scholar. Following 2 years of hardship, the 1,000 Korean immigrants enslaved in Mexico had finally found freedom, a victory secured by Prince Wuwang, who had also established a scholarship foundation to cultivate new talent, greatly improving his reputation back home. The prince wondered aloud how such detailed news of his activities had reached the Korean Empire, prompting Hyunsik to explain that a man named Lee Min-woo had recently returned to Hanyang. The prince immediately recalled Lee Min-woo as a remarkably clever man who had arrived with the first wave of immigrants, known for his ingenuity in matchmaking brides within the community. Concluding that Min-woo must have been the source, the prince instructed Hyunsik to summon the man to his residence as soon as he returned. But as he scanned a newspaper, the prince's expression suddenly hardened, recognizing that his adversaries had finally made their move. With a grim look, he gave a sharp command to Hyunsik, ordering him to gather everyone at the house at once. During the urgent meeting, the room filled with outrage as the news spread that the Japanese were once again resorting to their deceitful tactics, this time by banning Korean immigration altogether. A newspaper headline laid bare the deception, showing the Japanese Empire was banning Korean immigration under the flimsy pretense of protection against supposed fraud. One of the men explained that Japanese bribed media outlets were aggressively pushing this narrative, and despite calls for calm, the group's anger swelled over the suffering of their people. The prince, however, remained composed, revealing that he had anticipated this exact move and had already put countermeasures in place after a private meeting with Governor George Pardee. He explained that since his support had been instrumental in the governor's election, he had called in the favor, and Pardee had assured him the matter was well within his authority to handle. The result was a firm guarantee that until 1911, for as long as Pardee was governor, all Korean immigrants arriving in California would be officially approved. A critical flaw in the plan was quickly pointed out: since they had lost their diplomatic rights, Japan could simply refuse to issue passports, preventing their people from traveling at all. The prince countered with a bold solution, declaring that they would simply issue the passports themselves, a statement that left the room in confused silence. He then laid out his legal argument: since Japan had forcibly and illegally stripped them of their diplomatic rights, the authority to issue passports could be argued to still belong to them under international law. Inspired by this, one of the men proposed they recruit former foreign affairs officials to replicate passports and use a sea route from Primorai to San Francisco, a plan the prince praised for its quick thinking. Still, a concern was raised that this workaround was temporary and that Japan could use international law against them, leading to a question about whether any other alternatives existed. The prince confirmed there was another way, turning to Joseon and USA to inquire about their recent trip to Tijuana, Mexico, which they affirmed was to check on the local immigrants. He brought everyone's attention to the fact that about 1,000 of their countrymen were currently living in a temporary settlement in Tijuana. He then revealed his trump card: the mayor of Tijuana was the son-in-law of the Mexican Minister of Agriculture, a man the prince had recently befriended, and he planned to negotiate the use of the city as a transit point. The plan was simple yet brilliant: their people would enter Mexico, obtain new citizenship, and then legally re-enter California, completely bypassing any Japanese interference. With the primary strategy settled, the prince turned to Wu Song, informing him that he had a specific and crucial task for him regarding Mexico. He then revealed his ambitious plan to establish a military academy in the region, formally placing Wu Song in charge of the entire operation. Wu Song's face lit up with elation, and he enthusiastically accepted the long-awaited responsibility, promising to do his absolute best. The prince advised that while the locals might be wary at first, introducing themselves as a mercenary group would be a plausible cover given Mexico's poor security situation. Before concluding, he made a personal request to everyone present, asking them to take good care of the immigrants during his upcoming absence, which prompted curiosity about his destination. He announced he was heading to the East Coast to expand their political and economic influence in major power centers like New York and Washington, D.C. He then singled out John Grimm, instructing him to come along as they had important business to discuss on the journey. Sometime later, the prince received a report that the development of agricultural aircraft was progressing well and was nearly ready for mass production, with machinery development also advancing thanks to the Wright brothers. Pleased with the progress, he pledged to provide as much funding as needed and encouraged the team to maintain their excellent work. The discussion then turned to his plan for an automobile company, for which his team had been diligently disassembling various engines and drafting analytical blueprints. A valid concern was raised regarding potential patent infringement issues they might face from established car manufacturers. The prince revealed his solution, explaining that by focusing on diesel engine technology, which had not yet been commercialized, they could avoid the lawsuits surrounding the commonly used gasoline engines. He declared that their next mission was to find the original developer of the diesel engine, a task he would handle personally so his team could focus on their work. Though his team trusted him, one member cautiously inquired if he might elaborate on his specific plan to acquire the technology. The prince obliged, revealing that his trip included a visit to Detroit, the Motor City, where he intended to forge technology partnerships with the manufacturers concentrated there. He radiated confidence as he told his team to expect good news upon his return, stressing that this trip was the key to resolving many of their hurdles. As he embarked on his journey, he noted that he would not be traveling alone, as Giannini had asked to accompany him to New York to learn advanced financial techniques. The banker was ambitious, hoping to expand the small bank he had been cultivating into a much larger and more powerful financial institution. The prince found this arrangement highly beneficial, since as an investor, Giannini's success was also his own, and he considered the timing of the 1907 financial panic to be perfect. He believed that experiencing the crisis firsthand would forge Giannini into an even greater financial titan than he was known to be in history. This meant a future where his own money would multiply exponentially, a thought interrupted when Giannini expressed interest in buying a car, which the prince enthusiastically supported. When asked about his own plans in Detroit, the prince stated that he was scheduled to visit the headquarters of Buick Motors. Giannini questioned the choice over more prominent names like Ford or Cadillac, prompting the prince to explain that he had shrewdly acquired Buick shares using his insurance payout. While it was only a 3% stake, he reasoned that being even a small shareholder was far better than being a complete outsider, and the two men shared a laugh over the clever strategy. However, this optimistic outlook was swiftly shattered upon meeting William Durant, the formidable president of Buick Motors and founder of General Motors. Durant began the meeting by confirming that he had been briefed on the prince's interest in pursuing a technical collaboration. He then cut directly to the chase, probing the prince about what kind of revolutionary idea he possessed that would justify starting an entirely new automobile company. The prince immediately became cautious, recognizing the undisguised greed in Durant's eyes and realizing the man would steal his idea if given the chance. He deflected with a vague mention of his passion for new technology, only for Durant to immediately offer to purchase the unnamed idea for a supposedly fair price. The prince reflected internally on the predatory nature of the era's entrepreneurs, all of whom were obsessed with monopolization and would consume any rival innovation. Realizing he had misjudged the man's intentions, he firmly rejected the offer, reiterating that he was only interested in technical cooperation, not in selling his concepts. Durant pressed further, trying to tempt him by questioning the difficulty of building a company, which only confirmed to the prince that the man was trying to shamelessly absorb his life's work. A crucial memory then surfaced in the prince's mind, history recorded that William Durant was eventually ousted from his own company for this very brand of reckless overexpansion. With negotiations clearly at a dead end, the prince moved to end the discussion, though Durant nonchalantly told him to call if he ever reconsidered selling. But just as he was about to leave, the prince turned back with a new proposal, asking Durant to confirm if the rumors about Buick buying back its market shares were true. Durant affirmed that they were retrieving all shares to finalize a complete merger with GM, unknowingly presenting the prince with a golden opportunity to sell his holdings at a premium. Seizing the chance, the prince calmly stated that in that case, he would like to sell his entire 3% stake in the Buick company. Durant readily agreed and offered to buy the shares at 10% above the day's market price, a deal they decided to finalize immediately. The prince privately rejoiced, knowing the impending financial panic would soon make those shares worthless, while an impressed Durant ordered his assistant to fetch the stock transfer documents. Even as the deal was being made, Durant made one last attempt to acquire his true prize, suggesting the prince sell his idea as well. The prince countered coolly, stating that such a decision was his alone to make, and pointed out that with his own vast capital, his door was always open for opportunities. In a masterful power play, he turned the offer back on Durant, suggesting that if the auto magnate ever wanted to start a truly new company, he should come to him for capital. A few days later, the prince arrived at the Ford Motor Company, where his guide, Hans Wave, greeted him and noted that arranging the visit had taken some time. The guide apologized for the delay, vaguely citing internal matters, and the prince was about to accept the apology when a sight across the factory ground stopped him cold. His eyes fixed on a group of workers in the distance, and he turned to his guide with a look of utter disbelief, asking if those people truly worked there. The guide gestured for the prince to follow, a request the prince readily accepted until his attention was suddenly captured by an unexpected sight. He pointed towards a group of workers in the distance, asking his guide with a hint of surprise if they were also employed at the factory, to which the man affirmed they were. The guide explained Ford's progressive hiring policy, which valued capability above all else, extending employment to people regardless of their race or physical disabilities. With a knowing chuckle, the guide led him onward, while the prince silently recalled hearing rumors that Ford truly prioritized a person's ability over their background. He admitted to himself that the delay in arranging the visit had planted a seed of doubt, making him worry Ford was a racist, but this new evidence suggested a much more reasonable man. Upon reaching an office door, the guide announced to his boss that Prince Yi Kang had arrived, and a voice from within promptly granted them entry. Inside, the legendary founder of Ford Motors, Henry Ford, rose to his feet and formally introduced himself to his royal guest. Prince Yi Kang returned the greeting, complimenting Ford on being even more impressive than his reputation suggested, before his eyes fell upon the other man in the room. The man was introduced as the influential Amedeo Giannini, who held the prestigious position as head of the Bank of Italy. The prince expressed his genuine pleasure at meeting President Giannini, adding that he was well aware of his reputation and had been hoping for such an encounter. Acknowledging the arduous journey they must have undertaken, Ford graciously invited both of his distinguished guests to have a seat. He then apologized for the delay in their meeting, explaining that the recent influx of visitors to Detroit had forced them to be cautious and thoroughly verify the prince's identity. The prince let out an understanding laugh, agreeing that in a city overflowing with money, exercising caution was not a fault but a necessity. With the pleasantries concluded, the prince correctly surmised that their initial doubts had likely been replaced by curiosity, an assumption Ford confirmed by admitting they had done their own research. Ford then politely requested permission to ask a few questions of his own, and the prince calmly signaled his consent. Wasting no time, the industrialist cut straight to the heart of the matter, asking the prince to justify a technology partnership by explaining what specific benefits his company would gain. He leaned in slightly, directly pressing the prince for a clear answer to his pivotal question. Internally, the prince was amused by such bluntness, recognizing Ford as a direct and efficient man with whom beating around the bush would only backfire. He began his response by posing a rhetorical question of his own, asking what the single greatest benefit of any cooperation between companies was. Answering his own query, he stated with conviction that the ultimate benefit was the astronomical amount of money they stood to make by working together. Ford, however, remained unfazed, challenging the prince to explain the basis for such incredible confidence. The prince revealed his own research, pointing out that Ford's production facilities were dangerously small for the explosively growing market, risking their entire market share. He then delivered a stark warning that such a weakness would lead to them being swallowed whole by Durant, before asking if they had already been in contact. Ford confirmed that Durant had indeed approached him, not for a partnership, but to shamelessly purchase his technology and ideas. The prince nodded knowingly, correctly deducing that Ford had also received one of Durant's aggressive acquisition offers. Just as Ford was about to elaborate on the proposal, the prince boldly interjected, advising him to decline the offer, a move that momentarily stunned the auto magnate. He immediately followed this with his true proposal, a massive investment in Ford, starting with $50,000 immediately and rising to $500,000 within 6 months. The sheer amount of capital left Ford speechless, but the prince calmly explained that this was the answer to his question: this money would eliminate Ford's weakness and ensure its success. The prince knew from history that Ford was destined to become America's first billionaire, and investing now, at the dawn of its engine development, was an unparalleled opportunity. After a moment of consideration, Ford agreed to the technology partnership but stated he preferred to be more cautious before accepting the investment. The prince accepted this condition without protest, assuring Ford that the generous offer would remain on the table for him to consider at his leisure. In his mind, the prince was perfectly content with this outcome, knowing that time was firmly on his side. After the meeting, Giannini turned to Ford and cryptically predicted that he would soon be calling the prince again, likely in tears, a comment which left Ford utterly confused. Giannini elaborated by sharing his own past mistake of hesitating on one of the prince's proposals, a delay that he deeply regretted as it resulted in a much worse deal later. A slightly irked Ford asked why, if he felt that way, he hadn't offered some kind of warning beforehand. Giannini philosophically replied that people only truly grow by regretting their own mistakes, a sentiment the prince laughingly endorsed before suggesting they depart. A few days later, the prince and Giannini found themselves standing before the grand edifice of the New York Stock Exchange, deciding to venture inside. They were immediately assaulted by a roar of noise as traders frantically screamed orders to buy hundreds of shares of steel. The chaotic symphony of commerce continued with desperate cries to sell off all GE stock, punctuated by the anguish of investors watching their fortunes evaporate. The prince found the scene fascinating, remarking that this place was the very soul of New York, a place where immense greed and crushing despair coexisted, leaving Giannini stunned. When asked for his impression, Giannini confessed that the atmosphere was completely different from San Francisco and left him feeling utterly drained. The prince made a cryptic comment that his friend's discomfort with the speculative frenzy proved he was destined to run a commercial bank, a remark that only confused Giannini further. Internally, the prince saw the chaos for what it was: everyday New Yorkers clutching cash and gambling on stocks, a classic signal of a market reaching its absolute peak. He knew with certainty that a crash was imminent, and in that chaos, his foreknowledge would allow him to reap massive rewards by moving in the opposite direction of the panic. Giannini defended his nervousness, insisting it was just his first time and that he might yet make a fortune in this environment. The prince playfully dismissed his friend's bravado, stating he was only there to observe, and then asked if Giannini had any plans, to which he had none. Seizing the opportunity, the prince invited Giannini to join him in meeting an acquaintance, arguing it would be good to know someone well-versed in New York, an offer his friend enthusiastically accepted. As they made their way out, the prince gave his companion a strange piece of advice, warning him to be careful with his words in front of their host. He explained that this particular person, unlike Giannini, had a mouth like a magpie and loved to gossip, a warning the banker took to heart. Arriving at the Hearst headquarters, their host expressed surprise at their early arrival, prompting the prince to explain his business in the city before introducing Giannini. Mr. Hearst offered them a welcome drink to help them relax after their journey, but Giannini politely passed on the offer. Hearst playfully chided him for being so serious, remarking that his inability to take a joke made him even more fun to tease than the prince. Seeing the conversation was at a light-hearted impasse, the prince smoothly suggested that they all take their seats. Once they were settled, Hearst again mentioned his surprise at the sudden request for a meeting, which the prince deflected by saying it was only natural to see him first. While flattered, Hearst regretfully informed them that a prior engagement meant he couldn't speak for long, an announcement that caught the prince by surprise. The prince voiced his disappointment, revealing that he had cleared his entire afternoon and the following morning just for this meeting when they were suddenly interrupted. An assistant burst into the room, apologizing for the intrusion but explaining that he had an urgent matter to deliver, and Hearst waved him in. After a quick glance at the delivered message, Hearst chuckled to himself, remarking on the boldness of the sender. He turned back to the prince and asked about his plans for the evening, to which the prince reiterated that his schedule was entirely clear. Hearst declared this was perfect, explaining he had already proposed a joint meeting to his other appointment, who had curiously and gladly accepted the chance to meet a foreign prince. The prince found the arrangement agreeable but made one condition: he wanted to know the identity of the person he was about to meet. Preferring a surprise, Hearst decided to offer a hint instead, a playful move that made Giannini mutter about how carefree their host was. Hearst then revealed the man's nickname, the Crown Prince of New York, a title so distinct that the prince instantly knew there was only one person it could be at that time. He was thrilled to finally meet this man, but a single worry tempered his excitement: the man was a notoriously blatant racist, and he was more concerned for Giannini than himself. Their host then stood, asking if they were ready to depart for the meeting, and the prince confirmed they were ready to go. On the way, the prince resolved to judge the man for himself, just as he had with Ford, pushing aside his worries as they arrived and their party was greeted. A wealthy-looking man with a mustache welcomed them with a broad smile. The newcomer and Hearst exchanged warm pleasantries, revealing the man to be none other than John Pierpont Morgan Jr., heir to the J.P. Morgan financial empire. After their friendly exchange, Hearst turned to his guests to make the formal introduction. He presented Yi Kang from the Korean Empire, and the prince offered a polite greeting, only to be met with a cold, analytical stare from the financier. The silent, scrutinizing gaze immediately reignited the prince's earlier fears, making him wonder if the dark rumors about the man's racism were about to be proven true. J.P. Morgan Jr. thoughtfully considered the prince's introduction, murmuring that they would soon see how well they could get along. He then directly questioned if the rumors about the prince being an unyielding supremacist were true. Before Yi Kang could process the blunt inquiry, Morgan Jr.'s demeanor shifted to one of cordiality, as he expressed his pleasure in meeting him, leaving the prince to wonder at the unexpected lack of hostility. Morgan Jr. extended a generous offer of assistance for anything the prince might need during his stay in the city, after which Yi Kang graciously introduced his companion, Giannini. Giannini formally introduced himself as the operator of the Bank of Italy, but Morgan Jr. only gave a curt acknowledgement of his San Francisco bank before offering a cool greeting. While Giannini humbly requested Morgan's guidance in the banking world, the prince silently observed the blatant discrimination, puzzled as to why their host was so kind to him but so dismissive of his associate. Changing the subject, Morgan Jr. graciously invited them to dinner since they had not yet eaten, an offer which the prince readily accepted. This friendly gesture made Yi Kang reconsider his initial judgment, as he began to wonder if Morgan Jr. was truly not a racist after all. Over a fine meal, the group engaged in casual conversation, exchanging information on the current state of American affairs and other significant topics. Hearst turned to Morgan Jr. and inquired if he should be concerned about the White House's impending crackdown on monopolies. Morgan Jr. casually dismissed the threat, confidently stating that President Roosevelt's influence would end with his term, leaving nothing to worry about. The prince listened in, aware of the poor relationship between Morgan and the president, and mused that only a New York powerhouse could speak so freely against the nation's leader. Suddenly, Morgan Jr. redirected the conversation, catching the prince off guard by asking for his opinion on President Roosevelt. Yi Kang understood he had to answer with care to maintain a good relationship, so he cautiously admitted that while he did not think much of Roosevelt, he ultimately did not like him. He elaborated on his position by recalling the treaty signed 30 years ago, in which the Korean Empire granted the United States many concessions in return for a promise of aid in times of crisis. The prince continued, pointing out with thinly veiled disappointment that the United States was now blatantly supporting Japan, acting as if their solemn promise had been forgotten. A subtle flinch was the only outward sign that Morgan Jr. had been affected by the prince's pointed commentary. Yi Kang then artfully cut his own speech short, apologizing for the uninteresting topic of diplomacy in a calculated move to prevent further questioning, though Morgan Jr. insisted the discussion was fascinating. Taking advantage of the amicable mood, the prince reminded Morgan Jr. of his earlier offer and stated that he had a request, which their host encouraged him to make. He asked if Morgan Jr. might send some of his staff to the Bank of Italy for an observational period, explaining Giannini's keen interest in the advanced financial systems of the East. Morgan Jr. seemed agreeable to the idea but requested to first understand the operational structure of Giannini's bank. Giannini explained that their business model involved providing loans to small business owners and growing through interest profits, acknowledging that they were still expanding steadily from a small base. With a dismissive sneer, Morgan Jr. questioned the profitability of lending to such beggars but consented to the request out of respect for the prince. As Yi Kang offered his thanks, a profound realization dawned on him: the man was not a racist, but a classist. He considered this new perspective, understanding that since most minorities were impoverished, Morgan's disdain for the poor was easily mistaken for racism. The prince concluded that this worldview was arguably worse, as Morgan was only courteous to those he deemed useful or superior, a thought that passed just as Morgan Jr. cheerfully changed the subject again. Sometime later, as they parted ways, both the prince and Morgan Jr. expressed that their meeting had been a distinct pleasure. Morgan Jr. extended a final invitation to a charity event at the mayor's residence, which Yi Kang accepted as an excellent opportunity to expand his New York connections. Their meeting concluded as a vintage black car pulled away from the curb, driving down the cobblestone street. Once inside the vehicle and away from prying eyes, Giannini finally let out a torrent of frustrated curses. The prince calmly complimented his friend on his remarkable self-control, and Giannini explained that anger was a luxury he couldn't afford if he was to endure and succeed. Yi Kang advised him to never forget that feeling of humiliation and use it to build a bank so powerful no one could ever look down on him again, a challenge Giannini accepted with a vow to surpass even the prince's own investment. A few days later, they arrived at the New York mayor's residence for the Preserve History and Share Hope charity auction. Morgan Jr. spotted the prince immediately and greeted him with enthusiasm as he arrived at the lavish event. He quickly led the prince over to his father, presenting him as the man he had mentioned previously. The prince found himself standing before the financial king of America, the legendary founder of J.P. Morgan himself. The elder Morgan explained that his son's high praise had made him eager to meet, a sentiment the prince warmly reciprocated. Their significant meeting immediately became the center of attention, a development Yi Kang knew would greatly simplify his efforts to forge new connections that evening. J.P. Morgan's wife then approached, playfully insisting that her husband introduce her to his fascinating new acquaintance, a request he humorously obliged. Just then, a familiar voice called out to Yi Kang, who turned in pleasant surprise to see Dr. King approaching. Dr. King expressed his delight that the prince remembered him, and Yi Kang assured him that he was not a man one could easily forget. The prince inwardly recalled that Franklin King was the director of the Department of Agriculture's Land Management Bureau, a key figure in his agricultural affairs whom he had met during his social debut. Dr. King mentioned he was glad for the chance to see him before he departed on a trip to the Korean Empire and Japan. Intrigued, the prince inquired about the purpose of his journey to such a distant part of the world. Dr. King evasively replied that the matter was complicated before deflecting, gesturing to another group and asking if the prince had met any other Easterners yet. The prince followed his gaze, his curiosity piqued by the mention of fellow Asians at the event. A man in elegant, two-tone dress shoes took a confident step forward on the ornate, patterned floor. He warmly greeted the prince, expressing his happiness at finding a fellow Asian and asking if he hailed from the Qing Empire, which a man beside him confirmed. Yi Kang astutely deduced their connection to Prince Gong's household, which had supplied Qing artifacts for the auction, a fact the man confirmed before introducing his companion Wu Qing, a royal relative, and himself as Wu Qing's former aide. In turn, Yi Kang revealed his own identity as a prince of the Korean Empire, a title that earned him an immediate and deeply respectful greeting. He noted the abundance of Ch1 artifacts and questioned the reason, prompting the aide to explain that they were desperately trying to secure funds for their homeland. This answer only deepened the prince's curiosity, as he observed that they could have secured a much higher price through different channels. The aide confessed the dire urgency of their situation, clarifying that they needed to amass as much money as possible in the shortest amount of time. Yi Kang quietly reflected on the state of the Ch1 Empire, beset by internal rebellions and external pressures, and felt a somber kinship with their struggle for survival. The aide then leaned in, offering a cryptic warning that the Korean Empire should also be careful, prompting Yi Kang to ask what he meant. He revealed that there were already rumors circulating that Joseon's own artifacts would soon appear in the very same auction house. The narrative confirmed that this plundering of Korea's cultural heritage had, in fact, already begun. The scene flashed back to several days earlier at Yi Kang's residence in Sausalito, where he was seen reacting with shock and disbelief to a report. A message from his associate Hale detailed how Japan's Minister of the Imperial Household had dismantled and smuggled a Korean national treasure into Japan. Yi Kang furiously ordered his men to gather evidence for a media blitz across America and Europe. His aide acknowledged the order but grimly noted that such protests were unlikely to succeed, especially as their nation's sovereignty was already slipping away. Filled with righteous fury, Yi Kang roared that he would never give up, declaring he would make an immense fortune and personally buy back every last stolen piece. This new resolve ignited a plan, and back in the present, he turned to Wu Qing's aide and insisted the man visit him in San Francisco to discuss business. He expressed a deep interest in Ch1 relics, making a generous offer to purchase any items at a fair price before they were sent to auction, for which the aide was deeply grateful. As the aide promised to visit, Yi Kang calculated how acquiring these antiques now would yield a massive profit in the future. He mused that this future wealth would be the key to reacquiring the Joseon artifacts that would soon flood the market, his thoughts then turning to which national treasures he had to secure at all costs. He steeled his resolve, knowing he absolutely could not afford to lose a single one of them. Later that evening, Giannini confided in the prince that before his arrival in New York, he had considered himself to be quite successful. He now humbly admitted he was a frog in a well with much to learn, a self-awareness the prince praised as the essential first step toward true progress. Giannini vowed to maintain a humble attitude of learning, a newfound serenity that prompted the prince to jokingly ask if he was even the same man he knew. Their conversation was interrupted by a man loudly promoting an investment seminar, handing out flyers and promising it would be a life-changing event. The promoter attempted to entice the crowd by asking if they wanted to know the future of the New York Stock Exchange. He then urged everyone to invest in the Livermore Trust, making the audacious claim that he would personally ensure their wealth doubled, a statement that immediately captured Giannini's attention. Prince Yi Kang froze, utterly bewildered as to why the notorious name of stock market speculator Jesse Livermore was being invoked at a high society charity event. The nervous promoter stammered through his opening remarks, awkwardly thanking the sparse crowd for their valuable time. The audience members exchanged confused glances, barely able to understand his garbled words, but they reluctantly decided to hear him out. He pleaded for their focus, announcing that before getting to his main point, he would offer a dire prediction about the coming month. He then declared his belief that the U.S. stock market would completely collapse, a statement that was met with immediate disbelief and confusion. The speaker launched into a shaky explanation of the gold standard, detailing how British banks had raised interest rates to compensate for gold payouts after the San Francisco earthquake. He explained that as interest rates rose, both money and gold would inevitably flow out of the U.S. and into Britain, prompting an impatient onlooker to demand he get to the point. The man connected the dots for them, stating that this outflow would create a gold shortage in the U.S., leading to financial instability and an unavoidable stock market crash. An angry man in the crowd erupted, furiously questioning what kind of investment seminar promised wealth only to deliver curses and doomsday prophecies. The promoter desperately insisted his analysis was based on hard data, not a scam, but the disgruntled investor refused to listen to another word. Deciding they had wasted enough time, the attendees began to file out of the room, grumbling in agreement. He frantically called for them to wait, trying to explain that the market stagnation over the past 3 months was a critical indicator they were ignoring. As the room emptied, he continued his lecture, asserting that the stock price was at its peak and that the nation's outdated financial system would be a major factor in the coming panic. Left alone in the now empty hall, the promoter let out a long, defeated sigh. He lamented his failure, wondering why nobody would hear him out when he was trying to offer them a genuine opportunity. Dejectedly, he acknowledged that his stutter likely undermined his credibility, and with no money left to rent another venue, he saw no hope for finding investors. Just then, a voice from behind asked if he could continue the seminar, causing the promoter to turn around in surprise, realizing someone had stayed. Re-energized, he enthusiastically confirmed that he would be happy to continue his presentation. As he turned to face his lone audience member, his eyes widened in utter shock at the man's identity. He instantly recognized the Eastern Prince, a man whose legendary investment success was the talk of the town, and realized this was his first and last great opportunity. With hands trembling from a mix of fear and excitement, he offered to present the detailed report he had prepared for the prince to review. Prince Yi Kang, with a slight smirk, calmly gestured for his entourage to step back and give them some space. The man began to continue his lecture, restating that a stock market crash was inevitable, but the prince coolly interrupted him, saying there was no need to explain that part. Yi Kang revealed that having experienced the San Francisco earthquake firsthand, he was already anticipating a financial panic triggered by rising interest rates. The man eagerly agreed, adding that in such a situation, short selling would be the most profitable strategy, a point that clearly piqued the prince's interest. This trading strategy, known as short selling, involved betting on a stock's decline by borrowing and selling shares, with the plan to buy them back later at a lower price for a massive profit. It suddenly clicked for Yi Kang, who recalled that this man's nickname was the Great Bear, a term for investors who profited from market downturns. The promoter was none other than Jesse Livermore, a legendary investor famous for turning less than $1 million into over $100 million by shorting the market during historic financial panics. Livermore clarified that his strategy wasn't one-dimensional. He didn't only bet on shorts but also bought shares when necessary, carefully assessing the situation. Prince Yi Kang listened intently and then expressed his sincere admiration for Livermore's balanced and strategic approach. Without hesitation, Yi Kang declared his intention to invest, asking the stunned speculator if he was ready to make history with him. Completely taken aback, a bewildered Livermore could only ask the prince to clarify what he meant by his grand proposal. The prince elaborated, suggesting that if they reaped an astronomical profit from the great market crash as predicted, historians would surely record their achievement for posterity. Fired up by the vision, Livermore eagerly declared that yes, he was ready to make history alongside the prince. Getting down to business, Yi Kang asked which targets Livermore had chosen for short selling, to which the investor replied with shipping, mining, steel, and railroads. The prince immediately recognized the logic, noting that those were the precise sectors that had suffered the most damage in the San Francisco earthquake. Livermore confirmed the prince's assessment, explaining their significant drop in value made them ideal targets, before asking if the prince preferred to diversify the short positions. However, Livermore revealed his plan was not to diversify but to focus all his efforts on the mining industry, which he identified as the weakest prey in the economic jungle. The prince accepted this initial strategy but queried what would happen once the panic truly began, prompting Livermore to state his next target would be the financial sector itself. Yi Kang marveled at Livermore's foresight, impressed that he was planning so far ahead when no one else was preparing for the great crash, solidifying the prince's satisfaction. The prince promised to transfer the investment funds within a week and bring a contract for them to review, leaving Livermore silently celebrating his incredible windfall. As Livermore gratefully acknowledged the terms, the prince added a specific condition: the company's name would not be changed, a detail he was told to keep in mind. This confused Livermore, who privately wondered why the prince would pass up the opportunity to have his own name attached to such a monumental achievement. Yi Kang continued, clarifying that Livermore would also remain the official representative, handling all fund operations while the prince simply provided the capital. There was a catch, however. Livermore would be accompanied by the prince's own men, and Giannini's bank would conduct the accounting audits to prevent any unnecessary thoughts. Livermore readily agreed that this was a natural measure for such a large investment and asked for any other instructions, to which the prince added that he wanted the ability to withdraw his funds at will. The speculator cautiously tried to explain that such a clause was risky for long-term reinvestment, but he could tell the prince was not interested in his excuses. Yi Kang cut him off, stating that he would personally bear any such losses and that the clause would be specified in the contract, leaving Livermore no choice but to agree. With the term set, the prince encouraged Livermore to give it his all, and for the investor, the biggest bet of his life had officially begun. That night, back at his residence hotel, Yi Kang was visited by his two confidants, Max and Aaron, who had come to his room with questions. Max immediately questioned the prince's decision to grant Livermore so much authority, voicing his particular disapproval over letting the man keep his company name. The prince simply laughed, explaining that the reason was quite simple: he had no desire to attach his own name to an enterprise that was destined to attract blame. This only confused his men further, who asked him to elaborate on what he meant by blame. The prince explained that Livermore was planning to short sell, confirming his men understood it was a way to profit from a declining market. He affirmed that their basic understanding was enough for them to follow his next point. He then posed a hypothetical scenario, asking them to imagine what would happen to an average investor if Livermore's prediction came true and the stock market was cut in half. His men correctly concluded that such an investor would be completely ruined. The prince agreed, but then pushed the scenario further, asking what would happen if that same person had used money borrowed from a bank for their investments. They quickly realized the person would become a debtor overnight, which led to the prince's ultimate question: who would all these ruined investors blame for their misfortune? One of them guessed they might blame themselves or even the government, but the prince corrected them, stating that the public would ultimately direct their anger at Livermore. He elaborated that while the federal government was the true cause, they would never admit their mistakes and would instead seek a scapegoat, subtly shifting blame onto those who profited immensely from the crisis. His subordinates slowly processed his words, contemplating the implications for those who made a great deal of profit. The prince then identified Livermore as the perfect target, explaining that since he had publicly predicted the crash through his seminars, the government would ensure he took the fall. He went on to say that if he himself were the face of the short-selling trust, he would be painted as the villain behind the crisis, receiving even harsher criticism due to being an Asian. His men grew concerned for his safety, but the prince calmly reassured them, explaining that since he had never been the public face of any of his ventures, there was nothing for his enemies to latch onto. He laid out his strategy: he would invest from behind the scenes while placing Livermore in the spotlight to absorb all the public fury, noting that Livermore would still end up far wealthier than in the original history. Finally understanding the depth of the plan, one of his men couldn't help but remark that the prince's methods were rather ruthless. Yi Kang simply corrected him, reframing his cunning strategy not as evil, but as a display of exceptional crisis management skills. Later that night, the prince carefully drafted the investment contract for Jesse Livermore, choosing every single word with meticulous precision, for he knew his very life depended on it. With the contract nearly complete, he allowed himself a small smile, eagerly anticipating the immense profits this historic gamble would soon bring him. Several days later, within the confines of Yi Kang's hotel room, a crucial partnership was finalized. The prince conveyed his trust in Jesse Livermore, who in turn promised to deliver profits far beyond his wildest imagination. On the very day the contract was signed, Livermore plunged the entire $50,000 fee into short selling, a move that made him look like a madman to the uninitiated Aaron and Max, while he and Yi Kang directed trades from the hotel. Their strategy hinged on the stock market declining, but they watched with concern as the price of U.S. steel stubbornly crept up by 10 cents. Contrary to their expectations, the stock price continued its slow ascent, seeding nervousness among the prince's men. Livermore, sensing the tension, turned to the prince and implored him to maintain his complete trust. He confidently explained that the current rise was insignificant and merely a prelude to a stagnation phase, after which he would use borrowed funds, or leverage, to multiply their profits. The prince calmly affirmed his trust in the expert, though his subordinates exchanged uncertain glances. Shifting the topic, Yi Kang mentioned that he had a favor to ask of the legendary trader. He then requested that Livermore personally instruct Giannini in the art of the trend trading method. Giannini expressed his surprise at the arrangement, but the prince insisted, stating that they could not afford to return to San Francisco empty-handed and that Livermore was the undisputed master of this technique. The prince recalled how the last financial expert sent to meet Giannini had treated him with open disdain instead of sharing any valuable knowledge. He was confident, however, that Livermore would properly teach stock investment to Giannini, whose experience was limited to civilian banking. Giannini humbly bowed, asking Livermore to take care of him, which prompted a flustered Livermore to insist the honor was all his. Yi Kang reflected that this was a sound long-term investment, as nurturing Giannini's talent would provide a lasting benefit, especially since Livermore's tenure under him was uncertain. With the lesson arranged, the prince instructed them to train diligently before departing for his own business, receiving their well wishes for his trip. His journey took him to the imposing headquarters of the Washington Post. There, he formally introduced himself to Christian, the newspaper's editor-in-chief. The prince presented his request to place an advertisement for the Right Plus E flyer for, suggesting a prominent spot on the second or third page. Christian readily agreed, while Yi Kang internally noted that this was a strategic move to build rapport with the press and, by extension, senior officials in the federal government. He then made one final request, asking if the paper could also publish an editorial in support of the Wright brothers. This was part of his plan to shift public opinion in their favor, a maneuver that he knew would ultimately serve his own interests. The editor-in-chief immediately understood, referencing the recent incident where the Smithsonian Institution had tried to outmaneuver the famous aviators. Christian lamented the nasty rumors still being spread by the institution and expressed his wish that more people shared the prince's perspective. Following this successful meeting, Yi Kang continued to network with the owners and editors of other major newspapers in New York, either by placing ads or purchasing shares to secure their goodwill. His singular purpose was to build a protective media shield for himself against the inevitable wave of attack articles that would accompany future financial crises. For his final recruitment, he met with William Randolph Hearst, the infamous king of yellow journalism, who greeted him with an unnerving awareness of his recent activities. The prince was privately repulsed by how closely the media magnate seemed to be monitoring his every move. Hearst gestured toward a document, explaining it was a matter that had been occupying his time, and urged the prince to read it. As Yi Kang's eyes scanned the page, his expression shifted to one of pure shock and outrage. The article detailed the illegal dismantling and smuggling of the 10-story pagoda of Gyeongkyeonsa by Japan's imperial household minister, a theft of Korean cultural heritage that left the prince sleepless with fury. Hearst promised to give the story widespread coverage, a decision Yi Kang knew was based on calculated self-interest rather than altruism. The prince considered the potential fallout, knowing that such a negative article in a major American newspaper would severely tarnish the positive international image Japan worked so hard to maintain. He correctly deduced that Japan would likely offer Hearst a substantial bribe or grant him any favor he desired to kill the story. Acknowledging their mutually beneficial arrangement, Yi Kang was reminded by Hearst of a previous debt between them, one the media mogul intended to settle. Hearst declared that as repayment for a past favor, he would grant the prince 3 favors of his own. He then amended the offer, noting that since one had been used today, only 2 remained, and he expressed his satisfaction that his previous advice had been put to good use. Hearst added that prosecutor Henney had also profited from the tip, immediately pressuring his family to sell their assets, which secretly pleased Yi Kang as it provided an easy path to forge connections in the legal world. Changing the subject, Hearst inquired about the unusual activities he had noticed among the banks, and the prince agreed to share what he knew under the condition of absolute secrecy. Yi Kang delivered a stark warning: hold on to cash, for the bull market was ending and the era of the bear was about to begin. A bewildered Hearst questioned the meaning of a bear market, and the prince cautioned him not to spread the word, as it could incite widespread chaos. Though Hearst agreed, Yi Kang knew the publisher would undoubtedly write an article about the impending crisis, a predictable move that was a key part of his overarching strategy. The prince took his leave, contemplating how Hearst's inevitable story would stoke public fear and cause a critical shortage of liquid cash. He foresaw that this would trigger a desperate scramble for cash by both individuals and institutions, rapidly accelerating the onset of a nationwide panic. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sickening thud from somewhere outside in the city. The prince's dark premonition was confirmed moments later when he learned that a hotel guest, ruined by the drop in stock prices, had taken their own life. He recognized that the situation was escalating dangerously and that the nightmares were only just beginning, making his continued presence in New York a liability. The need to leave the city became paramount, but he had to find a way to depart that appeared natural and unsuspicious. He knew that fleeing under the cover of darkness would be an admission of guilt, potentially leading his enemies to pin the entire crisis on him. He desperately searched for a legitimate, justifiable reason to leave New York without raising any red flags. He mused that leaving on official state business would be the perfect cover, an idea that seemed utterly impossible until one of his men burst in. The subordinate announced the urgent arrival of a Mr. On, a name the prince immediately recognized as the patriot, Joseon. Realizing this unexpected visitor could be his salvation, the prince ordered him to be brought in without a moment's delay. Joseon entered and exchanged greetings with the prince, marking a reunion after a considerable time apart. The prince questioned why Joseon was so far from San Francisco and gestured toward his unfamiliar companion. The man introduced himself as Lee Wai-jong, son of the Korean Empire's envoy to Russia, and expressed what an honor it was to finally meet the prince. Lee Wai-jong then presented a formal document, explaining that he had traveled all this way just to deliver it. As the prince took the missive, he realized it was a secret order from the emperor himself, the perfect excuse he had been looking for. His heart pounded with anticipation as he carefully unfurled the decree, desperately praying it contained the official directive he needed. His eyes widened as he read the command. He was to attend the Hague Peace Conference and expose the gross injustice of the Yulsa Treaty to the world. Without a second's hesitation, the prince turned to Max and gave a sharp order for everyone to pack their belongings immediately. He emphasized the extreme urgency of their situation, commanding his men to hurry as they needed to depart as soon as possible. A bewildered Giannini asked where they were suddenly going, and the prince informed him that an urgent matter required him to cross the Atlantic Ocean at once. Giannini immediately offered to accompany him, but the prince refused, instructing him to remain in New York and continue his financial studies with Livermore. Still worried, Giannini pleaded to at least know his destination. The prince revealed his objective, stating he was headed to the Netherlands to attend a critical conference. As their journey was set for the Netherlands, the prince delivered his final instructions to the two men he was leaving behind. While Giannini worried that Livermore's aggressive short-selling tactics might ultimately backfire, Livermore confidently assured the prince a safe journey. The prince calmly tested Livermore's understanding, asking him to confirm that the primary goal of their strategy was indeed to make money. He then posed a critical question, compelling Livermore to consider the disastrous outcome should the entire market completely collapse. The weight of the prince's warning settled on Livermore, who quickly grasped the deeper meaning and agreed to adjust the proportions of his strategy. Satisfied with his protégé's sharp intellect, the prince handed him a file of documents, explaining that they contained materials crucial for his business. Within the documents was a forecast of an impending financial crisis that would force the U.S. government to abolish its current unit banking system. This systemic change, he explained, would trigger a massive sale, creating an opportunity to rapidly acquire collapsing banks and propel the Bank of Italy from the periphery to the nation's financial center. Giannini correctly summarized the plan to buy these failing banks at a low price, and the prince instructed him to leverage his investment capital through Livermore if funds ran low. Livermore enthusiastically pledged his full financial support, promising Giannini an unending supply of capital for the ambitious venture. The prince then highlighted one specific target, the Bank of America, emphasizing that it must be acquired at all costs due to the immense marketing power inherent in its name. He elaborated that securing such a name was paramount if Giannini wished to become not just a local bank president, but a leader across the entire American financial landscape. With unwavering resolve, Giannini looked at the prince and promised he would not fail to acquire the Bank of America. Sometime later, Yi Kang arrived as summoned and respectfully asked the prince why he had been called. The prince stated his purpose directly, explaining that he needed to learn more about Li to determine if he was the kind of talented individual he required. Cutting to the chase, the prince asked for confirmation of Li's status as an agent of the Imperial Intelligence Agency. This covert organization, established by Emperor Gojong in 1902, served as Korea's equivalent of the CIA, managing secret communications and monitoring officials. Li affirmed his position, noting that the agency was comprised of elite operatives who were capable of handling both domestic and international missions. The prince realized this was a perfect development, as he urgently needed an intelligence network. However, his demand for a list of agents was swiftly rebuffed by Li as an impossible request. Li clarified that the agency's structure prevented members from knowing each other's identities unless they shared the same mission, a precaution the prince immediately understood. He noted the surprisingly systematic and compartmentalized nature of the organization, making a mental note to ensure he would inherit it directly from the emperor in the future. With the matter of the agency settled, the prince inquired about their plans for the conference, and Li explained an agent had already prepared the necessary entry documents. Li then outlined their strategy to meet their contact before moving covertly near the conference hall to make their entrance. The prince stoically shattered their hopes, informing them that the plan was already compromised, as Japan had caught on to their movements. Li's composure faltered as he struggled to think of an alternative, questioning how they could possibly neutralize Japan's relentless interference. Just as despair began to set in, a new path forward was about to be forged. A spark of inspiration hit the prince, who announced he had conceived of a new way. He asked for their absolute trust, and his men eagerly pledged their unwavering support. Sometime later, at the entrance to the International Peace Conference in The Hague, Jun angrily demanded to know why the guards were preventing their entry. He furiously pointed out their flawless documents, but the guard apathetically replied that he was under orders from his superiors to hold them for re-verification. Another agent, Li Sang-seol, listed off their perfect credentials in frustration, from passports to official invitations, wondering what more could possibly be required. The prince, however, remained calm, having concluded that if their flawless paperwork wasn't the issue, there could only be one other explanation. He surmised that either the guard before them or a higher-ranking official had accepted a bribe from Japan to bar his entry. As one of his men anxiously asked what to do, the prince advised him to simply wait, predicting that someone would soon arrive to let them through as he called out a familiar name. A moment later, his prediction came true as the very man he was waiting for appeared. The prince exchanged a warm greeting with his friend, Grand Duke Hendrik of the Netherlands, who asked why he was lingering at the entrance instead of attending the conference. He explained that he wasn't there by choice but was being actively prevented from entering, which prompted Hendrik to wonder if there was a problem with his documents. The prince assured him everything had been prepared perfectly, but the administrator was blocking them for some unknown reason, leaving the onlooking guard stunned by their apparent friendship. Duke Hendrik immediately turned to the guard and demanded an explanation for why his friend was being denied entry. A flashback revealed the extensive lobbying the prince had conducted over the past month as the guard stammered, unable to provide a legitimate reason for his actions. The prince had shrewdly arranged a supposedly coincidental meeting with the duke, who, despite his royal title, was secretly destitute, and offered him the financial relief he desperately needed. To seal their alliance, he had transferred a significant portion of the rights to his right and Lee company to Hendrik, assuring his worried men that this was a strategic investment with a required return. Their contract guaranteed Hendrik a 10% share of all European plane sales in exchange for his protection and support, a long-term play that was now paying off as the Duke cleared the prince's path forward. His men looked on in awe, realizing the prince had anticipated this very obstacle and that their month of worry had been for nothing. They could finally relax. With the way now clear, the prince confidently led his delegation toward the conference hall. But their advance was once again halted by another man, causing the prince to sigh with weary frustration at the seemingly endless stream of impediments. The man formally introduced himself as Honjo Satoshi, a special envoy sent to the conference by the Empire of Japan. The prince immediately identified him as the orchestrator of the earlier bribe and curtly tried to brush him aside, stating he was too busy to talk. Honjo, however, stood his ground and flatly informed the prince that he would not be allowed to enter. The prince's men bristled with indignation, questioning how this envoy dared to block their way. Honjo clarified that he was not merely blocking them but stopping them on the grounds that they did not meet the necessary qualifications for participation. He condescendingly suggested that the prince's time abroad had left him ignorant of the new reality: the Korean Empire's foreign affairs were now under the proxy control of Japan. The prince shot back that Honjo was the one who failed to understand the situation, asserting that a treaty signed under coercion and bribery possessed no legal validity. He therefore maintained his right to enter, but Honjo insisted that Joseon's only chance of survival was to rely on the Japanese Empire. The envoy coldly advised the prince to turn back before he brought more trouble upon himself. The prince scoffed at the mention of a great Japanese government, sarcastically reminding Honjo of how that same government had recently abandoned its people in Mexico. Having seen enough of Japan's so-called advanced diplomacy, he threw Honjo's words back at him, warning the envoy not to choose a difficult path. Internally, the prince seethed at the man's audacity, recognizing the threat for what it was and deciding he needed to be put in his place. He confronted Honjo directly, challenging the notion that a prince of an empire could be so easily threatened, causing the envoy to stammer and backtrack. The prince then casually mused that he ought to write a letter to Ito Hirobumi, the governor-general, which immediately sent a jolt of alarm through Honjo. He fabricated a story on the spot, claiming he had intended to leave peacefully until Honjo's irritating interference had convinced him to join the meeting after all. Utterly terrified, Honjo dropped all pretense and desperately apologized, begging the prince to forgive his profound rudeness. The prince looked down on the pathetic man, marveling at how he could tremble over a single remark, before Honjo pleaded to know the conditions for his peaceful departure. His only demand was simple and absolute: that Honjo immediately get out of his sight and never appear before him again. With the final obstacle removed, the prince turned to his men and announced that it was time for them to get to work. He declared that their path was finally clear, and it was now time to step onto the international stage to expose the unjust treatment of the Korean Empire to the world. The prince internally expressed his singular wish for the irritating envoy to simply disappear from his presence. With the confrontation resolved, the prince told his companions it was time for them all to proceed with their respective duties. He declared their path to the international stage was finally clear, ready to expose the injustices inflicted upon the Korean Empire. Their determined footsteps echoed through the halls, carrying them towards a pivotal moment in history. Upon entering the Grand Conference Hall, they finally found their assigned location. His companion noted with some disappointment that their seats, relegated to the very edge, reflected their status as mere invitees. The prince, however, saw a strategic advantage, musing that this blatant disrespect would only add more dramatic weight to his upcoming speech. Soon after, the chairman announced the next speaker, calling for Prince Yi Kang, the representative from the Korean Empire, to come forward. A hush fell over the assembly as the prince made his way to the podium with quiet determination. Addressing the esteemed guests, he introduced himself as Yi Kang, the second son of the Korean emperor, and stated he was there for a single, crucial purpose. He began to recount the events of 2 years prior, explaining how Japan had used military intimidation to forcibly seize his empire's diplomatic rights and revealing his intent to expose the nation's suffering. Suddenly, a furious voice from the Japanese delegation cut through the hall, shouting that the prince's words were a complete fabrication. The delegate vehemently denied any wrongdoing towards the Korean Empire and demanded that the chairman immediately halt the prince's speech. In response, one of the prince's men scoffed at Japan's denial and issued a quiet but firm threat, warning the delegate to watch his words if he valued his safety. The chairman cleared his throat and called for order, asserting that the truth of the matter would be for the assembly to decide as he allowed the speech to proceed, much to the Japanese delegate's outrage. The prince observed the scene with satisfaction, internally noting that his own widespread lobbying efforts were now paying off. Undeterred, the prince continued his address, directly accusing the Japanese government of having no shame, which prompted a stammered retort from their representative. He then brought up a devastating historical event from a decade ago, the assassination of his mother by Ronin sent from Japan, challenging their claims of non-aggression while the delegate frantically denied any government involvement. Turning his attention to the wider audience, the prince urged everyone to observe the situation and consider a chilling question, whether Japan's ambitions would truly end with Joseon. He warned that after consuming Joseon, their appetite for conquest would only grow to encompass all the small islands of the Pacific. The Japanese representative erupted again, dismissing the prince's words as nonsensical incitement and demanding he stop at once. The prince retorted that while it might sound like nonsense to them, he was certain of Japan's endless and insatiable greed. The delegate desperately pleaded with the chairman to intervene, threatening a national protest, which prompted the chairman to announce that Prince Yi Kang's allotted time had expired and instruct him to step down. Respectfully complying, the prince concluded his speech and thanked the assembly, stepping down from the podium after delivering what would later be known as Yi Kang's Hague prophecy. The following day, headlines around the world recounted the prince's speech, framing him as a little giant from the east who warned of the rise of a new evil empire. While one of his men expressed hope that the favorable press would lead Western powers to restrain Japan, the prince soberly explained that such goodwill was fleeting and no nation would ultimately come to their aid. He revealed the harsh political realities, including Japan's secret Taft-Katsura agreement with the United States and their control over foreign media, which would soon silence these stories. Furthermore, he predicted that the constant eruption of other global incidents would quickly overshadow their cause, causing it to be forgotten. The prince then clarified his primary objective, to establish an international identity for himself as Yi Kang, separate from his title as Joseon's second prince. He admitted a secondary goal was to undermine his father, Gojong, even though he knew this would attract tighter Japanese surveillance and prevent him from acting covertly in the future. Regardless, he anticipated that Japan would be in an uproar, and their inevitable reactionary measures would, paradoxically, play right into his hands. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, the political fallout was already beginning. An enraged official demanded to know how the government planned to respond to the public shaming delivered by the arrogant Joseon man. Katsura Taro, a known hardliner on Joseon policy, declared that the only solution was to dethrone the Joseon king for his perceived deceit. The debate raged before Prime Minister Seonji Kimochi and Ito Hirobumi, the resident general of Joseon. Ito Hirobumi reacted with visible alarm at the extreme suggestion. The Prime Minister, however, seemed to accept Katsura's view, agreeing to dethrone King Yi Hyang before asking how they would handle the other envoys. Katsura explained that the three envoys, whom he labeled as the main instigators, would be brought to trial and punished for disgracing the Japanese Empire. Another assemblyman concurred, adding that they must seek the death penalty for all three to make a powerful example and prevent any future occurrences. The Prime Minister praised Katsura for his supposed insight, while Ito internally fumed, recognizing their excitement at having gained the upper hand. Ito believed this was a moment for rational decision-making, silently cursing Katsura as a fool for choosing such a needlessly aggressive and provocative path. He knew from experience that the more they trampled on the Koreans, the more fiercely they would resist, and that a strategy of appeasement was far more effective than these blatant provocations. Despite his misgivings, Ito felt compelled to follow the hardliners' lead and conceded to seeking the death penalty for the three men, only for Katsura to correct him, stating the number was wrong. Katsura declared that Prince Yi Kang, the main culprit, must be included, and that the death penalty should be sought for all four individuals. He argued that under the rule of law, even a prince must be punished accordingly if he commits a crime. Ito Hirobumi could no longer contain himself, shouting for them to stop this madness and questioning if they had truly considered the massive international ripple effects of executing a nation's prince. He pointed out the practical impossibility of the situation, as the prince was in Europe with plans to move to the US, and would certainly not return willingly to face extradition and a death sentence. Katsura shot back, asking what Ito suggested they do instead, as the prince was actively shaming Japan on the world stage from his position abroad. Katsura then rallied the other assemblymen for support, who loudly voiced their agreement with his hardline stance. When Katsura hinted at forcibly bringing the prince back if extradition failed, Ito furiously questioned his sanity, appalled at the suggestion of kidnapping a royal from a Western power. The Prime Minister intervened, deeming kidnapping unacceptable but validating Katsura's point, proposing they instead strip the prince of his royal title and invalidate his passport. Ito pleaded with the Prime Minister to reconsider, warning that such a response would only provoke the Korean people further. But the Prime Minister insisted they needed to show their resolve to the international community, deciding they would formally request the extradition of all 4 envoys to apply pressure. He then specifically tasked the Resident General with applying direct pressure on the Joseon king to facilitate his son's return. Reluctantly accepting, Ito asked what punishment they would ultimately seek for Prince Yi Kang if he were returned. The Prime Minister declared the punishment would be an indefinite Wirianki sentence, a harsh form of isolated exile. Ito realized with a small measure of relief that this meant they were at least not pursuing the death penalty. The Prime Minister elaborated that they had to consider the consequences, just as Ito had insisted, because Yi Kang was still a prince, even if his title was revoked. Katsura muttered that if he were Prime Minister, he would have handled things differently, alluding to a past assassination codenamed Fox Hunt. The Prime Minister turned to Assemblyman Katsura, having overheard his cryptic and threatening remark. Katsura quickly laughed it off as a mere joke before announcing his departure, satisfied that the proceedings were heading in his desired direction. After he left, the Prime Minister told the Resident General they had much to discuss, and Ito agreed, determined to devise a strategy to keep the reckless Katsura in check. Elsewhere, a wealthy landowner named Yi Suk-yong lamented the impending abdication of the emperor, seeing the end of his nation's 500-year history on the horizon. Yet, in this darkness, he saw a faint glimmer of light from afar, the young Prince Yi Kang, boldly speaking out against injustice from the heart of The Hague. Moved to action, he instructed his subordinate, Yang Se, to assess their family's farmland before the Japanese could begin their planned land survey. He then added another instruction, telling the man to summon both his older and younger brothers to meet with him. As his subordinate left to deliver the messages, Yi Suk-yong resolved that it was better to support someone building strength abroad than to simply wait for the nation to die. Clinging to this new light of hope, he decided to stake everything on the prince's future success, making the momentous choice to go to America. In an era where lodging was scarce, it was customary for travelers to find shelter in the homes of local nobles, and the Yi family's hospitality was as renowned as their immense wealth, which was even discussed in terms of foreign dollars. Soon, whispers began to circulate through the town as one man asked another if he had heard the shocking news that Lord Yang Suik was selling off all of his land. The second man confirmed it, adding that a discount was offered for payment in foreign currency, which prompted a third to joke that he was just $2 short of being able to make a purchase. The group erupted in laughter, briefly amused by the shared joke about their financial situation. In a more serious setting, the wealthiest man in Gyeongju, Choi Hyun-sin, sought confirmation on whether the Yi Suk-yong family was truly liquidating all of their assets. His associate affirmed the rumor's validity, citing a traveler from Hanyang, and noted that another wealthy man from Suncheon had just sold his assets the week before. The trend was widespread, as wealthy families from Suwon, Cheongju, and even the entire Yi Suk-yong clan had sold everything to move to Primorsky Krai. Contemplating this mass exodus of the nation's elite, Choi Hyun-sin concluded that it was now time for him to make a momentous decision of his own. A young man approached his father to ask why he had been summoned, to which the older man replied that he had made a significant decision he needed to share. When his son inquired about the nature of this decision, the father announced his intention to send him and his siblings to America. The sons reacted with shock, questioning their father's sudden and drastic decision to send them to the United States. The father handed them their passports and a portion of his assets for travel expenses, instructing them that the remainder would be sent once the estate was fully liquidated. He then gave them specific instructions to travel to Primorsky Krai and find 2 men, Kim Deok-bae and Lee Min-woo, who were known to help Koreans emigrate to America. One son solemnly accepted the charge, pledging to honor his father's will. However, the other son declared his intention to stay behind, insisting that someone needed to remain by their father's side, a proposal the father accepted. The father gave his final farewells, urging his children to eat well and stay healthy before telling them to depart quickly as time was short. The departing son promised to travel safely to America with his younger siblings and prayed for his father's well-being in his absence. Meanwhile, at a rendezvous point in Nampo Port, a man reflected on how long it had been since he returned to his homeland, his time consumed by a mission from the prince. The independence activist Lee Dong-wai expressed his surprise to his compatriot, Yang Ji-tak, marveling that Prince Yi Kang was not only thriving but had even started an educational initiative abroad for their country. Yang Ji-tak laughed in agreement, confirming that the prince's efforts did not stop there. He revealed that the prince had also made a generous donation, expressing admiration for their patriotic work. Lee Dong-wai was stunned, asking if the prince had truly entrusted such a large sum of money to him, which Yang Ji-tak confirmed was just a portion of the total funds. Yang Ji-tak elaborated that the prince wished for the money to support education not only for compatriots abroad but also within the Korean Empire and Manchuria. The activist Shin Chai-ho wondered aloud why His Highness, now removed from the line of power, would go to such lengths for his country. He then pointed to a clause in the new People's Association bylaws aiming for a constitutional monarchy, questioning if this was the prince's ultimate goal. Yang Ji-tak quickly clarified that this was a misunderstanding, explaining that the prince had no desire for power and that he had written the clause himself, merely imagining how different things could be with such a king. He mused that their caution was understandable, given how weary people were of Emperor Gojong's own insatiable lust for power. He acknowledged their concerns, showing he understood their hesitation. Yang Ji-tak then implored them to accompany him to America, confident that meeting the prince in person would make them understand why he had authored such a hopeful clause. Elsewhere in The Hague, Prince Yi Kang reflected on his decision to stay in Europe after the World Peace Conference to observe international affairs. He considered returning to America but noted that the financial panic had not yet bottomed out and would likely worsen. Furthermore, a telegram had informed him that the investor Livermore had already made a fortune, leading Yi Kang to fear that returning now might make him a victim of the impending crash. He resolved that his best course of action was to remain in Europe and either increase his wealth or forge a powerful new alliance. His path led him to a hospital near The Hague, where he sought to create that very alliance. A man greeted the prince with a respectful bow upon his arrival. The prince acknowledged their presence, noting that they all must be weary from their ordeal. He immediately inquired about the well-being of their colleague, and was relieved to hear he was stable, learning that his discovery of the collapsed Lee-jun had averted a major incident. One of the men expressed profound gratitude, but the prince humbly insisted that the important thing was that his people were safe. Yi Kang brushed off their thanks, claiming his intervention was merely luck while checking on their situation, which prompted them to ask what he meant. He explained that because of their actions at the peace conference, they could not return home, as Japan's fury guaranteed their immediate arrest and execution, and he needed to know their plans. The prince knew they likely had no plan, for they were driven only by a loyalty so deep they were prepared to die for their nation upon receiving Gojong's secret orders. He recognized that while their resolve was reckless, he desperately needed men of their caliber and could not allow them to die meaningless deaths. Acknowledging their loyalty and abilities, he formally invited them to become his people and continue working for the nation under his guidance. He promised them a new home and renewed hope, a proposition that left the men overwhelmed with emotion. With their grateful acceptance, the key members of Gojong's faction and the Ikminhui organization officially came under Prince Yi Kang's command. Later, as Lee-jun awoke, the prince asked how he was feeling, to which the recovering man pledged his lifelong loyalty in gratitude. Lee-jun then presented a document to the prince, explaining that he had heard from Weijang that His Highness required it. When the prince asked what it was, Lee-jun revealed it to be a document detailing the organizational chart of the Ikminhui agents. Yi Kang was astonished to receive the chart, having expected it to be untraceable due to the network's cell-based structure. His initial excitement turned to confusion as he looked at the blank paper, seeing nothing written on it. Jun explained that the document required a special method to be read, and as the prince held it near a flame, the heat revealed intricate chemical secret writing. The revealed script detailed the number and location of agents in various regions but lacked names, forcing the prince to wonder how he could possibly recruit them. Jun explained that since Manhwa was a cell network, only Emperor Gojong knew the identities of all its members, posing a significant obstacle for Yi Kang. However, he quickly added that there was still a way to reach the agents, sparking the prince's interest. He proposed using their secret communication method to contact the agents one by one, confident that they could be persuaded to shift their allegiance to the prince. The prince immediately entrusted Jun with this crucial task, and Jun promised to begin the recruitment process as soon as he had fully recovered. Yi Kang reflected on his two primary goals for coming to Europe, freeing himself from Gojong's influence and taking full control of the Manhwa organization. Having achieved both, he bid farewell to the recovering Jun and began to contemplate a secondary objective. He decided that before returning to America, he should take full advantage of the unique opportunities Europe had to offer. An idea struck him to try the chemical writing method for himself, realizing its potential for securely recording information about the future he knew. Recalling that Germany was a leader in chemical advancements, he planned to get a letter of recommendation from Hendrik, figuring the German industrialist owed him a favor. As he walked, a sudden, inexplicable chill ran down his spine, briefly unsettling him. In an epilogue, one of the envoys instructed another to also write down the names of their wives and children, which prompted a confused inquiry as to why. He explained that the prince, unwilling to let the Japanese harass their families, had promised to bring every single one of them to America to live safely together, a gesture that moved the other man to tears of gratitude. Prince Yi Kang had given new orders for the three Lees, who had departed for New York, assigning them a mission he knew they would accomplish. He determined that their first assignment would leverage their expertise in gathering and analyzing intelligence. The mission was to meticulously monitor the activities of the J.P. Morgan family, allowing the prince to operate freely in Europe without distraction. Several days later at the Hague Central Station, Prince Yi Kang was greeted with an enthusiastic call. He warmly welcomed Wilbur and Orville Wright, acknowledging that the famed brothers had finally arrived in the Netherlands. Sensing they had a difficult journey, he ushered them onward, the true purpose for their trip across the Atlantic about to begin. In the presence of Dutch royalty, Wilbur Wright formally introduced himself and his brother as the flying machine inventors the prince had spoken of. In a brief flashback, the prince was shown instructing the brothers to build up his reputation during an upcoming flight with Prince Hendrik to secure vital support for their European expansion. Wilbur had expressed his concern about a prior agreement with a man named Ch1, but Yi Kang swiftly dismissed his worries. The prince confidently explained that he had reviewed their contract, which only specified sales rights in France, assuring them there would be no legal issues. Orville expressed his naive relief, certain that Ch1 would be understanding, a sentiment that made Yi Kang recall how that very innocence was exploited in the original timeline. The scene provided a brief historical profile on Octave Ch1, a French-American aviation pioneer who had initially been a great supporter of the Wright brothers. Yi Kang grimly remembered Ch1's ultimate betrayal, leaking their core technology to build his own factory, and vowed that this time, he would protect his assets and deliver a painful lesson to the traitor. Later, during a leisurely game, a piece was knocked from the board with feigned clumsiness, while Yi Kang inwardly congratulated himself for a successful strategic move. One of the players remarked to another that victory seemed to be within their grasp. Yi Kang's thoughts drifted to the car he stood to win in their bet, a small part of his larger plan to win Hendrik's favor and secure access to valuable Indonesian resources. Hendrik later confirmed he understood the prince's plan to establish a major logistics and raw material distribution company within the next year. The Dutch prince consort stroked his chin, carefully considering the bold proposal. He then gave his word to secretly support the new company, a promise that made Yi Kang inwardly celebrate the success of his influence, knowing it would make business in the Netherlands much easier. Hendrik then brought up the prince's previous desire to meet the German Kaiser, confirming that he had already arranged it and received a glad welcome. Yi Kang was pleased but puzzled by the Kaiser's enthusiasm, though he graciously thanked Hendrik for his help. With a smirk, Hendrik asked to be repaid with travel expenses, revealing his intention to tag along on the trip to Germany. He insisted he couldn't let a friend travel alone, leading Yi Kang to suspect the Queen's influence, but he agreed it would be good to have his company. When asked about his departure, Yi Kang suggested a week, but Hendrik's urgent expression revealed he wanted to leave much sooner. A few days later at Dresden Central Station, Hendrik handed the prince a list of contacts, explaining that he had his own royal duties to attend to. Yi Kang looked at the first name, Rudolf Diesel, and Hendrik explained he was the brilliant inventor of the diesel engine and a top priority recruitment target. The prince understood the mission's gravity and confidently promised he would successfully recruit the inventor. With his man on the task, Yi Kang felt a surge of ambition, ready to sweep through Germany and claim all of its technological marvels, starting with diesel. The scene transitioned to the grand and imposing German imperial palace. It was only after meeting the German emperor in person that Prince Yi Kang finally understood the reason for his unusually warm welcome. Kaiser Wilhelm II personally thanked Yi Kang, revealing that the prince's powerful speech at the peace conference had greatly bolstered his own political standing. The Kaiser explained that his warnings about Japan had long been ignored, but Yi Kang's words had finally given them credibility. The narrative provided some historical context, explaining that the Kaiser was a leading proponent of the Yellow Peril theory, a paranoid belief that Asian nations would take over the world. It clarified that the Kaiser's specific animosity towards Japan was rooted in their colonial expansion into the Shandong Peninsula, a region of German interest. The Kaiser voiced his deep annoyance with the islanders, his dislike amplified by the strategic alliance between Japan and Germany's rival, Great Britain. Feeling indebted, the Kaiser offered to do anything Yi Kang asked, an offer the prince was honored to accept. Impressed by his guest's confidence, the Kaiser invited him to speak his mind, and Yi Kang boldly requested access to Germany's advanced technology. To begin, he specifically asked for Germany's military doctrines and their army's rigorous training programs. The Kaiser raised an eyebrow, recalling news that the Imperial Korean Army had been disbanded just the previous month. Yi Kang confirmed this was true but explained it was a personal project, which jogged the Kaiser's memory about rumors of the prince establishing a mercenary force in the Americas. The prince affirmed that this was indeed his plan and directly asked for the emperor's assistance. Seeing the prince's unwavering determination and sensing a future opportunity, the Kaiser readily agreed and generously offered to grant any other requests he might have. Yi Kang found this level of generosity suspicious but saw no reason to refuse, deciding to shamelessly ask for one more favor. He outlined his plan to build a university in America and his need for elite faculty, proposing that Germany send its finest professors in exchange for full research funding. He sweetened the deal by offering to share any patent rights with the German government, presenting a formal document for the Kaiser to review. The prince assured him it would be a highly profitable arrangement for Germany, a statement that immediately piqued the emperor's interest. The Kaiser agreed with startling speed, asking if he had anyone specific in mind, which caught Yi Kang off guard as he hadn't even looked at the proposal. Yi Kang, now suspecting Hendrik might have shared some secrets, cautiously named the famous chemist, Fritz Haber. The Kaiser immediately consented to dispatching the professor, but his attention seemed to be oddly fixated on the prince's hand. A sudden, dawning horror struck Yi Kang as a past conversation flooded his memory. He vividly recalled Hendrik's bizarre warning not to show his hands in front of the Kaiser, a warning had dismissed as a joke about the emperor's strange tastes. With a cold sweat, Yi Kang realized that Hendrik's warning had not been a joke at all. The Kaiser then leaned in and openly praised the prince for having remarkably pretty hands, confirming his deepest fears. As the Kaiser moved on to discuss payment for the military officers, Hendrik's disembodied voice lamented that his friend was already in too deep. The emperor waved off any notion of payment, but Yi Kang, now desperate, insisted that he could not accept such kindness. Panicked at the thought of being further indebted, the prince frantically insisted on paying his own way. The Kaiser firmly refused payment again and instead extended an invitation for the prince to spend the night at the palace, an offer Yi Kang hastily tried to decline by citing a full schedule. With a look of disappointment, the Kaiser remarked on the beauty of his summer palace that the prince would now be missing. A few days later, after hastily concluding his business in Berlin for reasons he preferred to forget, Yi Kang arrived at a hotel in central Germany. The door opened, and one of his men announced that he had brought the person the prince was waiting to meet. The man introduced himself as Rudolf Diesel, confirming that he had heard from the Wright brothers that the prince wished to hire him. Yi Kang got straight to business, asking for Diesel's conditions, and the inventor promptly stated his need for 400,000 marks. Acknowledging the hefty sum, the prince inquired about the reason, learning that Diesel's business had collapsed and he was burdened by massive debts. Though the amount was significant, Yi Kang privately calculated that it was a trivial cost compared to the immense profits Diesel's genius would bring him. Without further hesitation, the prince agreed to the terms and officially extended an offer for Diesel to join his enterprise. With a firm handshake, a deal was struck, and Yi Kang knew this single meeting was the cornerstone upon which his company would achieve brilliant success. While Yi Kang was busy recruiting Europe's brightest minds in Germany, a storm of a different nature was brewing on Wall Street in New York. A seasoned investor suggested his protégé had absorbed all possible knowledge from him, but the younger man humbly insisted he still had much to learn. The mentor pressed the point, highlighting the astonishing returns that had turned $50,000 into $1 million, a rate of success that even surpassed his own. Despite the immense profit, the apprentice thoughtfully considered that it might be time to cease making money in such a predatory fashion. His mentor scoffed at the notion, calling him soft-hearted and arguing that this volatile market was the perfect time to chase stocks, reminding him that in this world, one person's gain required another's loss. The young man accepted this as a principle of capitalism but admitted his growing unease with profiting from the painfully earned savings of ordinary people. With a dismissive laugh, the mentor questioned the meager profits of low-interest loans and boldly declared he would continue to handle things his own way. The apprentice carefully reminded him to adhere to the prince's instructions and to avoid going overboard, a warning the confident speculator brushed aside as unnecessary. His attention was then suddenly snagged by a peculiar movement on the stock market ticker. He analyzed the data, noting that United Copper's stock was recovering at a rapid pace, a strange anomaly when all other mining companies were plummeting in the downturn. A hungry glint appeared in his eyes as he identified the telltale signs of market manipulation, recognizing the unmistakable scent of money. Wasting no time, he barked an order to leverage all the assets in the Livermore Trust Company for a massive short position against United Copper. A few days later, his victorious cry echoed across Wall Street as his prediction proved flawlessly accurate, the audacious bet securing an $8 million profit. He quickly calculated that a continued market slide could net him over $10 million, though the prince's warning against recklessness echoed faintly in the back of his mind. Meanwhile, rumors flew among traders that United Copper had been trying to artificially inflate prices, a clear sign of stock manipulation that would cause a violent price swing. A thrilling realization washed over him: if the rumors were true, a market crash was imminent, promising an even greater fortune for Prince E and a colossal commission for himself. The sheer scale of the potential profit was intoxicating. He knew he could not possibly let this golden opportunity pass. He briefly considered the catastrophic fallout of a total market collapse but quickly justified his greed by telling himself that more money would ultimately benefit the prince. He approached his broker once more, stating his desire to short sell even further, a request the broker immediately recognized as a move into margin trading. His affirmation was resolute and unwavering, a clear signal of his commitment to this high-stakes gamble. Far away in a German hotel, one of Yi Kang's men entered with a letter, announcing its arrival from the Kaiser. Yi Kang read the correspondence with a pleased expression, sharing the good news that the list of scholars he requested had been approved for dispatch within the year. His satisfaction abruptly twisted into a grimace of pure revulsion, a sudden change that prompted his subordinate to ask what was wrong. Max, his man, took a look at the letter and began teasing his boss for attracting admiration from men as well as women, summarizing the Kaiser's personal invitation to a secret palace, an offer Yi Kang curtly dismissed. A sudden knock on their hotel room door cut through the moment, and one of the men moved to answer it. A hotel staff member stood in the hallway, holding an urgent telegram intended for one of the room's occupants. The aide rushed the telegram to Yi Kang, nervously suggesting it was urgent news from New York and filling the prince with a sense of impending doom. As he scanned the message, Yi Kang's face fell, his worst fears had just been confirmed. He gave a swift command for everyone to pack their things immediately, as they needed to depart for America with all possible haste. One of his confused men questioned the order, reminding him that due to the stock market situation, it might be wiser to stay away from America for the time being. Yi Kang explained that while his man was right, his continued absence would be an open invitation for the financial titan J.P. Morgan to seize all of his assets. In New York, Amedeo Giannini sat in his office, having pivoted away from short selling to instead review a list of potential bank acquisitions provided by Yi Kang. He rose to greet his appointment, Mark Baker, the owner of Baker Bank, who had finally agreed to a meeting. Giannini noted that Baker had ignored several past offers and asked what had changed, prompting the nervous bank owner to allude to the increasingly harsh economic climate. Reading the situation perfectly, Giannini correctly surmised that Baker's bank was in trouble and he was now desperate to sell. Baker shamefully admitted this was true, claiming his only wish was to save his employees, a sentiment that struck a chord with Giannini. With that, Giannini pushed a document across the table, revealing the acquisition price he was prepared to offer. Baker recoiled in shock, protesting that the proposed figure was drastically lower than what had been offered before. Giannini calmly reminded him of the very financial atmosphere that had forced him here in the first place, a bitter truth Baker could not deny. Their tense negotiation was cut short as an assistant burst in with an urgent telegram for Giannini. Excusing himself, Giannini left Baker to contemplate the meager offer while he attended to the urgent message. In private, Giannini's associate questioned the telegram's instructions to postpone acquisitions, especially when so many banks were on the verge of collapse. Giannini explained the dire contents: New York's second-largest trust company was failing, and rumors of a wider collapse were already sparking panicked bank runs. He reasoned that since a bank run could destroy even a healthy institution, the wisest move was to wait for the situation to worsen. His associate nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the best time to buy an asset for pennies on the dollar was just as it was about to die. Upon returning, Giannini listened as Baker attempted to plead for a slightly more generous price. Without warning, Giannini declared that the acquisition deal was off for the day, a sudden reversal that left Baker utterly speechless. He then delivered a final, chilling proposition: Baker could return only when he was prepared to sell his shares for a price even lower than today's offer. As the grim reality of an even more devastating deal settled upon Baker, Giannini warned him not to take too long to make his decision. He coolly stated that his own time was precious, and the financial world around them was changing with every passing minute. Later, Giannini called out for Livermore, his voice echoing in the office before he realized the man was gone. As he wondered where his associate had gone, a stranger approached, and Giannini asked for the man's identity. The man introduced himself as a messenger from the prince, an explanation Giannini barely registered as he explained his urgent need to find someone. The messenger calmly revealed that Livermore was currently under house arrest, detained by J.P. Morgan, and that the prince was already aware and on his way. Giannini's eyes widened as he put the pieces together, asking if Livermore's detention was a result of his reckless margin trading, a fact the messenger confirmed. Recognizing the matter was now far beyond his control, Giannini resolved to wait for the prince's arrival and inquired when he might be expected. The messenger replied that he would arrive as soon as the next day, and in no more than 4 days at the latest. True to his word, Prince Yi Kang stepped onto the docks of New York, where Giannini was already waiting to receive him. Giannini explained he had been waiting since the messenger's arrival, and Yi Kang thanked him before confirming that he understood the gravity of the situation. The prince grimly summarized the crisis, stating that J.P. Morgan had abducted Livermore, and that he had been cut off from any new information while at sea. He was relieved to hear the trust fund was still secure, noting to himself that history was repeating itself, as Morgan had done the exact same thing in the original timeline. He asked for a precise timeline of the abduction, and Giannini confirmed it had happened approximately 3 days ago. Yi Kang quickly deduced that the city's financial deterioration had begun at that exact moment and pressed Giannini for any other intelligence he might have. Hearing about the rumors of collapse, Yi Kang understood Morgan's motive. He was acting like a crazed king trying to save his kingdom, as the fall of New York would mean his own ruin. Having arrived at their hotel, Yi Kang's man announced their arrival, and the prince instructed them to unload their luggage before they planned their next move. Once inside, he established their first priority was to formulate a plan to rescue Livermore, and he opened the floor to suggestions. Before a word could be spoken, a smooth, commanding voice cut through the room, suggesting that the prince should have a talk with him first. They all turned to see the source of the interruption and found themselves face to face with the imposing figure of J.P. Morgan Jr. J.P. Morgan Jr. formally approached Prince Yi Kang, opening the conversation by inquiring about his recent well-being. He commented on the passage of time, noting it had been nearly half a year since their last encounter before the prince's European travels. The prince acknowledged his prolonged absence due to a busy schedule and, in turn, politely asked after the health of Morgan Jr.'s father. Morgan Jr. replied that his father was exceptionally occupied, far more than anyone had anticipated. Internally, Yi Kang cynically mused that the elder Morgan was likely scrambling to clean up the financial mess caused by rumor mongers, a situation for which he felt no sympathy. Acknowledging his own busy schedule, Morgan Jr. clarified that his purpose in coming was to have an important conversation with the prince. He then suggested they move to a more private location, implying the discussion would be lengthy and complex. The formal invitation was extended to the Morgan family residence, an offer the prince accepted, prompting a look of concern from Giannini. Prince Yi Kang, however, was not surprised in the least, as he had fully anticipated this development. He recalled from his knowledge of the original timeline how J.P. Morgan had once locked New York's most powerful men in a room until they had solved a financial crisis. He resolved that while he must accept the invitation, he had to present it as a gracious favor on his part, not as an act of submission. Therefore, he audibly agreed to accompany them, citing the apparent gravity of the situation, all while planning to use this as leverage in his future negotiations. They soon arrived at the grand J.P. Morgan mansion and were led through its halls to a guest room. There, waiting for them, was the very man who had been taken, Jesse Livermore. The prince immediately inquired about Livermore's well-being, who confirmed he was physically fine but had endured intense psychological pressure. Livermore explained that J.P. Morgan had threatened to publicly blame him for the market's disruption if he refused to close out his short positions, an act he deemed outrageously hypocritical. When asked if he had capitulated, Livermore staunchly declared he had not, questioning why he would ever abandon such a profitable strategy. He proudly announced that he had earned a staggering $40 million from the market downturn, a display of nerve that affirmed his reputation as a man with a beast's heart. The prince mentally calculated that after commissions, Livermore's actual profits must have exceeded $50 million. Livermore boasted that this immense fortune placed him just below the three great tycoons, Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Morgan, in the hierarchy of New York's elite. Yi Kang offered his heartfelt congratulations for the incredible success, which Livermore accepted with obvious pride. But then, the prince's tone shifted as he instructed Livermore to finally call off all short selling, a command that left the trader utterly shocked and demanding a reason. Yi Kang calmly reminded him of their two standing agreements, that they would not short sell to destroy the system, and that Livermore would stop the moment he was told. Conceding the point, Livermore reluctantly agreed to inform Morgan, but the prince intervened, stating that he would deliver the news himself. He considered that simply giving up this position would be a waste, recognizing that the time for hard negotiation had finally begun. In another part of the mansion, a tense discussion was ending, with one man declaring that a certain condition was far too harsh for President Roosevelt to ever accept. As that conversation concluded, the man turned to Yi Kang and respectfully introduced himself. He identified himself as George Cortelyou, the acting Secretary of the Treasury for the federal government. Recognizing the powerful official, Yi Kang saw a potential future ally against Morgan and returned the introduction, both men expressing a desire to meet again under better circumstances. Later, facing J.P. Morgan himself, the prince listened as the banker cut straight to the point, seeking confirmation that the funds in the Livermore Trust were indeed his. The prince calmly affirmed that the money was his and then asked if that fact presented a problem. Morgan pleaded with him to convince Livermore to halt the short selling, describing it as a devastating force dragging the entire New York stock market toward ruin. Feigning deep consideration, Yi Kang took a long moment to pretend he was weighing the urgent request. He then declared his assent, much to Morgan's relief, but immediately followed it with a pivotal however. The prince plainly asked what specific benefit he would receive in exchange for liquidating his highly profitable short positions. The audacious question left Morgan momentarily stunned, forcing him to ask the prince to repeat what he had just said. Internally, Yi Kang fumed, recognizing what he considered a classic tactic of the Anglo-Saxon elite, feigning ignorance to dismiss an uncomfortable demand from a foreigner. He therefore enunciated his question again with pointed slowness, asking precisely what gift would be presented to him for his cooperation. Morgan attempted an appeal to morality, speaking of the difficult times New York was facing and how everyone needed to work together to overcome them. He gestured to the many anxious bank presidents gathered in the mansion and requested a small concession, a proposal the prince immediately and firmly rejected. Yi Kang countered that giving up a position that could still yield millions of dollars was not a small concession, but an enormous one. When Morgan dismissed the potential earnings as mere speculation, the prince shot back that it was that same speculative greed that had caused the crisis in the first place. He declared that the bankers were not seeking a solution out of some noble cause but were merely trying to escape the fire they themselves had started. He knew they had mistaken him for a naive fool they could easily swindle, but he was confident that time was on his side. The prince then smoothly suggested that they could figure out his compensation together, expressing confidence that Morgan would devise a wise proposal. Morgan's demeanor hardened as he remarked that he had always considered the prince to be quite fearless, a statement that prompted Yi Kang to ask for his meaning. The banker explained that anyone wishing to operate in New York should rightly fear him, yet the prince had always exuded a confidence that, admittedly, he hadn't disliked. Yi Kang correctly interpreted this as a shift from persuasion to threats, retorting that protecting his assets was entirely separate from being a coward. He added that, compared to the powerful enemies and treacherous so-called allies he faced daily, the man before him was hardly the most significant threat in his life. Morgan pressed his advantage, threatening that he could easily tie the prince to the market crash and questioning if he could truly handle such a scandal. Seeing the banker's true nature revealed, Yi Kang called his bluff, daring him to try and warning that such a tactic would only poison him in return. He calmly pointed out that he had an ironclad alibi, having been in Europe during the crash, and that the people of New York already knew who their city's true emperor was. He rhetorically questioned who would possibly believe a fantastic story about a fallen foreign prince single-handedly ruining the New York Stock Exchange. The flawlessly executed counter left Morgan completely silenced, his threat rendered impotent. Yi Kang added that he was ultimately indifferent to such rumors, as he could simply return to Europe and enjoy the company of his many newfound friends. He then delivered his final, decisive blow, stating that even while he was away, his agents would continue making astronomical sums of money for him in America. The two men faced each other across the polished desk, the grand office silent as the power dynamic between them palpably shifted. Then, in a sudden move, J.P. Morgan abruptly stood up from his chair. He admitted that he had sincerely underestimated the prince and offered a formal apology, a clear signal to Yi Kang that the real negotiations were about to begin. The prince graciously accepted the apology, stating that he understood the urgency of the banker's position. When Morgan finally asked what he wanted, Yi Kang deftly turned the question back on him, employing a fundamental negotiation tactic to make the other party state their terms first. Morgan began his offer with a promise to lend his full political support to the prince's asylum request. He continued by bringing up the active debate in Washington concerning immigration law reform and its potential inclusion of Korean immigrants. Touting his connections, he asserted that he knew many members of Congress and could be of great assistance to the prince's people. Yi Kang deemed the offer acceptable, which Morgan hastily took as a final agreement. However, the prince added one final condition, demanding that all terms be committed to writing, a request to which a reluctant Morgan finally agreed. The prince reflected on his success, for not only had he secured a favorable agreement, but he had also won the right to attend major business conferences in the future. He inwardly celebrated his triumph, amazed at how he had masterfully turned a position he intended to discard into his greatest strategic victory to date. A few days after the momentous contract was signed, a new chapter began. Yi Kang found himself attending a meeting hosted by J.P. Morgan, an event he accepted not just as a contractual right, but as a crucial step for his future endeavors. Within the grand room, whispers circulated among the attendees as they identified the newcomer as the famous prince who had delivered a powerful speech at The Hague. Morgan formally introduced Prince Yi Kang of the Korean Empire to the assembled financiers and gestured for him to take a seat among them. Two of the men watched as the prince settled, their gazes shifting to a third man who offered a confident smile from behind his desk. Observing the filled room, Morgan noted that with no seats left empty, everyone he had summoned was now present. He then addressed the group, announcing he had gathered them all to discuss a matter of extreme and immediate urgency. The banker revealed the grim news: Nicholas Baker, the second-largest trust company in the United States, was teetering on the verge of bankruptcy. Morgan warned of the catastrophic shock its collapse would cause the market, distributing documents as he asked if a hero among them was prepared to save the failing institution. One of the men reviewed the abysmal financial statements, muttering that any attempt to save the company would be a fool's errand that could drag them down with it. Another banker quickly agreed that the company was finished, before turning his attention to the prince and asking for his opinion on the matter. Morgan then abruptly put Yi Kang on the spot, asking if he and Minister Cortely would consider undertaking the rescue, a sudden proposal that caught the prince completely off guard. After a brief pause, Yi Kang calmly assessed the situation, stating that Nicholas Baker completely lacked market trust and that saving a company known for fraud was like jumping into a fire. Reading the prince's unspoken refusal, Morgan correctly concluded that he had no interest whatsoever in the proposition. With that, the banker declared the matter settled and moved to the next agenda item, wryly remarking that the price of attending the meeting was simply watching a company die. Suddenly, an aide burst into the room with catastrophic news: Nicholas Baker Trust was on the brink of collapse, and its president had tragically taken his own life. An unnerving silence blanketed the room before Morgan abruptly ended the day's meeting, postponing all further discussion until the following day. As the attendees dispersed, Morgan called out for the prince to wait a moment, and Yi Kang turned back, curious about what the banker wanted. Morgan then asked if the prince had anything to discuss in private, observing that he seemed keenly interested in the future hegemony of American finance. He then gave a direct command, telling Yi Kang to use the unfolding crisis as an opportunity to acquire several key financial institutions. Morgan asked if his instructions were understood, and the prince confirmed without hesitation that he knew exactly what was expected of him. Yi Kang reflected internally that he had intended to do this even without Morgan's prompting, knowing he needed to identify weak links to secure valuable assets and influence. The following day, as news of more financial failures spread after Nicholas Baker's official bankruptcy, the mood in the meeting room grew ever darker, but Yi Kang saw only opportunity in the chaos. He confidently informed his associate that he believed he could salvage at least one of the failing companies. His associate, surprised by his certainty, asked which specific institution he had in his sights. The prince revealed his target with a single name: American Trust. He immediately gave the order to prepare the necessary documents but added that a crucial condition had to be met first, which piqued his associate's curiosity. Yi Kang outlined his non-negotiable term: he required a written guarantee to fully write off any additional, unforeseen debts discovered after the acquisition, adding that any guarantor would suffice. He then presented this demand directly to Morgan, framing it as a reasonable request for saving a failing company while tactfully pointing out the difficulty for Morgan to personally guarantee it. To Yi Kang's immense surprise, Morgan agreed to the reasonable request, making the prince wonder if the old banker was having a rare moment of sacrificial spirit. However, Morgan immediately dispelled that notion by turning to Minister Cortely and seeking his agreement on the matter. The banker strategically suggested that a more trusted party should provide the guarantee, a proposal the government minister reluctantly agreed to. Yi Kang inwardly admired Morgan's brilliant maneuver, realizing the banker had cleverly sidestepped all personal liability by pushing the federal government to back the deal. Ultimately, the prince decided he was satisfied as long as his interests were secured, and he would gladly accept the terms regardless of who the guarantor was. That evening, a knock on his door announced the arrival of Ch1, whom the prince promptly invited inside. Yi Kang inquired about the reason for the late visit, and Ch1 replied that he just needed a quick word. The prince graciously offered his guest a seat and a cup of coffee, an offer which Ch1 readily accepted. As his guest's eyes scanned the room, Yi Kang quickly deduced that the social call was merely a pretext to get a look at the sensitive documents on his desk. Seeing Ch1's unsubtle curiosity, the prince offered to let him read the papers, an unexpected gesture that clearly surprised his visitor. After examining the document, Ch1 gasped in astonishment, realizing the federal government's guarantee meant the prince had safely acquired American trust. Yi Kang confirmed it was a very satisfactory deal, explaining that he had secured prime assets while simultaneously mitigating all potential risks. Ch1 was deeply impressed, lamenting his own lack of progress in comparison, but the prince humbly attributed part of his success to simple luck. When asked about his future acquisition plans, Yi Kang revealed he was now targeting potentially helpful securities firms and investment banks. The prince then turned the conversation around, asking what Ch1 had been up to, and the man replied that he had also been working quietly behind the scenes. He elaborated further, explaining that he had been gathering information specifically to help the prince in his endeavors. The document Ch1 presented contained detailed profiles of notable figures in the financial world, complete with secret information gathered through his unique network. Intrigued, Yi Kang asked him to find out more, specifying the exact kind of information he was looking for. The prince gave him a clear directive: identify everyone close to J.P. Morgan and, just as importantly, everyone who was opposed to him. Ch1 confidently proclaimed that this would be the easiest task in the world, prompting a curious glance from the prince. He explained that Morgan's domineering personality made it easy, one only had to observe who the banker treated with friendliness to quickly narrow down his circle of allies. Yi Kang entrusted Ch1 with compiling this data, convinced that the resulting intelligence would serve as a reliable form of insurance in the future. Sometime later, Minister Cortely approached the prince to thank him for his swift assistance, to which Yi Kang coolly replied that he was simply fulfilling his expected role. The minister then admitted that he wished to borrow the prince's wisdom regarding the ongoing crisis. When Yi Kang asked him to be more specific, Cortely voiced his weary question: when would this financial chaos, and the endless meetings, finally come to an end? The prince gave a knowing look, replying that the resolution depended entirely on the actions of one powerful man. Minister Cortely immediately understood the implication, confirming his suspicion that J.P. Morgan's decision alone would be what truly ended the crisis. He confessed that he also recognized Morgan was deliberately prolonging the chaos and would not allow it to end until his own demands were met. Yi Kang then revealed Morgan's thinly veiled ambition to seize control of federal funds, a shocking move that used the lives of ordinary people as leverage against the government. Yet, even with that prize in sight, the prince expressed a deep worry that Morgan's ambition would not be satisfied so easily. He predicted that Morgan's ultimate endgame was to resolve the market's root instability by establishing a new U.S. central bank, one driven primarily by private interests. The prince theorized that in Morgan's mind, private-led was synonymous with Morgan-led, even as he conceded that the current chaos was indeed caused by the lack of such a central institution. Minister Cortely sighed in weary resignation, already anticipating the political headache that President Roosevelt's certain protests against such a plan would cause. As the prince considered the complex web of power plays, an acquaintance approached and asked if Minister Cortely had just shared some troubling news. The prince's acquaintance confessed that he had immediately relayed the details of his conversation with Minister Cortely to J.P. Morgan, admitting it was a slightly duplicitous but necessary tactic. Yi Kang silently acknowledged Morgan's deviousness but remained confident that the banker's elaborate schemes would ultimately amount to nothing. In return for the valuable information, Morgan offered to allocate a substantial amount of federal government deposits to the American Trust, a move that surprised the prince's associate. The man then clarified that Minister Cortelyou had just delegated the full authority to distribute those very funds to him, internally celebrating the high success rate of his Hearst tactic. Morgan then requested a private meeting with him and some other distinguished guests before the next day's general meeting, an invitation the man eagerly accepted while pondering the identity of the other attendees. His curiosity soon turned to utter astonishment, as he never imagined he would be meeting with such a monumental figure. A man with an air of immense authority stepped forward and introduced himself as Baron Nathan Rothschild, a name that echoed with power. For Yi Kang, who hailed from the 21st century, the name Rothschild was synonymous with untouchable power, the shadowy family at the center of countless conspiracy theories about global finance and politics. He calmly introduced himself as Yi Kang, while internally noting that the man's real name was likely Nathaniel and musing that his title of Baron seemed surprisingly modest for someone of such notoriety. Still, Yi Kang recognized this title was a source of great pride, which made the Baron's personality predictable. Gaining his favor by appealing to his ego would be a simple matter, especially using the prince's own status. With the brief introductions concluded, Morgan suggested they all take their seats to discuss the urgent matter at hand. However, Yi Kang interrupted, addressing Lord Rothschild directly and confirming with feigned surprise that his title was indeed only a baron. He then expressed his disbelief, proclaiming that the Baron exuded a dignity far surpassing that of a duke and questioning if the British government was blind to his true stature. The Baron let out a hearty laugh, clearly pleased by the compliment, confirming that the prince's carefully calculated flattery had landed perfectly. Now in a good mood, Rothschild suggested that since it was Yi Kang's first time at such a gathering, it would be best for him to sit near Morgan. An onlooker noted with surprise that he had never seen the Baron act in such a friendly manner, while Yi Kang mentally congratulated himself for successfully creating a positive atmosphere. Wasting no time, Morgan got straight to the point, asking each of the powerful men gathered there to contribute $10 million towards a stabilization fund for the American financial crisis. Jacob Schiff, known as Rothschild's key henchman, was the first to agree, stating it was the least they could do for the stability of the American financial world. The other titans of industry present were then highlighted, including the formidable American businessman John D. Rockefeller and James Jerome Hill, CEO of the Great Northern Railway. The prince, seeing the direction of the room, then announced that he too would contribute to the fund. Morgan thanked the prince before sarcastically inquiring if there would be any additional conditions this time, clearly still sulking over their last negotiation. Yi Kang coolly replied that it was an investment, not a donation, expressing his complete confidence that the great Morgan would never allow it to suffer a loss. Morgan knew perfectly well that none of the men present were there out of altruism, they would tear him apart if this investment soured, but in the current situation, he had no choice but to accept the terms. Just then, Rockefeller requested a moment with the prince, asking what other measures beyond fundraising he believed were necessary to overcome the crisis. Yi Kang immediately understood the weight of the question. With all eyes fixed on him, he knew he was being tested by the most powerful men in the room. He began his response by emphasizing the need to control the media, explaining that their daily sensationalism about the stock market collapse was exacerbating the panic and turning a manageable situation into a full-blown crisis. When asked if this meant they should intimidate the press, the prince firmly advised against such a heavy-handed approach. He explained that the media should not be bullied but gently soothed, suggesting the best method was to pay for advertisements to publicize their countermeasures, which would naturally lead to their perspective being featured on the front pages. The other men were visibly impressed, with one remarking that he must see the prince more often while another praised his remarkably broad insights. Yi Kang humbly dismissed their praise as mere light opinions, but he knew with certainty that he had successfully passed their test. Sometime later, Baron Rothschild noted to his associate that the New York financial market was resolving quickly, which was only to be expected with Morgan at the helm, before turning the conversation to the report he had requested on Prince Yi Kang. His subordinate promptly handed him a file containing a collection of anecdotes and information compiled about the prince. As Rothschild read, he let out an amused laugh, remarking on the report's claim that the prince's interest rates had effectively devoured the entire Western U.S. financial world. The associate mused that they might need to give a seat on the future U.S. Federal Reserve to this new financial power, though he wondered if it was wise to add a new person to their elaborate system. For a century, the Rothschild family had been meticulously planning to establish a privately led central bank in the United States, with a structure that would divide the nation into 12 districts. The subordinate argued that since the prince held the greatest influence in the West, there was no one else they could possibly recommend for that district's seat. He pointed out that the only other viable candidate, Giannini of the Bank of America, was reportedly making remarkable progress specifically after having met with the prince. Furthermore, the associate confirmed that the stock market prodigy Jesse Livermore also credited the prince with having discovered his talent. Rothschild observed that Yi Kang was cleverly increasing his wealth by using Giannini in finance and Livermore in stocks as his proxies, a strategy that reminded the Baron of his own younger self. The associate noted the Baron's apparent fondness for the prince but raised the concern that he was an opponent of Japan, prompting Rothschild to decide against pulling their investments there, stating it was always better to have more cards to play. The Baron mused that with a little more time, the prince could become his mirror image, and he would prefer to keep such a man in his grasp, even considering the possibility of securing him through a marriage alliance. Back in his own quarters, Yi Kang reflected on the unprecedented turn of events, marveling at how a single businessman had seemingly saved one of the world's great powers. The Dow Jones Index had recovered in just half a month after Morgan's intervention, a recovery so rapid it felt more like fiction than reality, and one from which he had profited immensely. He knew that behind this market revival was the investment genius Livermore, who had astutely stopped short selling and began aggressively buying stocks as the economy showed signs of life. Livermore had strategically focused on purchasing financial and mining stocks, the very sectors that had fallen most sharply during the crisis. Consequently, both sectors soared dramatically, bringing the prince an incredible return on his investment, a result he found most commendable. Just then, his associate arrived, announcing he had brought the real estate transaction documents the prince had requested. Surprised by the speed, Yi Kang thanked him, and the man explained he had simply looked into it while handling his own affairs. The man commented that since they would likely be frequenting New York, he had decided it was simply more practical to purchase a house there. He then changed the subject, noting that he had been busy meeting people lately who were all relentlessly asking about the prince's well-being. He humorously recounted the endless questions about the prince's ideal type and the constant maneuvering of socialites, many of whom were not even in the same league, all vying for a position by his side. Yi Kang grimly reflected that the higher one climbed in society, marriage became more a matter of business than love, but this level of blatant maneuvering was still shocking. Seizing the opportunity, the associate then began to pitch a match for the prince, mentioning his wife's youngest sibling whom Yi Kang had seen before. Wary of those closest to him, the prince politely but firmly declined the offer with a laugh, stating the young woman was simply not his type. At that moment, a servant entered the room, announcing the arrival of letters that had come from Germany and Russia. Yi Kang correctly presumed the letter from Germany must have been sent by Kaiser Wilhelm II. As his associate took his leave, the prince noted the unusual thickness of the envelope and wondered about its contents. The letter contained the Kaiser's typical tirade of conspiracy theories, this time focused on Japan, the Yellow Peril, and a place called Gando, causing Yi Kang to wonder if the man ever tired of his endless ramblings. Suddenly, one word caught his attention, and he paused, questioning if the Kaiser was truly suggesting that Japan was after the region of Gando. He then recalled a previous conversation where the German emperor had indeed mentioned Japan's growing expansionist ambitions. With a newfound sense of urgency, the prince immediately called for the latest edition of a domestic map. While searching the map, one of his aides pointed to a specific area, suggesting that the Gando in question was likely the region marked as North Gando. The aide elaborated on the region's status, explaining it was the subject of a territorial dispute with the Qing dynasty, but that their nation had been actively asserting its sovereignty by appointing an administrator there since 1902. Yi Kang processed this new information, realizing Japan was targeting this very land, and his aide then offered to summon the Gando administrator, a man named Lee Byung-jun, for more details. The aide then revealed that the administrator had fled his post and traveled all the way to America to seek an audience with the prince, likely to request funds for the independence army. Intrigued, Yi Kang agreed to meet him when he traveled west. He then instructed his aide to prepare a reply to the Kaiser, directing him to work with a translator named Lee Wai-jong whom they had seen before. In his dictated reply, the prince asserted firmly that Gando was the land of the Korean Empire and suggested that if the Kaiser wished to dispute this, they could also bring up the illegally concluded Yulsa Treaty. Having finished dictating his bold message, he handed the written instructions to his subordinate to be carried out. The aide cautiously asked if he thought the Kaiser would respond favorably to such a strong reply, but the prince dismissed the concern as irrelevant. He explained that the only thing that mattered was that he had officially asserted their claim that Gando was, and always would be, their land. As a final strategic touch, he instructed the aide to also subtly mention fighter jets in the letter, knowing it was a topic the Kaiser would undoubtedly appreciate. Suddenly, one of his men burst into the room, out of breath and apologizing for the rushed intrusion. With great excitement, the man announced that a truly remarkable and unexpected guest had just arrived on the first floor. The man breathlessly reported that an unexpectedly large crowd had gathered on the first floor of the Bosi lobby. Intrigued by the commotion, Prince Yi Kang questioned the reason for such a large assembly of people. His subordinate then identified the guest of honor, revealing it was the Minister of Finance, Ch1, who was now calling out to the prince. The minister inquired what brought the prince to the city before abruptly insisting that Yi Kang must accompany him to Washington, prompting the prince to ask why. Ch1 explained that the 26th President of the United States, Theodore Roosevelt, the youngest in American history, wished to have a discussion with him. The prince reacted with genuine shock, unable to believe that President Roosevelt himself had specifically requested a meeting. A few days later, his carriage pulled into Washington Station, and Yi Kang calmly acknowledged their arrival, reflecting on his decision to accept the unexpected invitation. He mused that since Roosevelt was a lame duck president who had declared he would not seek a third term, the meeting wasn't strictly necessary, but one could never predict future opportunities. The prince felt it was wisest to hedge his bets for any situation, having already spoken with J.P. Morgan, who famously disliked the president, to maintain his carefully cultivated public image. Their journey concluded as they pulled up to the stately residence of the White House. A man in a tailored suit, standing beside a vintage automobile, glanced over his shoulder as the prince's party approached. The man graciously welcomed His Highness and inquired about his journey, to which the prince responded positively, thanking his host for coming out to greet him personally. Yi Kang then admitted he did not recognize the man and politely asked for his name. The man formally introduced himself as James Wilson, the United States Secretary of Agriculture. A flicker of recognition crossed the prince's face as he recalled that they had nearly met once before at a banquet in San Francisco 2 years ago. Secretary Wilson chuckled warmly, confirming he remembered the occasion well and confessing how much money he had spent trying to secure a meeting, only to miss the banquet due to a cold. Wilson explained he had come specifically to apologize for his absence back then, a gesture that the prince silently considered. Yi Kang quickly assessed the man, a cabinet member with a decade of service, realizing his political power was substantial and that it was far better to keep him as an ally. With a magnanimous wave, the prince dismissed the old matter, assuring the secretary it was long forgotten. Thanking him for his understanding, Wilson gestured towards the entrance and suggested they head inside. He then added that the president was waiting for their arrival. Just then, a shrill scream cut through the air, causing the prince to stop and look around in confusion. A young woman came rushing towards them in a panic, crying out that a large person was chasing her, leaving Yi Kang to wonder about the bizarre scene unfolding. Before he could step aside, the frantic woman collided directly with him with a surprising amount of force. A distinct tearing sound immediately followed the impact, causing the prince to exclaim in alarm. One of his attendants cried out his name as Yi Kang looked down, frustrated to see that his clothes had been ripped. The young woman, who had been addressed as Alice, stumbled and fell to the ground with a slight cry of pain. Wilson immediately identified her as Roosevelt's mischievous eldest daughter and rushed to ask if both she and the prince were all right. The prince quickly assured them that he was perfectly fine and unhurt. However, he then gestured down at his trousers, which were now unfortunately in a state of complete ruin. A flustered Secretary Wilson immediately reprimanded the young woman for playing such a prank on a distinguished visitor, revealing to her that she had just crashed into the second prince of the Korean Empire. Alice stared up in disbelief at the man she had just run down, just as another voice called out her name. President Theodore Roosevelt himself appeared, his eyes immediately finding his daughter amongst the disheveled group. An awkward silence descended as the president took in the chaotic scene before him. Roosevelt quickly approached the prince and offered a sincere apology for his daughter's actions, but Yi Kang graciously insisted it was all right, as only his clothes were damaged. The president expressed his gratitude for the prince's understanding and invited him inside to get a fresh change of clothes. A moment passed as the president turned his full attention to his daughter. He sternly ordered Alice to go to her room and remain there quietly, and she meekly complied. Later, with the prince properly attired, President Roosevelt apologized once more for the earlier rudeness, though Yi Kang again dismissed it as a minor incident. Shifting the conversation to the purpose of his visit, the prince mentioned that Minister Kotelju had informed him the president wished to speak. Roosevelt confirmed this, explaining that he had requested the meeting to discuss the immigration law currently being debated. The prince recalled the bill, which aimed to regulate Asian immigration, and remembered his own lobbying efforts that had successfully added Koreans to the list of exempted nationalities. When Yi Kang asked if there was a problem, the president explained that a coalition of Democratic and Republican congressmen were protesting and demanding he use his veto power. Yi Kang privately considered that with the Republican majority, the bill seemed unlikely to fail unless the president himself chose to veto it. The president acknowledged this but explained he had to respect the opinions of the minority, which is why he needed a pledge from the prince. Roosevelt elaborated that he wanted the prince to share responsibility with him should any of the Korean immigrants cause trouble, a proposal Yi Kang found both strategically useful and personally burdensome. Unwilling to make a binding promise, the prince simply stated that he would do his best to ensure their good conduct. The president, however, was not satisfied, insisting that a mere effort was not enough and that he required a firm promise. Yi Kang deflected with a laugh, pointing out that if even parents couldn't control their own children, it was hardly possible for him to control so many immigrants. He repeated that he would make a genuine effort but could not give a definite answer, a stance the president finally accepted, stating he would look forward to seeing that effort. The prince formally agreed, relieved they had reached an understanding but soberly noting the cold reality of the political power struggle. He then asked if this was the only reason for his summons, but Roosevelt replied that there was one more item on the agenda. The president revealed that an anonymous German diplomat had informed him that Japan was dispatching troops to a region called Gando. Roosevelt added that Japan's official explanation was that they were maintaining public order in what they claimed was Korean territory, and he asked the prince to confirm if this was true. The prince thoughtfully replied that Japan's claim was half right and half wrong, since their de facto control of the Korean Empire gave them a pretext for such an action. As one of the American officials began to conclude that Japan's claim was therefore correct, the prince sharply corrected him, emphasizing that he had only said it was half right. He clarified that while on the surface it looked like an act to strengthen their control, it was truly motivated by their expansionist ambitions towards Manchuria and Liaodong. An official asked for clarification, questioning if the prince was truly suggesting Japan sought to expand its influence in southern Manchuria, which Yi Kang promptly confirmed. The president's advisors scoffed at the notion, dismissing it as a joke and doubting Japan would ever dare to disregard the United States in such a manner. Yi Kang privately smirked, understanding the Roosevelt administration's deep trust in their Japanese partners but knowing that this trust was destined to be violently betrayed. He calmly suggested that while he understood the U.S. government's position, their perspective on Japan might change if they investigated a particular field of study that was currently popular there. His intriguing and ominous words were met with a contemplative silence from the American delegation. The prince knew he wasn't going to change their minds in one day but saw the meeting as another step in building the trust he would need to exert his influence in the future. Just then, his aide informed him that dinner was ready. Later that evening, during a stroll, President Roosevelt let it be known that he had requested the walk to discuss something further. He then humbly stated that he wished to ask for the advice of the prince, whose vast knowledge was widely renowned. Yi Kang found the flattery curious but simply encouraged the president to ask whatever was on his mind. Roosevelt expressed his grave concern that another financial crisis was inevitable without significant reform, and he asked the prince what the best course of action would be. The prince stated plainly that the president already knew the answer: the establishment of a central bank was necessary. Probing further, the president asked if this meant the prince, as he suspected, also favored the creation of a private bank led by J.P. Morgan. The prince cautioned the president against outright pessimism, suggesting his negative reaction stemmed from his personal dislike of Morgan rather than the concept of a central bank. He elaborated by pointing out that nearly every European nation had a central bank, urging Roosevelt to consider its many positive functions. President Roosevelt conceded that establishing such an institution would be a monumental task, one that would likely only be completed during his successor's term. The prince concurred, adding that unless a leader possessed an unshakable belief, it would be difficult for the U.S. government to operate the Federal Reserve, implying only a man like the president was suitable. Roosevelt, intrigued by the prince's pointed phrasing, asked him to clarify what he meant by someone like me. The president then began to pose a hypothetical question, wondering what might happen if he were to run in the next election. Internally, the prince was stunned by this suggestion, his mind racing with the possibility that Roosevelt was considering an unprecedented third term. He immediately understood the severe implications, realizing that if the U.S. presidency diverged from the original history he knew, his own carefully laid plans would need a complete overhaul. However, he quickly reined in his racing thoughts, reminding himself not to get ahead of the situation. While he had influenced the California election, altering Roosevelt's destiny was another matter entirely. Citing the chilly night air, the prince suggested they return inside, all the while resolving to prepare for the contingency of Roosevelt making another presidential run. Meanwhile, at the Joseon Residency General in the Korean Empire, a Japanese official lamented the growing unrest, which reminded him of the turmoil from 2 years prior. An aide explained that righteous armies were rising up all across Joseon, their formation sparked by Prince Kang's Hague speech and the forced disbandment of the Korean military. The senior official cursed this turn of events, blaming the hardline fools in their administration who only knew how to suppress and brutalize the populace. His subordinate confirmed that forcibly disbanded Joseon soldiers were defying orders and joining these righteous armies, inflicting damage on Japanese forces, which prompted the official to ask about the extent of the attacks. The aide reported that while the damage was not yet significant, he was worried for the future, as the resistance had begun terrorizing Japanese civilians and businessmen since they couldn't win in a direct confrontation. He then presented a flyer that was being widely circulated, warning that its spread would further expand the righteous army movement as his superior demanded to see it immediately. The flyer carried a dual message, urging Koreans to fight Imperial Japan on one side, while the other side, endorsed by Prince Ui, encouraged them to start a new life in America with his financial support. Adding to their concerns, the aide also reported that the former Gando administrator, Lee Byung-jun, had recently traveled to America. The resident general fretted that if Yi Kang used his vast personal wealth to support the righteous armies, it would become an insurmountable problem, especially since he lacked the funds to suppress the rebellion. In a moment of desperate inspiration, he turned to his subordinate, Fujiwara, and asked if there was any way to seize Prince Kang's considerable fortune. When Fujiwara declared it impossible, the official argued that since Joseon belonged to Japan, its prince's money should logically be theirs as well. The aide explained that this was not feasible because Prince Kang had no family members left in Joseon, leaving them with no hostages to threaten him with. The resident general then proposed using the prince's father, the former king, as leverage, but was informed that this too would fail as the two men were estranged. He ruefully acknowledged that his previous strategy of driving a wedge between the father and son had been a miscalculation, as it now prevented him from exploiting their connection. Frustrated, he abandoned the idea of seizing the prince's assets and instead ordered them to accelerate the implementation of the land survey project across all of Joseon. The Residency General thus announced the Land Survey Ordinance ahead of its original historical schedule, a project designed to legally seize unreported land from uninformed Joseon citizens. With grim determination, the official declared their intent to devour every single resource that grew from Joseon soil. Back in the United States, a Japanese diplomat inquired if his aide had successfully identified foreign media contacts regarding the upcoming Japan-US Gentlemen's Agreement, which the aide confirmed he had. The subordinate reported that about 5 people could be contacted immediately, prompting the diplomat to explain his intent, to take action in the U.S. to curb Prince Kang's growing influence. He ultimately selected a man named Stevenson, an American journalist known for being cooperative with Japanese interests, deeming him the most suitable candidate for the task. Soon after, Japan's newly appointed foreign minister, Takahara, arrived in San Francisco for a formal meeting with the American Secretary of State, Elihu Root. As they met, Foreign Minister Takahara formally greeted Secretary Root, who cordially welcomed him. The Secretary of State remarked that the minister must be exhausted from traveling so soon after taking office, but Takahara humbly dismissed the notion as a minor hardship. The Japanese minister then stated he had an important question for the Secretary of State, who invited him to speak freely. Takahara cautiously brought up a rumor about a new immigration law in the U.S. Congress, which Root confirmed had already passed the House and was expected to pass in the Senate. The foreign minister then asked if this meant it would become more difficult for East Asians to obtain U.S. citizenship, but Secretary Root advised him not to be overly concerned. He clarified that the law was specifically created in response to the actions of Ch1 immigrants during the recent San Francisco earthquake and would not affect the Japanese at all. Takahara then noted with thinly veiled disdain that he had heard Koreans were also included in the exception clause, a decision by President Roosevelt he found utterly incomprehensible. Realizing he would gain nothing by pressing the immigration issue further, the foreign minister decided to drop the subject, a sentiment Root appeared to share. With that part of the conversation concluded, the two diplomats mutually agreed to move the discussion indoors. During the formal negotiations over the gentlemen's agreement, an aide urgently informed Minister Takahara that the conditions regarding Gando had been unexpectedly altered. Secretary Root explained that public opinion in Washington had recently shifted, with influential voices now emerging that urged caution regarding Japan's ambitions. When the minister correctly guessed this was due to pressure from Germany and Russia, Root confirmed that both nations were lobbying the U.S. about Japan's recent troop deployment in Gando. Takahara reacted with outrage, understanding this to mean the U.S. would only provide the promised loan if Japan withdrew its troops from Gando, a condition he found absurd. He protested that this was like being given an empty shell with no substance, but Secretary Root calmly reminded him of their secret agreement from 2 years prior. The secretary pointed out that while Japan had claimed the Korean peninsula and its islands, they had failed to accurately check the territory's full extent, making the oversight Japan's own fault. However, Root then conceded that the U.S. had also made a mistake in the matter and magnanimously suggested they avoid fighting amongst themselves over a small piece of land. He then applied subtle pressure, reminding the foreign minister that Japan was still suffering from the economic aftermath of the Russo-Japanese War and desperately needed American financial aid. The minister internally conceded the truth in Root's words, considering his country's fragile economy, the American loan was essential, and stubbornly insisting on his position would be fruitless. After a moment of heavy consideration, he announced that he understood the situation and would proceed with the negotiation under these revised terms. Secretary Root commended him for what he called a very wise decision. Meanwhile, in a Washington, D.C. hotel, while Japan struggled with its diplomatic setbacks, Prince Kang was meticulously preparing for his own great leap forward. At a crowded press conference he had arranged, a reporter asked one of the Wright brothers if it was true that the Smithsonian Institution's claims about their aircraft were false. The brother carefully clarified that the issue was not with the institution itself, but that its former head, Samuel Langley, had submitted false reports claiming their technology as his own. He paused for a moment, his expression conveying the profound shock and betrayal they had felt at the time. Observing from the side, Prince Kong was pleased to see the Wright brothers following his instructions perfectly by framing the dispute as a personal issue with Langley, not a war against the Smithsonian. He recalled advising them that while frustrating, they had to isolate the problem to Langley and reconcile with the institution for the sake of their future, a strategy to which they had agreed. The prince confidently anticipated that after this press conference, public opinion would shift dramatically, compelling the once dismissive association to finally reach out to them. His plan was to then gracefully accept their offer, a move that would significantly smooth the entry of their new company, Wright and Lee, into the lucrative European market. Just then, an aide burst into the room with the exhilarating news that the immigration law had officially passed, causing the prince to react with unrestrained joy. A triumphant smile spread across his face as he saw all his efforts and strategic investments finally coming to fruition. However, the aide reported an unusual detail: a Southern Democratic congressman had voted against it, arguing to block all East Asian immigration, which filled the prince with disgust and hardened his resolve to prevent Woodrow Wilson from ever becoming president. With their immediate goals achieved, his aide asked what their next move would be, and the prince took a moment to thoughtfully consider the question. He reflected on their many accomplishments in Washington and declared that with their objectives met, it was finally time for them to return home. A fond look came over his face as he explained that their return was necessary because he had to meet their new family members. Upon his return to San Francisco, Prince Kong arrived at his newly acquired mansion downtown, a moment that had been long in the making. He was met with a chorus of warm welcomes from his household staff, who greeted him in the traditional Korean fashion. The prince mused internally that despite his requests to stop, they persisted with these formal greetings out of respect, even after his 3 years in America. A man named Gyul-jun hurried over to greet him, whom the prince gently told not to rush. After inquiring about his well-being, the prince learned that Gyul-jun had been incredibly busy, not only following his instructions but also completely restoring the main house to its pre-earthquake condition. Prince Kong commended him for his hard work and then commented on the noticeable number of East Asians he had seen on his way there. Gyul-jun humbly replied that it was merely his duty, explaining that many Korean immigrants, including wealthy families, had recently settled in the affluent Nob Hill area to begin new lives. The prince reflected that the rich always had a nose for money, recognizing Nob Hill's prime location near banks and docks, with its convenient transport and sweeping views of the city. He also deduced that its proximity to his own residence was a major draw, as Koreans looking to establish themselves would naturally seek connections with him. Expressing a desire to meet them, he asked Gyul-jun to arrange a gathering, to which the man readily agreed as they began to walk. As he toured his new home, the prince was briefed on all the developments that had occurred in San Francisco during his absence. The report detailed how they had constructed affordable housing to help Koreans settle and established both elementary and vocational schools to provide them with education and training. Deeply impressed, the prince praised Gyul-jun for accomplishing so much and expressed his anticipation for their future work together, which Gyul-jun accepted with a vow to continue honoring his trust. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, affectionately addressing the prince as brother. The man effusively praised the prince for his diplomatic victory against the Japanese at The Hague, declaring it an amazing feat, though the prince humbly dismissed it as simply doing what was necessary. The man's tone then grew somber as he mentioned that a recent decision from their home country had left everyone feeling confused and saddened. This decision, as it turned out, was the new Emperor of Joseon's decree to strip Prince Kong of his royal title, Prince Yi. The prince then asked how the Korean immigrants had chosen to respond to this development, a question that seemed to surprise the man. He explained that the community, suspecting Japanese manipulation of the new emperor, had collectively decided to continue supporting Prince Yi. Internally, the prince acknowledged this loyalty as only natural, since he was the one directly solving their problems and building their future, not the distant emperor. Still, he felt a swell of pride hearing that the people's support for him overrode an imperial command, affirming that his efforts had not been in vain. He commented to Gyul-jun about the high concentration of Koreans in the area, a topic Gyul-jun confirmed he was just about to bring up. Gyul-jun projected that over 100,000 Koreans could be living in Northern California alone by the end of the year, a rate of growth that was faster than the prince had anticipated. Because of this rapid influx, Gyul-jun explained their new plan to begin dispersing people to other regions, a strategy the prince immediately endorsed. He was then shown a list of potential settlement sites that had been compiled in discussion with the Korean community. The extensive list of 10 locations across North America made the prince realize just how much the community had grown, far beyond what his current landholdings could accommodate. Gyul-jun confirmed their predicament, noting that their primary locations in San Francisco and Tijuana, Mexico were rapidly running out of space. The prince considered purchasing more land but was forced to confront the current limitations of his financial resources. He concluded that his first step must be to meet with the new immigrants to discuss this challenge and to share the purpose of his visit. With a new plan in mind, he summoned his trusted aide, Hyunsik. He instructed Hyunsik to carefully select the most important individuals from among the new arrivals and arrange a meeting. However, the list that Hyunsik returned with was far too long to be practical. The prince found it impossible to prioritize from the extensive list, as it was filled with people crucial to both his personal interests and his official duties as Prince Ui. Having gathered a large group together, he thanked them all for attending the meeting despite their undoubtedly busy lives. In the end, he had decided it was best to meet everyone at once, and the guests in turn expressed what an honor it was to be in his presence. One man stepped forward to introduce himself as Lee Byung-jun, a border manager, noting it was his first time meeting the prince. Hyunsik then presented 3 men from the Shinminho, or New People's Association, and the prince welcomed them warmly, acknowledging the great distance they had traveled. He invited all his guests to be seated and encouraged them to speak their minds without hesitation. A representative from the Shinminho began by expressing profound gratitude to the prince, a sentiment that made him curious. The man specified they were thankful for the monetary gift he had sent to their newly formed association, which the prince humbly brushed aside as a natural duty for a royal supporting education. He then made a generous offer to invest even more in their educational projects, telling them to inform him if their current funds were insufficient. After receiving their thanks, the prince asked why they hadn't first sought assistance from the Synthetic Association, given the urgency of Joseon's need for schools. The man explained that their request had been denied, as the association could not disburse funds without the prince's explicit permission. The prince acknowledged this was true, explaining that with over 90% of the association's donations being his own, they had no choice but to wait for his approval. The representative added that their attempts to raise funds from US-based immigrants were also unsuccessful, as most preferred contributing to their homeland through the Synthetic Association. The prince confirmed this was a system he had intentionally put in place to maximize his influence and protect the immigrants' hard-earned money from being misused. He assured them he would convene a general meeting of the association as soon as possible to address their request, for which they thanked him. Turning his attention to Lee Byung-jun, the prince correctly surmised he was also there for financial support, which the man regretfully confirmed was for the righteous armies in Primorsky Krai. The prince readily agreed to review their needs, stating that support for the righteous cause must not be spared, but he immediately added that this support would come with conditions. He stipulated that any significant funding would require audits from the Synthetic Association and quarterly reports to ensure the money was used properly. One of the Shinminho members reacted with indignation, accusing the prince of trying to make them a subordinate organization. The prince calmly urged him not to jump to conclusions, reiterating that his only intention was to ensure financial transparency. Another member argued that since the prince led the association, it was effectively the same as government control, which could reduce their group to merely carrying out his orders. Now it was the prince who was perplexed, finding it absurd that they would demand money while refusing any form of accountability. He sternly reminded them that the funds were not just his, but also comprised the precious savings of immigrant families, and therefore had to be handled with extreme care. An uncomfortable silence descended upon the room as his words hung in the air. It was Lee Byung-jun who finally spoke, stating that he had made up his mind long ago when he refused the summons from the capital. He declared with conviction that for the freedom of his people, he would gladly accept any and all audits, no matter how rigorous. Internally, the prince approved of the man's integrity, seeing someone who valued his people over his pride, and instructed him to coordinate future plans with the association. With that matter settled, the prince then shifted his gaze to the other members of the Shinminho, sensing they still had something to say. He noted the wary expressions on the faces of Yang Jiitak and Li Dongwei and wondered if factions were already forming within the independence movement. One of them formally requested permission to ask a question, and the prince bid him to speak. The man pointed to the democratic process of electing the synthetic association's head and asked the prince to declare his ultimate vision for the nation, a democracy or a monarchy. The prince answered without hesitation, stating his unwavering belief that a nation's sovereignty belongs to its people. He elaborated that if the people of that nation chose democracy, then a democracy it should become. In the same vein, he continued, if the people's will was to have a monarchy, then that form of government should be upheld. He then sharply criticized them for presuming to decide the nation's fate in secret, calling them elitists who were no different from the old guard they sought to replace. The prince clarified that his own tireless efforts were focused solely on the well-being of the Korean people, not on abstract political systems, and that their talk had revealed a fundamental ideological divide. He concluded the meeting for the day, dismissing them with the hope that their next conversation might prove to be more constructive. The Shinminho, an organization founded to enlighten the public in a time of political turmoil, was composed of a diverse leadership with widely varying backgrounds and beliefs. Inside their meeting hall, a member broke the tense silence, demanding that everyone voice their thoughts after the recent summit. He questioned why they had all become as silent as mutes since their encounter with the prince. Another member expressed his frustration, arguing that debating democracy versus monarchy was pointless when restoring national sovereignty was their immediate priority. A man reminded teacher Joseon of the prince's prior statement that a nation's sovereignty ultimately rests with its people. This led others to question if that meant the prince could restore an absolute monarchy if he claimed it was the people's will, a sentiment that resonated fearfully among them. One member confessed that meeting the prince had only deepened his fear, as the diaspora's unwavering devotion to him made their own educational efforts seem futile. He voiced a chilling thought, comparing the prince's control over the people to that of a cult leader. A defender of the prince, identified as Mr. Yi Kang, shot back, urging them not to oversimplify the situation and to recognize the prince's sincere support for their educational goals. However, another man cynically questioned if that financial support was merely a leash the prince intended to place upon them. The room erupted in conflict, with one member angrily asking if they had all been bought, defending the prince's request for financial transparency as perfectly reasonable. The opposition leader passionately reminded everyone that Yi Kang was the son of an emperor who had prioritized his own authority over the nation's survival. He invoked the memory of comrades who died under the emperor's rule and condemned the shameful extravagance of the royal family's ceremonies while citizens struggled. An aide who had served the prince for a long time tried to calm the room, acknowledging their feelings but guaranteeing that the prince was nothing like his father. The opposition dismissed this, claiming the prince still seemed attached to monarchism, and one man declared the conversation was going nowhere. A compromise was then proposed. They would observe the prince at the upcoming Synthesis Association General Meeting to see if he would truly step down from his leadership position, which would prove he was different from Gojong. On the day of the meeting, the Shinminho members arrived and were greeted by an elder from the association. Their reception was immediately hostile, as the elder coldly questioned what brought such impudent and graceless people to their gathering. The elder's fury escalated as other members of the diaspora joined in, hurling insults and calling the Shinminho ungrateful and disloyal. He turned to teacher Joseon, demanding to know how they could have treated the prince so poorly after all he had done for them. From that point on, the Shinminho members were subjected to an endless stream of laments and complaints from the diaspora, all punctuated by stories of Prince Yi Kang's good deeds. An elder passionately explained that the prince had united them not just with money but with a sense of community, and that he had laid the very foundation for their self-reliance. He angrily questioned how they could possibly treat their benefactor with such disrespect, completely misunderstanding his true intentions. Another man cut him off, stating it was useless to argue further and urged the elder to come inside, as the prince was waiting. As they walked away, a seed of doubt was planted in the minds of the Shinminho, who began to wonder if they had made a terrible misjudgment. A short time later, the general meeting began with the formal arrival of His Highness, Prince Yi Kang. He greeted the assembly warmly, expressing his gratitude and happiness that the Korean Association had been running so well in his absence. The attendees immediately gave him all the credit, insisting that none of their success would have been possible without him. The prince humbly deflected their praise, stating that their achievements were due to their own strength, and announced it was time to fill his temporary chairman position with a true leader. With that, he formally declared that they would prepare to elect the first official representative of the Synthesis Association. Internally, the prince reflected on his deliberate choice to initiate the election, wanting to see how the diaspora would navigate the situation while he acted merely as a lighthouse, showing the way. Im Jong-soo, the association's vice representative, formally requested the right to speak, which the prince granted. The vice representative stated that a transparent election required several prerequisites, and the prince agreed, encouraging everyone present to offer their opinions. The discussion to establish the rules for the first chairman election commenced, with conditions being set for candidacy, secret ballots, and suffrage for all adult males. The prince noted internally that this patriarchal outcome was expected, as the diaspora had not yet deeply considered the concept of women's suffrage. He knew that he could have stepped in and granted women the right to vote in this first election. Yet, he believed true democracy was not something given, but something that had to be seized by the people themselves as a basic right. He resolved instead to foster an educational environment where women would awaken to their rights and fight for them, content with this initial step towards self-governance. With the prerequisites seemingly finalized, the prince announced that the specific schedule and voting locations would be determined and shared later. Before he could conclude the meeting, a member asked for permission to speak, which the prince granted. The man stated that while everyone understood the prince's profound intentions, the reality was that His Highness was the only person who could possibly be a candidate for chairman. Internally, the prince acknowledged that he had anticipated this outcome while the rules were being established. He considered the dilemma: even if another candidate qualified, they would be hesitant to run against him, leading to a solo election that could be externally perceived as a power grab. At that moment, another man requested the right to speak, and the prince gestured for him to proceed. This speaker agreed that if a vote were held now, the prince would undoubtedly become chairman, making the election itself seem unnecessary. However, he argued that this was precisely why the voting absolutely had to proceed. He declared that everyone, both within the diaspora and outside of it, needed to witness their unified support and loyalty to His Highness, Yi Kang. The prince sighed, admitting his predicament was difficult as he had genuinely planned to step down that very day. Teacher Joseon then spoke up, agreeing with the previous speaker and offering a suggestion of his own. He implored the prince to reconsider his decision not to run for the position. He explained that while they understood the prince's will, they simply could not imagine anyone else leading the organization at this time and begged him to serve for just one term. He pleaded that if even that was too much, the prince should at least grant them time to find a new leader, and not to abandon them. The prince gently corrected their misunderstanding, reassuring them that stepping down was not an act of abandonment and that he would forever remain their family. Acknowledging their current need, he agreed to grant them time to find a new candidate, hinting that a leader who truly listens to the people already existed. He then formally concluded the day's discussion, thanked everyone for their hard work, and wished them a safe return home. Afterwards, the prince privately mused on the performative nature of politics, where appearances and speeches were crucial tools. He admitted that his grand display was a calculated response to the wariness he had observed in the Shinminho members during their last meeting. The prince realized that this direct confrontation had been beneficial, as it revealed that he could face hostility from groups outside of his immediate supporters, allowing him to prepare for future challenges. He looked ahead, foreseeing the global spread of communist ideology, which he knew would appeal to those who opposed class structures. The prince predicted that some of the democratically minded Shinminho members would fall for this ideology and might commit ruthless acts in the name of their values. He was determined that this could not be allowed to happen, finding it unacceptable to have come so far only to risk being killed by his own people rather than the Japanese. To steer this change, he resolved to become whatever kind of leader his people wanted to see. At the very least, he would firmly instill the perception that Prince Yi Kang was fundamentally different from any ruler who had come before. An aide approached teacher Dosen and presented him with an envelope, prompting Dosen to ask what it contained. The man explained that it was financial support offered directly from His Highness' personal funds, entirely separate from the Synthesis Association's treasury. He relayed the prince's stipulation that this was the extent of his personal aid, and any future requests must go through the association's formal procedures, to which Dosen gratefully agreed. Teacher Dosen reflected with remorse on the prince's generosity, feeling ashamed that His Highness would offer such help even after Dosen's own comrades had displayed such blatant hostility. As he suggested they head back to their lodging, his eyes fell upon a gathering of his colleagues, and he wondered aloud what was happening. One of the men explained they were discussing the prince, admitting that thoughts which had sparked during the last meeting had only intensified after witnessing the recent assembly. He then posed a heavy question, wondering aloud how different their nation's current situation might be if Prince Yi Kang had actually ascended to the throne. Another man, taken aback by the comment, immediately questioned the sudden and serious nature of this thought. The first speaker clarified his reasoning, stating that His Highness was clearly different from his father, Gojong, and seemed to possess a genuine care for the people. While a more cynical comrade noted that power is not easily relinquished, the speaker confessed his earnest desire to believe the prince would remain true to his promises. A more cautious member of the group interjected, insisting this was not the place for such a sensitive discussion and urging them to continue their talk inside, to which they agreed. Once they were indoors, a man named Mr. Yi Kang addressed teacher Dosen directly, stating that he had a question he wished to ask. He then requested a thorough explanation of the audit His Highness had referred to during the assembly, seeking to understand its true purpose. A few days later, the prince informed a guest that since he was leaving soon, he had arranged a meeting with some people who were eager to see him, leaving his guest curious. Moments later, the arrivals were announced, and the prince introduced Park Young-man from the Korean Military Academy alongside other familiar faces, including Agent Lee Wai-jong of the Ikmunsa. Upon seeing the agent, one of the men in the room called out Wai-jong's name in a warm and familiar greeting. The prince formally introduced Lee Wai-jong as the son of a Russian envoy and the half-brother of Lee Byung-jun, before cutting the reunions short to begin their important discussion. He declared the meeting's purpose was to discuss armed resistance against Japan and assess the current situation, immediately asking for an update on Gando and receiving confirmation of the Japanese army's absence. One of the men elaborated, remarking that whereas the Japanese army once fearlessly crossed the Tumun River, they now dared not even set foot in the Gando region. He added that this withdrawal had allowed part of their militia to return, but then he turned to the prince, asking if the rumors of his involvement in this development were true. The prince humbly acknowledged partial responsibility, explaining that he had consistently spoken out about Japan's territorial ambitions in Manchuria during his travels. He revealed that as a direct result, the United States had opportunistically used this information to its own benefit while negotiating the gentleman's agreement. The men were amazed to hear it was true, remarking on how fortunate they were that their own interests had happened to align perfectly with those of America. They expressed their immense gratitude to the prince for creating such a favorable turn of events, praising his actions as truly admirable. The prince brushed off the praise as simply his duty, then swiftly unrolled a map and redirected their focus, asking them to share everything they knew about active militias in various regions. An official immediately responded, reporting that Korea's disparate militias were uniting under a single banner called the Shangwagun and were planning an advance on Hanseong in the coming months. After processing this intelligence, the prince delivered a stark and chilling prediction, stating with certainty that the entire campaign would end in failure. The attendees were shocked by his proclamation and immediately pressed him to explain the basis for such a grim forecast. The prince revealed that the chosen leader, Lee In-yang, was known for his devout filial piety, and with his father on his deathbed, he would almost certainly abandon his command to be by his side. He explained that while it seemed incomprehensible to forsake a major uprising, the cultural importance of filial piety in Joseon meant the leader's departure was inevitable, which would cause the entire militia to collapse. His Highness expressed a deep desire to help but lamented that his hands were tied by the complex diplomatic environment and the limits of what one person could achieve. He noted that no matter how many allies he made among America's elite, their combined influence was still dwarfed by that of the Japanese. Acknowledging his support had its limits against a nation-state, he suggested guerrilla tactics were their best option and presented them with a copy of the first Russo-Japanese agreement from 1907. As the men read the document, the grim reality set in. It outlined a pact where Russia would occupy Outer Mongolia in exchange for Japan taking the Korean peninsula. This prompted Yi Kang to recall news from his father about rumors of a second agreement being drafted in Russia, likely aimed at partitioning Manchuria. The prince warned that if this second agreement passed, Russia would reduce its influence in Jiandao to protect its own interests, placing the Korean independence groups there in mortal danger. Faced with this daunting cascade of political threats, one of the men anxiously asked what they were supposed to do. The prince turned to his kinsman, Lee Byung-jun, advising him to expand his activities beyond Primorsky Krai into Manchuria and to seek alliances with the local Qing officials. A comrade correctly summarized the strategy as a plan to avoid a full-scale war, instead using a series of small, localized battles to inflict gradual damage on the Japanese. However, another operative voiced his doubt that this would be enough, suggesting that to land a truly major blow, they would need to resort to assassinating key Japanese figures. The prince acknowledged that assassination was an effective method but cautioned them that it was also incredibly dangerous and would likely draw condemnation from the international community. He stressed that the resulting diplomatic fallout could cause irreparable harm to their cause. Reasserting that assassination carried too high a risk, he instead proposed a strategy of waging localized border battles while simultaneously working to dismantle Japan's diplomatic assets one by one. A man expressed his skepticism, reminding the group that Japan currently boasted a formidable network within the international community, making such a task incredibly difficult. A tense silence filled the room as the assembled patriots contemplated the immense challenge that lay before them. Breaking the quiet, the prince offered words of encouragement, promising them that a path would reveal itself and that he would help in any way he could. This pledge prompted one of the men to voice concern for the prince's own safety, a sentiment that seemed to confuse his highness. The man clarified that by providing such direct support, the prince risked being publicly branded as the leader of a radical militant group. With a light scoff, the prince dismissed their worries, revealing his preparations to launder the support funds through a trust company to make them untraceable. He then cryptically added that another powerful figure would soon emerge to help them, allowing him to operate safely from the shadows as a hidden benefactor. With his military strategies set, the prince later hosted the very men he had been most eager to meet, the brothers Lee Ho-young and Lee Si-young, who formally introduced themselves at his estate. When they asked how he had heard of them, the prince cheerfully explained that he became curious after hearing the public call them the second Yi Kangs. The brothers were deeply flustered by the compliment, humbly insisting that they were not worthy of being compared to such a noble figure and asking him to withdraw the statement. The prince simply laughed, explaining that he spoke out of joy and believed that having more influential Koreans like them would greatly elevate their people's status in America. As one brother was visibly moved by his words, the prince privately acknowledged his strategic goal was to distribute influence among several wealthy figures, not to hoard it himself. Changing the subject, the prince offered to help the brothers acquire an American company, only to be surprised when they stated their primary goal was to find land for farming. They explained their reasoning, sharing that many of their people had followed them to America, and they felt a profound responsibility to provide them with a stable livelihood. The prince nodded in complete understanding, confiding that he had felt the same obligation towards the farming families who had placed their trust in him. He reflected on the immense burden of this trust, asserting that he could not possibly live for himself when so many had journeyed to a new country relying on him alone. One brother expressed his surprise at the prince's parallel experience, sharing that his own resolve had been solidified after witnessing the suffering of Korean immigrants under unfair contracts in Hawaii. He recounted his decision to one day provide those workers with land of their own, empowering them to build self-sufficient lives after their exploitative contracts ended. Impressed by their shared vision, the prince asked what land they were considering, and they replied that their search was focused on Southern California and areas north of Mexico. The prince's interest was clearly piqued by the mention of Southern California, and he pressed them for their specific reason for choosing that particular area. The brothers simply confirmed that it was indeed where they planned to begin their cultivation efforts, prompting the prince to once again ask why they had settled on that location. The prince, intrigued by their unorthodox strategy, questioned their decision to cultivate wheat in Southern California. One of the brothers respectfully clarified that he chose wheat based on its future profitability and a deliberate effort to avoid competing with His Highness's own agricultural ventures. The prince waved off their concern, explaining that business thrived on both competition and cooperation, and he was simply excited about their shared future endeavors. He then offered a piece of strategic advice, suggesting they expand into the milling industry once their cultivation plans succeeded, a proposal they readily accepted. As the discussion deepened, the prince learned the brothers had already meticulously coordinated with other wealthy Korean immigrants to ensure their business plans would not overlap. Internally, the prince was thrilled, as this aligned perfectly with his goal of fostering a powerful, unified Korean economic force, whose collective wealth would amplify his own influence. He then astutely inquired if their family's strategic dispersal across the globe was a precursor to an eventual move into the distribution business. The brother confirmed his suspicion, admitting that their family held a keen interest in distribution, particularly within the shipping sector. The prince gave a nod of approval, clearly impressed by the scope of their ambitions. He probed further, asking if their interests also extended into the highly sensitive defense industry. With an amused laugh, the brother conceded that he could hide nothing from the prince, confirming their family's deep interest in defense manufacturing. The prince shrewdly noted their guardedness, realizing they were concealing their true intentions, and he resolved to uncover the source of their wariness. He cut directly to the point, suggesting their farming and distribution plans were merely a facade for their main focus on defense, quickly reassuring them he was not blaming them. Instead, he expressed his sincere gratitude for their unwavering patriotism, deciding internally to trust them and proceed despite their caution. He then revealed his plan to secretly send military supplies to resistance forces, proposing that their factories and shipping companies act as untraceable intermediaries. He looked at them intently, formally asking if they would be willing to undertake this dangerous but vital mission for their homeland. Without hesitation, the brothers solemnly accepted the responsibility, assuring His Highness that he could leave the entire operation to them. Sometime later, the prince instructed his associate to investigate the Lee family, a command that surprised the man given their recent partnership. The prince clarified that while he did trust them, their extreme wariness was a puzzle he needed to solve. His subordinate accepted the explanation without another word, ready for his next set of instructions. The prince handed over a photograph, ordering the Kaplan brothers to monitor the circled individuals for 3 months and immediately report any contact with San Francisco con artists. When asked for the reason behind this surveillance, the prince cryptically stated that he fully expected certain troublemakers to appear. He elaborated that he was anticipating the emergence of factions dedicated to destroying the power structure of the synthetic association. The prince explained that the association's pyramid-like structure made it a target for dissidents, who would likely try to use the new magnates to incite internal conflict. Upon hearing this, one of the brothers, Max, erupted in anger, but his partner quickly calmed him, reminding him that this was familiar territory for them. The prince expressed his confidence in the two men, adding that the recent influx of immigrants provided a large pool of potential allies for their cause. He privately reflected on this, realizing the growing Irish immigrant community represented a significant power base he could leverage through the Kaplan brothers. In a different setting, a farm manager proudly reported to the prince that the year's harvest yield had increased by a remarkable 150%. An elderly agriculturalist named Zhang Rim excitedly attributed the success to their selective breeding program, using superior grains cultivated right there in California. The prince felt a brief pang of guilt, aware that he was pushing his friend's elderly grandfather to work extremely hard. Jong Rim then changed the subject, asking for an update on the development of new agricultural machinery and automobiles, referencing the prince's patent-sharing agreement with Ford. An engineer confirmed the deal was a great success, allowing them to release finished products without fear of lawsuits, which earned the prince's commendation. However, the engineer noted that their new automotive company, on the verge of launching its first vehicle, still needed a name. The prince's first thought was the name Sherbal, a word that signified a new beginning or the very first of its kind. His modern sensibilities made him cringe at the word's contemporary slang meaning, and he quickly pivoted to considering Chobal as an alternative. He observed that both names conveyed the concept of creation and that his team was clearly focused on establishing themselves as pioneers. Another person then suggested the English name Genesis, which the prince immediately found quite fitting. The team unanimously agreed that Genesis sounded impressive, and they praised the prince for his excellent naming instincts. The prince decided to reflect on it further, weighing an English name against a Sino-Korean one, and suggested they finalize the decision after a test drive. After concluding the topic, he turned to one of his chief engineers, granting him permission to ask the question he had been holding back. The prince asked the man for his professional assessment of their new engine, and the engineer replied that it was excellent but also made him understand why he was recruited. When the prince inquired further, the engineer stated that his realization was all about their method of development. He explained that while their reverse engineering efforts were impressive, simply reassembling existing engines would forever relegate them to the status of followers. The engineer correctly deduced that the prince had hired him at great expense because he wished to be a true leader in technology, not just a copier. The prince confirmed this was his exact ambition and directly asked the man if he could help him achieve that goal. The engineer, Rudolf Diesel, expressed his reservations, noting that his own diesel engine was a long way from being suitable for installation in cars. The prince immediately brushed aside these concerns, promising unwavering support for his research for the next 5 or even 10 years, a commitment that astonished the inventor. He also told the team not to worry excessively about new gasoline engine developments, a statement that left them momentarily confused. He then unveiled his true plan, to pursue a high-level technology partnership that went far beyond simple patent sharing. A researcher voiced his doubt, pointing out that their current technology was too nascent to attract any serious partners. With unwavering confidence, the prince simply gestured to himself, implying that his vast fortune was the only negotiation tool they would need. The lead engineer instantly understood, having been convinced to join their team by that very same tool. The prince predicted that powerful figures would come to him within 3 months, a prophecy that was soon fulfilled by the arrival of an automotive titan. Henry Ford arrived at the estate and formally greeted Prince Yi Kang, whom he had traveled a long way to see. Ford mentioned that he, like many, had weathered recent difficulties to make this visit, maintaining a relaxed facade that barely concealed his underlying urgency. The prince wasted no time on pleasantries, inviting his guest to sit down and discuss the true reason for his unexpected visit. Ford promptly brought up the prince's past offer to acquire stock in his company, asking if he remembered the conversation. The prince calmly confirmed that he did, in fact, recall expressing his desire to become a shareholder. When Ford finally asked if the offer was still valid, the prince, sensing his advantage, casually remarked that he was a bit late, clearly intending to make the magnate work for it. The prince acknowledged Ford's question but shrewdly pointed out that the man's timing was a bit late, implying the original terms were no longer so simple. In response, Ford pleaded for understanding, explaining that the severe downturn in the market was the sole reason for his delayed arrival. He then proceeded to outline the terms of his proposal, which would serve as the required guarantee for their deal. Ford confessed that selling his existing company shares was proving difficult, so he planned to transfer a portion of his equity by issuing new shares directly to Prince Li. Considering Ford's precarious financial state, the prince correctly surmised that the magnate was actually thinking of issuing bonds with warrants. Yi Kang saw through the strategy, realizing that issuing bonds with warrants was a more convenient option for Ford, who likely hoped the prince would simply collect the principal and interest when they matured. However, armed with the knowledge of Ford Motors' future growth, the prince declared his intention to choose the new shares and agreed to finalize the contract on those terms. Ford suggested that their burgeoning friendship could make up for any regrettable conditions in the contract, while the prince privately knew the stock's future 2,500-fold increase made the deal more than acceptable. Following the signing of the contract, a visibly more relaxed Ford introduced the prince to one of his company's most important associates. The man formally presented himself as John Francis Dodge, the vice president of the Ford Motor Company. Ford lauded Dodge as a preeminent authority on gasoline engines, unknowingly presenting the very talent the prince was most eager to recruit. The prince observed their seemingly amicable relationship, noting a smudge of grease on Ford's face, which the automaker laughed off as the result of inspecting an engine. Recalling future events, the prince knew that the two men were destined for a major conflict that would end with Dodge leaving to form his own highly successful military truck company. Yi Kang warmly greeted the engineer and extended an invitation to visit his research institute, a proposal that clearly surprised Dodge. The prince elaborated, stating that as a fellow engine engineer, Dodge's advice would be invaluable to his own researchers. This had been his calculated plan to impress Dodge and build a connection, but the situation was suddenly derailed by an unexpected outburst from one of his own men. An irate researcher, whom the prince silently cursed as a hot-headed fool, created an intensely awkward moment that demanded immediate damage control. Rudolf Diesel, the very researcher, sarcastically identified himself as the idiot Dodge had mentioned, prompting a hasty apology from the automotive executive. Dodge then confessed that he had a habit of swearing every time he was reminded of the infamous Thomas Edison. This admission led Diesel to ask if Dodge had also been victimized by Edison, a question that opened the floodgates for a tirade about the man's maliciousness. The prince watched, startled, as the two men unexpectedly bonded over their mutual hatred for a common enemy, instantly defusing the tense situation. After touring the facilities, Dodge complimented the prince on his impressive setup and inquired if he had chosen a name for his new company yet. The prince admitted that he had considered various options for his first enterprise but none had felt quite right, which led Ford to suggest he simply use his own name. Yi Kang countered that he had considered it but feared that a company with an Eastern name might face marketing disadvantages, a point Ford had to concede. Ford then offered a new idea, asking about the meaning behind the Chinese character for Kang in the prince's name. Upon learning it meant hill, Ford immediately proposed Hill Motors or the acronym RLH Motors, which sparked the prince's interest. Ford explained that RLH not only incorporated all parts of the prince's name but also had a dual meaning, as the R could stand for royal, making it a clever and locally acceptable brand. Sensing a pause, Ford then asked if the prince disliked his suggestion. The prince, however, was delighted, expressing that the idea felt like the perfect solution to a difficult puzzle and thanking the man for his ingenuity. Having settled that matter, Ford revealed there was another important reason for his visit, one that went beyond the acquisition of new shares. He cautiously brought up the negative press circulating about the prince, who simply brushed it off as the usual price of fame. Ford insisted the matter was more serious, clarifying that the issue was not confined to California as he handed over another newspaper. He revealed that malicious stories questioning the prince's legitimacy and accusing him of affairs were now appearing in daily papers across the country, from New York to his own home base in Detroit. When the prince inquired about the timeline, Ford confirmed that all of the articles had been published very recently. Yi Kang scanned the mastheads, recognizing them as obscure tabloids from places he had never even heard of. Ford stressed that while some scrutiny of a powerful figure was normal, this coordinated campaign was unusually large-scale and overtly malicious. The prince noticed that while the publication dates varied, the article's content was nearly identical, signaling a deliberate and vicious effort to diminish his influence. He resolved to launch a full investigation upon returning home and questioned why none of his people had been aware of this unfolding media attack. One of his subordinates stepped forward, offering a sincere and profound apology for the oversight. The aide quickly reported that a preliminary check of the newspapers revealed the first slanderous article had originated from a tabloid in New York. The prince immediately understood the strategy. His enemies had initiated their smear campaign from the place furthest from his sphere of influence, knowing he would have crushed it instantly had it started in California. He astutely observed that the article's details suggested it was written by someone who knew him well, prompting his aide to ask for his reasoning. Yi Kang pointed to a passage that twisted his preference for older women into a psychological complex stemming from the childhood loss of his mother. The story then escalated, accusing him of seducing married Korean immigrant women by providing their families with homes and education, charitable acts that only an insider would be aware of. The aide was aghast, realizing that the author had grotesquely distorted the prince's support for the families of the righteous armies fighting in Joseon. The prince confirmed the aide's suspicion, seething at how his goodwill policies for farming families had been twisted into something so vile. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, noting that this was a classic tactic of public manipulation, mixing a little truth with many lies, and shifted his focus from anger to action. He commanded his trusted aide, Gojong, to prepare a counter-article at once and to demand official corrections from all the tabloids involved. The prince then mused that while a truthful article would have been beneficial, this situation presented its own unique opportunity. He predicted that once the lies were exposed, the public's support for him would be even stronger, as people are always more moved when a beautiful truth is revealed from beneath ugly falsehoods. Just then, an assistant arrived with an urgent update on the journalists they were investigating, Durham Stevenson, David, and Marcus. The investigation had uncovered a crucial commonality: all three men had recently made trips to Tokyo, Japan. More damningly, it was discovered that Durham Stevenson of the California Daily had also recently traveled to Hanyang and paid a visit to the Japanese Residency General. With this new information, the prince understood the deep malice behind the attacks, having finally identified the shadowy mastermind orchestrating them. As he began to discuss countermeasures with his staff, a man named Max burst into the room, urgently calling for his boss. The prince asked what the emergency was, and Max reported that a representative from the powerful Hearst Media Group had arrived. Max then presented a message, explaining that the representative had insisted it be delivered directly into the prince's hands. The scene then shifted to a grand, imposing building silhouetted against a starry night sky. A familiar voice called out to Prince Li as he entered. The man expressed his great pleasure at seeing the prince again, a sentiment Yi Kang reciprocated before voicing his curiosity about their meeting. The prince directly asked why it had been necessary to rent a private room for their conversation. His host cryptically asked if he remembered their last discussion, to which the prince confirmed he recalled the man saying he owed him a debt. The man then declared that the time had finally come for him to repay a portion of that very debt, leaving the prince to contemplate what this offer would entail. The prince declared that their next destination was the Central Hotel and commanded his entourage to set a course for it. Upon arriving, he met the journalist Durham Stevenson and Riley asked what could possibly bring such a busy man to see him, alluding to the recent tumultuous events. Stevenson flinched with visible alarm when the prince suddenly reached a hand inside his formal coat. The prince calmly revealed he was only getting an envelope, privately marveling at how such a timid man had become entangled in the affairs of a foreign nation. He then firmly presented the envelope to the journalist, instructing him to take it. Stevenson hesitated, his eyes wide with suspicion as he cautiously asked if the envelope contained money. Confirming the contents, the prince explained that it was compensation for the harm caused at the press conference, offering it as a formal apology on behalf of the overseas Koreans. The journalist immediately assumed it was a bribe to prevent a lawsuit and attempted to refuse the money, assuring the prince he had no intention of suing. The prince firmly insisted, clarifying that the payment was not a bribe but a genuine gesture of his goodwill. He then reminded Stevenson that the very men who protected him during the chaotic incident were his own, another act of goodwill that he now regretted not being able to orchestrate beforehand. With the memory of the slanderous headlines flashing in his mind, Stevenson pointed out the significant trouble his article had undoubtedly caused the prince. The prince dismissed the personal attack, stating he could ignore insults against himself but not those directed at his people. He then dropped a bombshell, revealing that his investigation concluded the article was not written by Stevenson's own will but at the instigation of a hidden third party. With a grave tone, the prince warned the journalist about placing too much trust in the Japanese government and summoned his aide, Hyonsik. He handed Stevenson a letter that he explained had arrived from the Japanese consulate the previous night, urging him to read it to understand the situation. The document in Stevenson's hands laid out Japan's official position with a false gesture of reconciliation, but it contained no hint of consideration for the journalist himself. In fact, the letter completely disavowed any connection to Stevenson, framing his article as a personal deviation, a conveniently timed betrayal that made the prince's task of persuading him far easier. The prince, claiming to be intimately familiar with Japanese tactics, correctly guessed that they had ordered Stevenson to cease follow-up articles but specifically not to issue a retraction. He explained the brutal and simple reason for this: Japan fully intended to use the journalist for this incident and then discard him. The prince laid out the grim scenario, where the absence of a retraction would cause the anger of the Joseon people to swell until it inevitably found a target. He then leaned in, making it chillingly clear that the target of that immense rage would be Stevenson. As the journalist stammered in disbelief, the prince crushed any remaining hope, coldly asking if he truly thought Japan would mourn his death. He explained the cold logic of their plan: with the culprit eliminated, Japan would be absolved of all blame and would even benefit from the political fallout of an American citizen's death at the hands of Joseon people. The prince concluded by appealing to Stevenson's professional duty, hoping he would finally verify the facts and write an article that reflected his own will. A few days later, in a separate meeting, a strategist noted that based on the prince's recent speeches and actions, he seemed to have a strong interest in armed struggle, making him a prime candidate for their proposed methods. An agreement was reached, and a man named Baekbeom was wished good fortune on his impending military endeavors. At the same time that Baekbeom departed for the United States, American society itself was descending into widespread turmoil. Across the country, workers took to the streets in protest, their voices rising in unison to demand expanded rights and the prohibition of child labor. The movement, which started in New York, had spread like a raging wildfire, prompting the prince's aide to inquire about the situation at their own workplaces. In response, the prince revealed a collection of letters from the other members of the Seven, which surprised his aide who had assumed only Morgan was in contact. The prince explained their simple motivation was greed, as each member was trying to get ahead by striking a preemptive deal with him to secure a larger share of future profits. This complex political landscape forced the prince to carefully consider which of these powerful figures would provide him with the greatest strategic advantage. His choice was soon revealed as he graciously welcomed John D. Rockefeller, expressing deep gratitude for the tycoon traveling all the way from the West to meet him. As he led Rockefeller through his opulent estate, the prince privately affirmed his decision, recognizing that Rockefeller's status as a pure native businessman would offset his own vulnerabilities as a newly arrived Asian foreigner. Surrounded by such immense luxury, he couldn't help but reflect on the powerful advantage of wealth, especially when in the company of the richest man in America. The conversation eventually turned to the prince's ventures, with Rockefeller admitting he did not understand the logic behind the scholarship program. Rockefeller candidly expressed his philosophy that lazy people should be left to starve, questioning why the prince would fund their studies instead of rewarding those who were truly hardworking. While not entirely disagreeing, the prince offered a different perspective, explaining that due to deep-seated social contradictions, even the most diligent people sometimes face starvation. He clarified that his scholarship program was not an attempt to fix the whole system, but a focused effort to rescue at least a few unfortunate souls trapped by those contradictions. The prince acknowledged this might sound hypocritical coming from a man so focused on accumulating wealth, but Rockefeller interrupted, saying their talk had helped him understand his late mother's words. His curiosity piqued, the prince prompted Rockefeller to explain what his mother had said. Rockefeller reminisced about his mother frequently scolding him, asking if he planned to die with all his money and constantly urging him to be more generous. As Rockefeller had a sudden epiphany about charity work, the prince wisely suggested he start by making a small donation and observing the positive changes it brought to people's lives. The prince was acting on key historical knowledge, aware that at this time, an ailing Rockefeller was already contemplating his mortality and turning toward philanthropy. The prince's entire plan was to accelerate this philanthropic shift for his own benefit, and he offered to recommend several worthy causes, an offer Rockefeller gratefully accepted. After Rockefeller thanked him for the valuable information, they both noticed night had fallen, prompting the prince to ask if dinner was next on the agenda. But Rockefeller paused, revealing that before they ate, he had to divulge the true purpose of their meeting, to prepare for the critical topics that would be raised at their group's meeting in 2 days. Rockefeller began by outlining the critical topics for their meeting, starting with the interim settlement of their shared fund and then moving on to the establishment of a Federal Reserve and the upcoming Republican primary. The prince felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing he had already obtained a wealth of useful information from his private conversation with the tycoon. Just then, however, their discussion was interrupted by an unexpected turn of events. A young woman entered carrying refreshments, noting that their long conversation must have left them thirsty, which immediately caught the prince's attention. A flustered Rockefeller thanked his niece, Ethel, before formally introducing her to the prince, a realization dawning on him mid-sentence. The woman introduced herself as Ethel Geraldine Rockefeller, leaving the prince to silently curse the old man for his blatant matchmaking. Maintaining his composure, the prince gracefully introduced himself as Yi Kang. In that moment, he understood that the entire 7-man committee meeting had been nothing more than a clever ruse for a blind date. The following day, as they traveled by train, Rockefeller casually asked what he and Ethel had talked about so late into the previous night. The prince, now en route from New Jersey to New York, marveled at Rockefeller's persistence and simply stated they had discussed philanthropy and art. He couldn't help but notice that Rockefeller was already treating him like a future nephew-in-law, eagerly taking note of his supposed interest in art. The prince reflected on how he had been blindsided by this move, despite having received similar marriage proposals from other magnates like Baron Rothschild and James J. Hill. Rockefeller then tried to ease any pressure, admitting he had gotten ahead of himself because he cherished Ethel so dearly, yet still requested a hint of the prince's intentions before his return to San Francisco. Contemplating the offer, the prince acknowledged that Ethel Rockefeller was an excellent choice for a partner, perhaps even more than he deserved, but the gravity of a marriage to a foreigner in this era made an immediate decision impossible. He silently admitted to himself that the beautiful woman was exactly his type before Rockefeller shifted the conversation, asking about his deep friendship with the banker, Giannini, which the prince confirmed. The prince explained their bond was forged in the flames of the Great Earthquake, prompting Rockefeller to mention that Morgan's associates had recently been appointed as partner directors at the Bank of Italy. With a grave tone, Rockefeller urged him to warn Giannini against trusting Morgan, comparing the man to a ravenous demon who would devour Giannini's assets without a second thought. He then pointed out the bank's structural vulnerability, reminding the prince that it was primarily owned by a group of small shareholders. The prince fully grasped the severity of the warning, resolving to relay the message so he and Giannini could immediately begin preparing a defense. After covering several more topics with Rockefeller during the rest of their journey, they finally arrived in New York for the meeting. The proceedings began with the presentation of the interim settlement for their jointly created relief fund. One member proudly noted that the profits had far exceeded expectations, which he claimed was only natural given the caliber of the men involved. Before they could distribute the earnings, however, it was proposed that they first discuss several pressing matters, given that another financial crisis could strike at any time. The speaker passionately argued that in order to prepare for such a possibility, it was time to establish a Federal Reserve. He asserted that since they were the ones who had successfully navigated the last crisis, they should be the ones to lead this new institution. A detailed plan was laid out to divide the entire country into 15 districts, each with its own federal bank, with the committee members overseeing 2 districts each while jointly managing New York. The plan stipulated that 7 of the 15 bank directors would form an executive board to make all major decisions, but as the prince listened, he identified a fatal flaw. Another member then cleared his throat and voiced his own concerns, expressing doubt that establishing a Federal Reserve would be an easy task. He reminded the group of Baron Rothschild's recent declaration to run as the Republican presidential candidate, questioning if he would ever approve a private-led central bank should he win. This prompted another member to turn to Morgan, asking for his assessment of the current atmosphere within the Republican Party. Morgan sighed heavily, lamenting that Roosevelt's re-election would force them into submission for years, making any discussion of the Fed entirely impossible. In response, a more optimistic member suggested they could back the Democratic Party, reasoning that their long history of losses would make them cooperative allies. Morgan openly scoffed at this alternative, declaring that a Democratic victory would strip him of his influence and that he would be lucky to avoid being ousted entirely, before quickly apologizing for his outburst. While the other man accepted his apology, Morgan privately fumed at the lack of consideration, vowing that as long as he lived, a Democrat would never occupy the presidency. Sensing the fatigue in the room, the chairman concluded the day's meeting, scheduling them to reconvene the next morning. As everyone began to depart, Giannini quietly approached the prince, asking for a moment of his time. Giannini observed that the prince seemed troubled by the idea of a democratic administration, yet also recalled his earlier dismissal of the party, leading him to suspect an ulterior motive. The prince decided to play along. The prince conceded that while the thought was terrible, they could not afford to have a president hostile to capitalists in power, insisting that their chosen candidate must win the next election to ensure the Federal Reserve Bill passed. Seeing the prince's unwavering resolve, Giannini decided to probe just how far he was willing to go to achieve his goal. He asked directly if the prince would consider backing a Democrat in a worst-case scenario, and the prince confirmed that he would. Giannini pressed further, pointing out that if the current Democratic frontrunner lost again, had be finished, and asked if the prince had another candidate in mind. The prince revealed his alternative was Woodrow Wilson, a choice that seemed shocking to Giannini, given Wilson's extremist views. When asked if he knew the man, the prince enigmatically stated that he would soon have a connection through a Korean student seeking a doctorate at Princeton University. The prince's mind raced with historical knowledge, recalling that Syngman Rhee was about to receive his degree, a connection he planned to exploit fully. He made a mental note to arrange a meeting with Rhee soon, before turning back to the group and announcing he had 2 more proposals. A weary Morgan asked what else he could possibly have to discuss, at which point the prince raised the topic of resuming the Panama Canal's construction. He detailed Morgan's offer, which included restarting the canal's construction in exchange for operating rights and, more importantly, hiring Korean citizens as laborers for the project. The prince knew it was a tempting proposition, as a temporary visa to Panama would offer a crucial escape route for Koreans living under colonial rule, but he suspected such a generous offer was merely a gilded chain. He therefore politely declined the canal shares but agreed to facilitate the hiring of Korean workers, bringing the day's tense negotiations to a close by cautiously accepting only half of Morgan's dubious offer. Later that evening, the prince reflected on Morgan's scheme, certain that the Federal Reserve Committee was just a means to install puppets he could manipulate at will. But a confident smile spread across his face, for he knew that would not be the final outcome. He vowed that his foreknowledge of the future would serve as the ultimate variable in Morgan's meticulous plans. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he privately declared that J.P. Morgan was about to experience a great deal of turmoil. The scene shifted back to the meeting, where an astonished Morgan asked the prince to repeat his last statement. The prince calmly reiterated that he was fostering a very good relationship with Mr. Rockefeller's niece. He then audaciously asked for their congratulations on what he suggested would be a happy union, a calculated move to publicly position Rockefeller as Morgan's primary rival. Afterward, the prince took further steps to prepare for the possibility of a Democrat becoming president, beginning by summoning a visitor to his room. A young man entered the room and bowed respectfully, asking after His Royal Highness' well-being. After the man offered his formal greetings, the prince acknowledged that it had been some time and warmly invited him to take a seat. The prince then inquired about the student's master's program, and the young man enthusiastically reported his success, crediting the prince's scholarship and expressing his ambition to pursue a doctorate next. As the student showered him with endless praise, the prince wryly wondered if he had accidentally funded a degree in flattery. He understood the man's underlying desperation. His academic rivals were already by the prince's side, actively building their influence and securing their futures. This man, meanwhile, felt he had little to offer beyond his academic qualifications and was intensely eager to prove his worth to his benefactor. The prince gently advised him to focus on completing his doctorate for now, reassuring him that his abilities would one day be of great use to the Korean community. The student's face lit up as he eagerly agreed. Then, with a hopeful expression, the young man revealed he had a special request to make of His Highness. The prince gently advised the young scholar to focus on completing his doctorate for now, reassuring him that his abilities would one day be put to great use in the Korean community. The student's face lit up with renewed determination as he eagerly agreed. He then revealed with a hopeful expression that there was one more thing he wished to ask of His Highness. The student bowed his head respectfully, imploring the prince to state his request. The prince explained that since the young man was heading to Princeton, he wanted him to research the interests of its president, Woodrow Wilson, whom the prince would soon be meeting. The student was momentarily confused, wondering about the purpose behind this unusual assignment. In a flash of insight, however, he recognized it as a golden opportunity and passionately vowed to carry out the command without fail. Seeing the student had grasped the request's importance, the prince emphasized that he must work diligently if he truly wanted to prove his usefulness. With a firm nod, the prince officially entrusted him with this crucial task. Sometime later, a new visitor's car pulled through the gates, approaching the prince's impressive residence. An aide announced the madam's arrival, and the prince instructed him to show her into the reception room. The prince greeted Ethel Rockefeller, expressing concern that she must be tired from her long journey, but she assured him it felt more like a vacation. She added with a light-hearted smile that her family had been doting on her ever since the engagement was confirmed, a development the prince was pleased to hear. Ethel let out a soft laugh, admitting that her family had been exceptionally eager for her marriage to the prince. Shifting to a more serious tone, she asked if she could pose a question, and the prince graciously invited her to ask anything, promising to answer with all his heart. Looking him directly in the eye, Ethel asked the simple, pointed question of why he had chosen her to be his partner. The prince internally listed the pragmatic reasons for his choice: her family's immense wealth and her striking beauty, which surpassed that of the other candidates. Deciding against such a blunt confession, he instead offered a romantic falsehood, claiming his heart had been hers from the moment he first saw her. Ethel listened with an unerringly neutral expression, her thoughts impossible to read. She then coolly observed that he was very good at lying, remarking on his impressive ability to maintain a placid expression while doing so. The prince silently noted that she was as shrewd as expected of a Rockefeller, just before she turned the question back on him, asking why she had chosen him. Ethel explained that for women in high society, marriage was not a matter of the heart but a calculated choice among the options her family provided. She then compared him to a top-tier diamond that had appeared before her, making it obvious why any woman in her position would select him. The prince understood she saw him as a prize, but he couldn't help but wonder if she truly grasped the significant weakness he possessed. He candidly brought up the fact that his royal title had been revoked due to Japanese pressure, but Ethel calmly confirmed she was already aware he would become a commoner within a year. With unwavering confidence, however, she asked if he truly intended to let things stay that way, implying he would get his title back. She continued, suggesting that he might one day rise to a position even higher than the one he had lost. The prince realized then that she saw their union as a path to power, a motivation that mirrored his own reasons for aligning with her family. He acknowledged internally that the Rockefellers were chosen precisely because he believed they could become a powerful ally for his country's future. He declared that he would do his best for her sake, and with that, she announced that they were now officially partners. Following this declaration, Ethel revealed she had come prepared, producing a contract she had already written. The prince accepted the document and began to review its terms, noting that her initial demands were not particularly rude. The first clause was a rather cute request, born of family pride, to give their future children Rockefeller as a middle name, but the conditions below it gave him pause. He looked up from the paper in surprise, asking Ethel if she was truly serious about the next articles. In his mind, he reread the shocking clauses which stipulated that he could have affairs secretly, but was forbidden from having any illegitimate children. Ethel calmly clarified her terms. His affairs were his business as long as she remained unaware, and his only legally recognized children must be hers. She then delivered the final term, promising that if he could abide by these conditions, the Rockefeller family would forever be his staunchest ally. The prince was utterly astonished, a wave of shock washing over him as he realized he was about to marry a truly incredible woman. After settling the contract with Ethel, the prince returned to San Francisco to resume his duties. From that moment on, he found himself with barely a moment's rest, as invitations and investment proposals flooded in from those eager to court the man who had weathered the financial crisis. He lamented to his aide, Hyunsik, that he might die from overwork, but Hyunsik reassured him that his burden would lighten after the election of a new association president. Hyunsik then handed over Livermore's asset management statement, a report the prince had requested but now saw as another self-inflicted burden. The aide voiced his concern that the portfolio was becoming unbalanced, with oil company stocks now making up 50% of the total assets. Unconcerned, the prince asserted that the oil industry would only continue to grow and instructed him to have Livermore purchase even more shares. Hyunsik confirmed that he had completed processing all the necessary documents. With no break in sight, the prince sighed, declaring it was time to meet his visitors and asking for the day's list. His aide began to read the schedule of the people who had appointments to meet with him that day. The prince's eyes caught a particularly interesting entry, an investment opportunity in a Joseon mine presented by Albert Taylor, and he instructed his aide to bring that man in first. Albert Taylor, an American businessman and journalist, entered the room and effusively expressed his gratitude, noting how lucky he felt to secure a meeting with such a busy man. The prince cut straight to the matter, stating his interest in the Joseon mine and requesting a more detailed explanation. Taylor recounted how, while living in Joseon with his father, he discovered an incredible gold mine in the southern region of the Korean Empire. The prince leaned forward, asking for the specific name of this gold mine. He was told it was the Ch1 gold mine, a name the prince recognized as a historically profitable site in Chungcheong province. He recalled reading records confirming that the mine, discovered by chance, had indeed generated substantial profits in the past. The prince initially thought that there were better investments than a gold mine, but his interest was suddenly reignited when Taylor revealed that Japan was selling the mining rights due to its own financial troubles. A jolt of excitement ran through him at this unexpected news. Taylor explained he was seeking an investor because he was short on funds, and the prince instantly saw the appeal. Acquiring a mine Japan was forced to sell would be a delightfully ironic victory. Just as he was about to agree, Hyunsik cautiously intervened, strongly advising him to consult an expert before investing in such an uncertain venture. When the prince asked who he had in mind, Hyunsik suggested Jack Milo, who happened to be in New York at that very moment. The prince readily agreed that getting reliable information from an expert was a far more prudent approach than making a rash decision. He tasked Hyunsik with arranging the meeting, his mind already racing with the political turmoil he could create by returning to Joseon with its own gold. During their meeting, Jack Milo reviewed the geological report and concluded that the gold deposit was indeed large, making it a good investment if the data was not a scam. While Taylor bristled at the insinuation, the prince simply thanked Milo for his professional assessment. Milo offered one last piece of advice, recommending they send a separate exploration engineer to the site to personally confirm the report's findings before any money changed hands. He added that if the engineer's report was positive, they should sign the contract without a moment's hesitation. The prince then asked Milo if he himself could go, but the expert immediately refused, reminding them of his debilitating seasickness. The prince pressed gently, confirming that there was absolutely no way for Milo to make the overseas journey. Seeing the dilemma, Milo offered an alternative, mentioning an exploration engineer he knew who had recently become available after his previous client went bankrupt. He vouched for the young man's skills, assuring them that despite his youth, he was trustworthy and a fellow member of their exclusive club. Milo then revealed the engineer's name was Herbert Hoover, a man he praised for possessing an amazing talent for locating mineral veins. The prince froze, his mind reeling as he wondered if this could possibly be the same Herbert Hoover he knew from his knowledge of the future. The prince's mind reeled with the impossible possibility that this was the very same Herbert Hoover destined to become the 31st President of the United States. Milo confirmed it, explaining that Hoover was in New York seeking work after a project fell through and asked if the prince would like an introduction. Seizing the moment, the prince insisted they go at once, declaring that such a historic opportunity could not be postponed. Shortly after, the four men were seated at a table, where Herbert Hoover was already deeply engrossed in reviewing the Geological Survey documents. The prince watched him intently, his suspicions confirmed. It was undoubtedly the future president sitting right before him. He immediately resolved to forge a strong connection with this man, silently observing the intense focus Hoover dedicated to the papers. Hoover eventually looked up, remarking not on any flaws but on his fascination with the report's layout, which he praised for its exceptional clarity. The prince credited Taylor with the document's preparation, and a pleased Taylor thanked Hoover for the high praise. This prompted Hoover to ask Taylor if his father happened to be George Taylor, a question that visibly surprised the young man as he confirmed it was true. Hoover then revealed that he and Taylor's father had once been brief colleagues in the same field. Noting the striking family resemblance, Hoover expressed his pleasant surprise at the coincidence, a development the prince saw as another thread weaving perfectly into his growing web of influence. Taylor then recalled another connection they shared, remembering that Hoover was also a fellow member of their exclusive club, which Hoover affirmed was correct. In a flash of memory, Taylor realized he had actually seen the prince once before, during his own club interview. The prince chuckled at the revelation, but Taylor sheepishly explained he hadn't mentioned it because he assumed the prince would not have remembered him. Brushing it aside, the prince stated that their future relationship was what truly mattered, all while privately admiring Hoover's respectful and impeccable attitude towards everyone present. He even recalled an earlier moment when Hoover had shown genuine concern for his Korean attendants, ensuring they were comfortable in the crowded room. The prince reflected that while few would dare to disrespect him personally in this modern age, a subtle condescension often lingered. He had grown accustomed to those around him who subtly looked down upon his people, making Hoover's respect all the more significant. Such character was exactly what he expected from the man who would one day champion voting rights for the long-oppressed Native Americans. Decisively, the prince slid a folder across the table, presenting Hoover with a job contract and immediately capturing his full attention. He encouraged Hoover to review the terms, promising it would be an offer he wouldn't regret, a confident claim that only deepened the engineer's curiosity. As Hoover's eyes scanned the document, they widened in absolute astonishment. He protested that the terms were far too generous, but the prince calmly assured him that every clause was precisely as it should be. Hoover found this hard to believe, questioning the staggering offer of 3% of the trust company's shares just for managing the Ch1 gold mine. The prince then revealed the contract's true purpose. It was an insurance policy against the day Japan would discover his ownership of the mine's trust. He painted a scenario where Japan would hesitate to seize a mine in which a future United States president held a significant personal stake. Furthermore, he explained that offering shares instead of a large salary also helped him preserve liquid cash amidst the ongoing financial crisis. With this strategic understanding, Hoover accepted the terms and earnestly pledged his unwavering support to the prince for any future endeavors. The prince's expression turned to one of pure satisfaction, for this was the exact outcome he had orchestrated. He announced it was time to make the agreement official and proceeded to have the contract legally notarized. To expedite the process, they visited Carter, Ledgett and Milburn, a prestigious law firm highly recommended by the Rockefellers. It was inside this esteemed office that the prince encountered another entirely unexpected figure from the annals of history. A young lawyer introduced himself as Franklin D. Roosevelt, the man assigned to review their contract and, as the prince knew, the future 32nd President of the United States. The prince stood in stunned silence, wondering if some divine force was playing a prank on him by arranging meetings with two future presidents on the same day. Noticing his client's frozen expression, the firm's partner, Carter Ledgett, inquired with concern if the prince was feeling unwell. The prince quickly composed himself, attributing his surprise to the lawyer's youth, which Ledgett acknowledged while vouching for the young Roosevelt's exceptional capabilities. Roosevelt himself spoke with poise, assuring the prince that he would handle the matter perfectly. The prince thought to himself that of course Roosevelt could do anything well. He knew that a man who would go on to be elected president 4 times possessed an extraordinary level of competence. Fleeting images of Roosevelt's future presidential campaigns and wartime leadership flashed through the prince's mind. Returning to the moment, the prince conveyed his complete confidence and formally entrusted the legal review to him. Roosevelt accepted the task with a sharp and determined affirmation. After a thorough review, Roosevelt addressed the prince, confirming his task had been to find harmful clauses and asking for his client's final thoughts. He declared the contract to be completely sound, needing only minor adjustments to its wording, which brought a sense of relief to the prince. With his own work done, Roosevelt then checked if the prince or his associates had any remaining concerns regarding the agreement. Both Taylor and Hoover voiced their complete satisfaction, with Taylor adding his eagerness to sign immediately and return to Joseon to finalize the mining rights. Seeing that their clients were in full agreement and ready to sign, Roosevelt signaled to his superiors to move forward with the proceedings without delay. Once the signatures were affixed, Hoover and Taylor were officially and legally bound by the terms of the new contract. The prince, however, knew his work was not yet done. He now had to build a strong relationship with Roosevelt. With the formal business concluded, he warmly invited the group for a celebratory drink. Hoover graciously declined due to a prior commitment but promised to join another time, which perfectly cleared the way for the prince to focus on his real target. The prince then turned directly to Roosevelt, proposing they get better acquainted since their professional paths would likely cross again. After a moment of consideration, Roosevelt agreed to the invitation. The 3 men went out for drinks, though the prince's primary objective for the evening was to engage in a much deeper conversation with Franklin Roosevelt. As the night progressed, an increasingly intoxicated Taylor earnestly thanked the prince for the opportunity and vowed to work hard. Observing that Taylor could barely hold his liquor, the prince arranged for him to be sent home early. Roosevelt, however, shrewdly pointed out that the prince had been the one encouraging Taylor to drink, sensing a deliberate motive to be alone with him. Once they were alone, the prince cut straight to the chase, asking Roosevelt about his ultimate ambition, a direct question that momentarily flustered the young lawyer. The prince pressed on, suggesting that a man bearing the Roosevelt name must aspire to more than a legal career, a line of reasoning that made Roosevelt realize his ambitions had been seen. Internally, Roosevelt acknowledged that he had joined the firm precisely to leverage its connections with New York's political and financial elites. Recognizing this as a potential turning point, he openly confessed that his dream was to enter the world of politics. The prince probed further, asking if his ambitions stretched as high as the presidency, following in Theodore Roosevelt's footsteps, which gave the younger man pause. The prince advised that reaching such lofty goals required immense wealth, which could be earned or acquired by aligning with powerful men of business like himself. Roosevelt confessed he had considered the prince as a potential ally but was wary due to his widely known associations with Republican politicians. He then firmly stated his own identity as a Democrat with no intention of ever changing parties, to which the prince simply asked what was wrong with that. The prince clarified that he had no official party allegiance, believing both Democrats and Republicans were essential components of the American political system. He did, however, express his personal refusal as a man of color to align with any group that preached racism, a sentiment that resonated with Roosevelt's own desire for a less divisive political landscape. Seeing their principles aligned, the prince made his move, offering Roosevelt not just his alliance but his full financial sponsorship, extending his hand for a pact that could change history. The prince made his final offer, proposing not just a political alliance but his full financial sponsorship, and then asked for Roosevelt's verdict on the historic proposition. He added that he was already in contact with Democratic congressmen, assuring Roosevelt that similar connections could easily be arranged for him as well. Roosevelt acknowledged the prince's words, his mind processing the immense implications of the offer. Sensing the lingering hesitation, the prince internally recognized the need for one final push and wondered if his grand promises seemed like a mere bluff. Roosevelt quickly clarified that it was not a matter of disbelief but rather his own natural caution guiding his decision. Deciding to drive the point home, the prince resolved to make an offer that Roosevelt could not possibly refuse. He extended a personal invitation to his upcoming engagement ceremony, framing it as a risk-free opportunity that would undoubtedly benefit Roosevelt's political career. Roosevelt fell silent for a long moment, carefully weighing the momentous invitation. After his contemplation, he formally expressed his gratitude and accepted the prince's generous offer. The prince internally celebrated, realizing that if events followed their historical course, he had just secured an alliance with the future greatest president in American history. Meanwhile, as the prince expanded his influence in America, a different set of political machinations were taking place in Tokyo, at the Prime Minister's residence. Katsura Taro was formally congratulated on his election, marking his third time ascending to the position of Prime Minister of Japan. He warmly thanked Representative Sion-ji and Resident General Ito, admitting that hearing Sion-ji's words of support truly made his return to power feel complete. Inviting his guests to be seated, Katsura anticipated that their meeting would involve far more than simple congratulations. Eager to get a grasp on current affairs, he immediately asked Ito for a report on Joseon, contemptuously noting that its people were, as usual, causing trouble. While one official callously suggested imprisoning the entire Joseon populace, Sion-ji interjected, advising the Prime Minister to focus on Japan's pressing economic issues instead. He detailed how the immense costs from the Russo-Japanese War were driving the nation toward a recession, placing an ever-growing burden on its citizens. Sion-ji argued that their primary goals must be economic recovery and debt reduction, which would require strict measures to increase revenue and cut expenditures. Katsura reacted with sharp disdain, accusing Sion-ji of trying to foist onto him the very problems he had failed to solve during his own time as Prime Minister. The war against the Russian Empire, though a Japanese victory, had occurred during Katsura's first term and had left the nation's economy in a state of turmoil. Sion-ji seethed inwardly, recalling the immense struggle of trying to manage the colossal 2 billion yen debt that the war had created. Ito intervened to calm the escalating tensions, reminding them that finding a solution was more critical than arguing, a point Katsura conceded before steering the conversation back to Joseon. The Prime Minister theorized that if they thoroughly investigated the colony, they might uncover a new source of funds to exploit. Ito reported that while the militias south of Hanyang were mostly subdued, suppressing the northern forces would require more time due to a recent shift in their movements. Unbeknownst to them, rumors of Prince Yi Kang supporting the northern militias had caused a mass migration, which had inadvertently prevented a massacre that occurred in the original timeline. Another official demanded to know why captured prisoners were being sent to Panama, to which Ito explained it was at the behest of the American tycoon J.P. Morgan. Ito defended the controversial decision by reminding the room that Morgan held a large portion of their war debt, a debt that Katsura himself had incurred. Katsura accepted the criticism, acknowledging that while he was responsible for the initial damage, their recent scrutiny was understandable after 3 years of silence on the matter. Shifting the topic, the Prime Minister then inquired about the rumors surrounding Prince Yi Kang of Joseon and the vast fortune he was reportedly building. Ito confirmed the rumors were true, stating that the prince's wealth and influence in the United States were expanding at a truly absurd rate. He described Yi Kang as a human money printing machine, whose ever-growing list of assets was almost beyond belief. An official pointed out that the prince's trust had stakes in many small but profitable Joseon mines and boldly suggested they forcibly reclaim them. When met with a shocked expression, the official clarified his meaning, asking why they couldn't simply strip the prince of his mining rights. Another minister immediately dismissed the notion as preposterous, reminding everyone that the mines were legally transferred to Western interests and Yi Kang only owned a 10% share. He sternly warned that seizing the company would provoke the wrath of American capitalists and ruin Japan's international reputation, urging the Prime Minister to proceed with caution. Katsura bristled with frustration, complaining that all he heard were limitations while Yi Kang was already making moves on the South Manchurian Railway they coveted. His anger grew as he pointed out that the prince was even surveying iron mines in Manchuria, while they seemed powerless to take even a single small asset from him. The Prime Minister grimly recalled his first impression of the prince as a clueless fool, now realizing it had all been a masterful deception. He finally saw Yi Kang for what he was, a cunning snake that had been hiding its fangs, patiently waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Overcome with regret, Katsura lamented not having dealt with the prince before he became so powerful, his outburst cut short by a call for restraint. Ito then delivered more dire news, revealing that Yi Kang's recent engagement to a member of the Rockefeller family had significantly amplified his influence in America. He explained that if the rumors of Standard Oil's split were true, the prince could potentially inherit control over most of California's oil fields through his new wife. One of the advisors implored the prime minister to think more rationally, warning against his increasingly reckless and emotional state. He reminded Katsura that this situation was far more delicate than the infamous fox hunt, and a similar misstep could destabilize their entire nation. The advisor cautioned that killing Yi Kang would only galvanize Joseon's independence movement and trigger a wave of retaliatory assassinations against Japan's leaders. After listening to their concerns, Katsura calmly assured them that he understood their positions and told them not to worry. He then made a solemn promise that they would not lay a single hand on Prince Yi Kang. With a menacing glint in his eye, however, he clarified that not touching the prince directly did not mean they would take no action at all. The prime minister then turned to his aide, Kuroda, and gave a chilling order to bring Miura Goro to him at once. Lieutenant General Miura Goro of the Imperial Japanese Army arrived moments later, asking His Excellency why he had been summoned. Katsura observed the general's uniform, remarking that it reminded him of Miura's father, who he recalled was quite skilled. He then spoke a code phrase, mentioning his father's prowess at fox hunting, a term that immediately made Miura grasp the dark purpose of his visit. The prime minister revealed that this time the prey was not a fox but a tiger, and he questioned if the general was up to the challenge. Miura responded with unwavering confidence, promising that with the prime minister's backing, he would deliver the beast that was desired. Katsura pledged that the general would be provided with as many resources as he needed to complete his mission. He added a crucial warning, however, noting that unlike the last time, this particular hunt would take place on American soil. The Prime Minister made it clear that failure was not an option, and Miura gravely acknowledged that he would take full responsibility for the outcome. In the dark corners of his mind, Miura declared Yi Kang's reign over, vowing that the prince would soon be sprawled lifeless on the cold ground. Thousands of miles away, an inexplicable and deeply unsettling chill suddenly washed over Prince Yi Kang. At that very moment, the sound of a familiar voice announcing its arrival cut through the sudden, strange tension. A familiar voice called out, warmly asking the prince if he had been well. Yi Kang recognized his visitor as Kim Kyu-sik, the only man he considered a true brother, who had just arrived at his New York villa. The two men exchanged pleasantries, each confirming that they were doing well. Yi Kang inquired if anything was the matter, but Kyu-sik assured him he had only rushed over out of eagerness to show him the item he had requested. Kyu-sik then presented the beautifully crafted engagement ring that had been commissioned from a Joseon artisan for Yi Kang's fiancée. When asked for his opinion, Yi Kang declared the piece perfect and truly beautiful, confident that Ethel would adore it. The prince revealed his plan to use the ring as the cornerstone for his future mining and artisanship businesses, prompting Kyu-sik to question if the high-priced item would find sufficient demand. Yi Kang confidently dismissed his friend's concerns, stating he would create the demand himself and instructing Kyu-sik to arrange for aggressive promotional photography. He knew that while modern social media was unavailable, the sight of Ethel wearing the ring at their high-profile wedding would be the ultimate advertisement, captivating the elite before becoming a coveted item for the general public. Kyu-sik then asked if the prince had decided on a name for the new jewelry company, to which Yi Kang affirmed he had one in mind. Yi Kang announced he would name the company Ethel after the ring's owner, a romantic gesture that prompted a delighted reaction from his friend. The prince explained that she deserved such a tribute, especially given his past as a divorced man, while privately acknowledging the brilliant marketing inherent in a brand founded for one's wife. He foresaw Ethel becoming the world's most famous jewelry company, a rise in value that would directly enhance his fiancée's prestige, which he knew would please her immensely. He was more certain than ever that she was the best partner he could have possibly chosen. Meanwhile, Unaware of the jewelry company being created in her name, Ethel was making her own strategic moves for their future. With a sharp tone, she demanded that her family give her more. Her father, William Rockefeller, protested, pointing out that the stocks she had already received were worth $1 million, an enormous sum in those days. Ethel shrewdly reminded her father of an old promise to give her all his shares upon her marriage, a comment he tried to dismiss as a joke until her brother confirmed she had taken it seriously. She pressed him further, asking if he had lied to her, which left her father stunned by her sudden and forceful demeanor. Feigning vulnerability, she argued that she would be looked down upon in the West if she arrived with nothing, a notion her sister immediately rejected, reminding her of her Rockefeller status. Ethel then cunningly shifted the blame, claiming Alice Roosevelt had told her that as a commoner, she needed wealth to command respect. Her family was aghast at the alleged slight, but Ethel maintained her act, threatening to call off the wedding rather than face such disrespect. Moved by her apparent distress, her siblings immediately offered parts of their own shares to ensure she wouldn't be disrespected. Internally, Ethel celebrated her successful manipulation, knowing her generous siblings would give her their best assets. She then strategically requested the assets in stocks rather than paintings or cash, a move that made her family realize they had been played, though it was far too late to retract their offers. She theatrically promised to repay them double in the future, but they simply waved it off, wishing only for her happiness. Sometime later, Yi Kang's engagement ceremony commenced at a magnificent villa in the Hamptons, where guests offered him their congratulations. The prince turned to greet another arriving party with a welcoming smile. He was complimented on how exceptionally well he looked in his formal attire and graciously thanked the guests for their kind words and for traveling all the way there. As it was a Rockefeller family event, an endless stream of distinguished guests, mostly associates of the family, poured in to celebrate the union. Alice Roosevelt arrived with a cheerful greeting, congratulating the prince on his marriage, and he expressed his gladness that she could make it. She explained she was there on behalf of her father, the president, who sent his congratulations. Yi Kang relayed his thanks, adding that it was a shame Theodore couldn't be there himself. Alice's husband, Nicholas Longworth, then introduced himself, and the prince recognized him as a member of the House of Representatives, accepting an invitation to meet for a meal in New York. Understanding the political advantage of such a connection, Yi Kang promised to visit him the next time he was in the city. An aide then approached the prince, discreetly informing him that there was something he needed to report. Yi Kang asked what the matter was, only to be told that a group of Japanese men had appeared at the main gate. He questioned their unexpected presence and learned they were claiming to be a congratulatory delegation from the emperor, led by the Japanese ambassador. Immediately suspicious, the prince doubted their cover story and wondered what their true motive could be for such a brazen move. He decided to confront the uninvited guests himself and went to see them. Arriving at the gate, he directly addressed Ambassador Takahara, demanding to know the reason for his visit. The ambassador claimed he was representing the Joseon government to offer congratulations, but Yi Kang immediately shut him down, stating he was in no way qualified to do so. The prince firmly declared that unqualified and uninvited individuals were not welcome and bluntly ordered them to leave at once. To Yi Kang's surprise, the ambassador readily agreed to depart, leaving the prince to wonder if he had merely come to make a symbolic appearance. Just before leaving, however, the ambassador paused, stating there was one more thing he wished to say. He then delivered a thinly veiled threat, advising the prince to take care of himself and to avoid public activities for the foreseeable future. Yi Kang instantly understood the man's true purpose. It was not a congratulation but a stark warning that his life was in danger. He recalled that this ambassador was allied with the former prime minister, realizing that the new hardline government in Japan was now targeting his personal safety. The prince mused on Japan's long history of destructive internal factionalism, which had persisted even during major global conflicts. He recognized an opportunity to exploit this internal division later but resolved to first focus on the celebration at hand. Back at the party, the guests were buzzing with excitement over Ethel's magnificent diamond ring, noting its unique heart-shaped cut. Whispers of the romantic tale behind the ring and its associated jewelry company spread quickly, and Yi Kang privately noted the overwhelming success of his promotional strategy. He turned to Ethel, gently reminding her that their guests were waiting, and asked her for a dance. She gracefully accepted his offer with a smile. As they danced, Ethel turned to him, asking if she could pose just one question. The prince lovingly replied that she never needed his permission to ask him anything. She then asked what his ultimate dream was, not for the present, but for the distant future. He reflected internally that his first and only goal had once been simple survival. He continued his thought, realizing that after everything he had experienced, a great many things he wanted to achieve had emerged. The number of people and things he wished to protect had grown, making his own safety more critical than ever. He then told Ethel that while he previously had no such dream, one had finally formed that very day, making her look at him with curiosity. He revealed his new, chilling ambition, to permanently eradicate from the planet anyone who disturbed his peace or threatened him and his family. Ethel deduced that someone must be threatening him, and he confirmed that there were many, listing at least 3 major factions that came to mind. He mentally ticked off the first 2, the Japanese, who would kill him given any chance, and the communists, who saw a wealthy capitalist as an obstacle to their Asian ambitions. His final thought identified the third group as American racists, who resented a foreigner encroaching on their power, some of whom he suspected were fuming in that very room over his union with Ethel. Ethel listened intently and then told him not to worry, making a solemn vow to protect their family no matter what happened. She expressed this promise with such absolute confidence that it caught him by surprise. Yi Kang looked at her with admiration, feeling her dependable nature wash away any fear of the countless enemies he knew he would face. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, vowing to overcome every hardship to protect everyone, believing this might be the very reason he had been brought into this world. The couple continued their intimate dance, gliding gracefully across the grand ballroom floor. Ethel looked up at him, her face alight with pure, unadulterated joy. Their dance concluded with a formal, respectful bow, signaling the end of a magical evening. The next day, the celebrations resumed, as was the custom for upper-class events which often stretched over several days due to the era's arduous travel conditions. As morning broke, Representative Hearst found Prince Yi Kang already awake and asked if he had enjoyed the banquet, to which the prince affirmed that he had, giving Hearst the credit. These elaborate parties, however, served a greater purpose than mere socializing. They were the primary stage for the complex networking that defined high society. Hearst then leaned in conspiratorially, mentioning he had heard a very interesting rumor, and at Yi Kang's request, prepared to divulge the gossip. The subject of this rumor, he revealed, was Governor George Pardee, a man whom Yi Kang acknowledged knowing through his political role in San Francisco. Hearst explained that Governor Pardee was in the midst of a vigorous lobbying campaign across the country to secure the next World's Fair for his city. Yi Kang internally recalled that he was already aware of this plan to rebuild San Francisco under the theme of revival and had, in fact, already promised his full support. Choosing to keep his prior knowledge a secret, he feigned surprise and asked Hearst how he had come upon such exclusive information. Hearst gestured towards a man he identified as Pardee's secretary, John Maxwell, noting how diligently he had been working since the previous day. The prince instantly recognized John Maxwell from his own social debut and, observing him speaking with William Rockefeller, asked Hearst why the two were conversing. Yi Kang learned that Maxwell had proposed a massive investment in AXNT, a move he immediately recognized as a masterstroke that would secure a century-long monopoly, and he resolved to advise his father-in-law to invest. Hearst, however, assured him that the Baron would likely act on this opportunity regardless, before turning to greet the man himself as he approached. He then cleverly pitched the investment to the Baron by appealing to his desire to speak with his faraway daughter, suggesting advanced telephone services would make that possible. Baron Rothschild offered a polite greeting in return, formally introducing himself to Representative Hearst. Without preamble, the Baron then asked Hearst if he might borrow Prince Yi Kang for a private conversation. Hearst graciously excused himself, claiming their own discussion had already concluded. The prince silently mused that Hearst was likely attempting to expand his influence into the United Kingdom, though he knew the Baron was not a man easily won over. Once they were alone, Yi Kang asked the Baron what matter was so important that it required chasing Hearst away. The Baron dismissed Hearst as a gossip, explaining he needed to introduce someone without the affair being exaggerated and reported in the press. At that moment, another man approached them, drawing the prince's full attention. The newcomer presented himself as Walter Rothschild, identifying himself as the Baron's nephew and the official heir to the British Rothschild family. Yi Kang offered Walter a warm welcome and his congratulations, mentioning he looked forward to seeing him at the upcoming wedding. The Baron explained that his declining health meant Walter would attend the wedding in his place, making Yi Kang realize this was a formal introduction to the heir, whom he resolved to treat with the utmost respect. The Baron then steered the conversation back, revealing he'd overheard their talk about the World's Fair and already knew certain facts, prompting an intrigued Yi Kang to ask what he knew. He revealed that the fair had already been secretly approved by Washington, a fact that made Yi Kang silently admire Governor Pardee's political acumen and his connection to Roosevelt. The Baron then tested the prince by asking if he had known about this, causing Yi Kang to decide that admitting part of the truth was his best strategy. He admitted to knowing about the initial plan but claimed ignorance of its approval in Washington, commending the governor on his proactive efforts. The Baron agreed that the project was moving at an abnormally fast pace, suggesting it was because Roosevelt's re-election was considered a certainty. Suddenly, all the puzzle pieces from his earlier chat with Hearst clicked into place for Yi Kang. He understood they were rushing to find a groundbreaking invention to be the centerpiece of the fair's revival theme. The Baron then directly asked the prince if he knew the real reason behind this unusual speed. He mentioned the Panama Canal, which immediately triggered Yi Kang's memory of Governor Pardee bringing it up in their last conversation. The Baron found it strange that Pardee would discuss such a topic, speculating that it must have been a favor requested by a powerful, mutual acquaintance. He described this person as a terrifyingly ruthless man they both knew, one who would do anything to legislate the new Federal Reserve Bank to suit his own interests. After his lengthy preamble, the Baron finally revealed his true purpose. He proposed they join forces to stop this formidable adversary. Yi Kang carefully considered the offer, realizing that accepting would make an enemy of J.P. Morgan, and decided to remain neutral until he could determine which side offered greater profit. He politely told the Baron he needed more time to think on the matter, a request the Baron seemed to accept. Noticing someone approaching, the Baron prepared to take his leave but delivered one final, startling piece of information. King Edward VII himself had requested a private audience with the prince. With that tantalizing offer hanging in the air, the Baron departed, stating he would await a favorable response to his proposal. Yi Kang was stunned by the Baron's bold move, offering a direct connection to British royalty, and understood he had to consider this alliance very seriously. His thoughts were interrupted by the arrival of J.P. Morgan, making the prince inwardly sigh at how the day had become less of a party and more of a war of schemes. Morgan offered a pleasant greeting, and when Yi Kang asked why he was not resting, the financier replied that he had something he needed to tell him. Several days after the engagement ceremony concluded, the prince finally set out on his journey to San Francisco. On the way, he remarked to his companion that the entire event had felt more like a silent, bitter war of intrigue than a genuine celebration. He specifically recalled how Morgan, clearly conscious of the Baron's influence, had been excessively complimentary, leaving him to wonder about the magnate's true intentions. The answer came when Morgan admitted that he had managed to overhear a portion of the prince's private discussion with the Baron. He honed in on the King of England's request for a meeting, immediately framing it as the Baron acting as a conduit to relay concerns from the British royal family. Morgan then posited that these concerns revolved around the Wright brothers' newly invented airplane and the threat of its export to Germany and the Netherlands. Yi Kang confirmed that the export negotiations were real but questioned why they would warrant such high-level attention. The financier explained that the British Crown viewed the airplane as a future threat and was therefore using the Baron to pass a message to him. This interpretation troubled Yi Kang, as he remembered the Baron's tone being entirely nonchalant, making him wonder if he had misjudged the entire exchange. Replaying the Baron's words, he questioned why the man would omit such critical context, and a suspicion arose that he was being led into a trap. He then considered an alternative, that this was merely a ploy by Morgan to drive a wedge between him and Baron Rothschild. After weighing both possibilities, he concluded that Morgan's desperate attempt at manipulation was the far more likely scenario. An aide remarked that everyone was approaching him because he was the linchpin in the Federal Reserve Bank matter, to which the prince admitted he had not yet made a decision. He explained that this was not a choice to be made lightly, as he first needed to identify which powerful faction would become his goose that lays the golden eggs. The strategic discussion was cut short as an aide announced their imminent arrival in the city of San Francisco. Once there, he was urged to hurry to the community center so as not to be late for the counting of the election ballots. The San Francisco Korean Community Center was abuzz with activity as the vote of confidence in the Hapsung Association's representative was underway, a first taste of democracy for a people born in a monarchy. Some citizens mused that holding a vote was pointless when only the prince could lead, yet others admitted that the act of casting a ballot felt good regardless. A more insightful observer pointed out that although it was a vote on the prince's re-election, it established the precedent that they were the ones choosing their representative. This sparked a powerful realization among the crowd: the ballot gave them the power to hold their leaders accountable and even replace them if they failed. Yi Kang watched, satisfied, knowing that this was the beginning of his people understanding the responsible choice he had granted them and learning to voice their own opinions. The final results were announced in a landslide victory, with nearly all of the 82,405 votes affirming that Prince Ui would serve another term as representative. Stepping forward amidst a wave of congratulations, the prince formally thanked everyone for their overwhelming show of support. He then declared that due to his extensive travels, he would appoint a chief vice representative to lead in his stead, and he named Yi Kang to fill the important role. A man with a sharp mustache and a serious expression, Yi Kang, stood poised, ready to undertake the duties of his new position. Following the announcer's declaration of a landslide victory, Prince Ui stepped forward amidst a wave of congratulations and formally thanked everyone for their overwhelming show of support. He then declared that due to his extensive travels, he would appoint a chief vice representative to lead in his stead, and he named Yi Kang to fill the important role. Yi Kang humbly accepted the position, vowing that he and the other vice representatives would serve the prince with all their might, to which the prince replied that he was the one counting on them. The prince reflected internally that his plan had succeeded perfectly, not only proving his strong standing but also showing the community the very people who would carry on his will. He then turned to his aides and thanked them for their hard work, but they insisted that he was the one who had endured the most. As they walked, the prince noticed a significant increase in security personnel, and an aide confirmed they had bolstered their numbers as a precaution after the engagement ceremony incident. The prince nodded in approval, agreeing that it never hurt to be careful. Just then, an agent named Lee Weijong urgently ushered the prince toward a waiting vehicle. Once inside, the prince questioned Weijong's conspicuous arrival, but the agent explained he had no choice but to hurry due to unusual movements from Japan. Weijong elaborated that the Japanese Prime Minister's residence had been repeatedly mentioning a wedding, leading them to suspect a plot was being planned for his own, prompting the prince to agree that security needed to be enhanced even further. The agent then added that there were other troublesome activities being detected in the Americas, which prompted the prince to ask for more details. Weijong revealed the grim news that a group of like-minded Korean youths was actively plotting an assassination, a revelation that caught the prince by surprise. Realizing such an act could brand the Hapsung Association as an extremist group and ruin their international image, the prince decided he had to step in and ask to meet the ringleader, prompting Weijong to say he had an idea. At the same time, various anti-Japanese factions were operating under different ideologies, from the self-strengthening theory, which prioritized building capacity first, to the armed struggle theory, which advocated for direct military action. Other routes included the diplomacy theory, which sought alliances with foreign powers, and the key figure assassination theory, which argued for killing Japanese bureaucrats to force their withdrawal. Within a group known as the Korean Patriotic Corps, the theory of assassination had become the particularly dominant and favored approach. Inside one of their meetings, two men who had previously been swayed by Yi Kang's speech against violence recognized each other with surprise. One of the men confirmed he had come to observe the Korean Patriotic Corps because, despite the prince's warning against extreme actions, he found it hard to give up his will for justice. As everyone took their places, an attendee asked if their representative, a man named Kim Chang-soo, had arrived. The name Kim Chang-soo sparked a hushed reverence, as the men identified him as the great hero who had beaten Empress Myeongseong's assassins to death and founded their organization. However, as the meeting began, they were stunned to see Lee Wai-jong, the prince's devoted agent, standing directly behind Representative Kim, making them wonder why he was there. Kim Chang-soo began the meeting by announcing that in the 30 days since their founding, their ranks of supporters had swelled to over 500 people. With a powerful voice, he declared that the time had finally come for them to fulfill the people's long-cherished desire. When a member asked what he meant, he clarified that their desire was to deliver punishment to those who continued to act outrageously despite the current situation. He revealed their target was Ito, the resident general of Joseon, explaining that his upcoming tour with a minimal escort of only 20 guards presented the optimal opportunity to execute him. A man named Lee Jae-myung immediately volunteered for the dangerous mission, requesting that it be left to him. He acknowledged that whether he succeeded or failed, his own life would be forfeit, but he expressed his unwavering desire to carry out the act. Just as Kim Chang-soo was about to entrust the execution of Ito to him, a sudden interruption halted the proceedings. A new voice rang out as a man named An Jung-gyeon stepped forward and declared that he would be the one to execute Ito. The room buzzed with recognition of the famous General An Jung-gyeon, as Lee Jae-myung asked the general why he was stopping him. An Jung-gyeon gently asked for Lee Jae-myung's age, to which the young man replied that he was 22 years old. Citing his youth, An Jung-gyeon argued that Lee had more to contribute and should leave the mission to him, but Lee passionately refused, insisting his dedication could overcome his inexperience. An Jung-gyeon countered that his patriotism was well known, but this mission was too important, and a failure could endanger everyone, so an experienced hand was needed. Others in the room began to murmur in agreement, conceding that since Ito's death was paramount, it would be better for a more experienced person to handle it. Seeing the tide turn, Lee Jae-myung relented but asked for a single promise in return. He requested that he be given the honor of executing the notorious collaborator, Lee Won-yong. An Jung-gyeon solemnly agreed, promising that the task of eliminating Lee Won-yong would be left to him, for which the young man expressed his gratitude. However, before the plan could be finalized, another member of the group spoke up, requesting a moment to address the representative. He questioned whether they were proceeding with this assassination after informing Prince Ui, reminding them all that the prince had specifically requested they avoid such extreme measures. Kim Chang-soo reasoned that the prince had only forbidden targeting Americans and Europeans, which he interpreted as a tacit agreement regarding Japanese and traders, and therefore had not informed him. The questioner reacted with alarm, calling the assumption dangerous and insisting they should receive the prince's explicit permission first. He warned them to consider the consequences if their reckless actions brought harm upon the Korean community, asking if they could truly face the prince's wrath. This stark warning sent a wave of unease through the room as the members realized that harming the community would make them an enemy of the very man they respected. A tense silence fell over the gathered patriots as they weighed the immense risk of their proposed actions. To discuss the delicate matter further, it was decided that they should move to a more secure location. They were led to a discreet building, which was revealed to be the group's usual hideout. Upon entering, the new members gasped in astonishment at the sight before them. One man remarked that he had expected ample support but was envious of such a systematic and wonderful hideout. Another patriot pointed out with amazement that the room contained exact panoramic replicas of downtown Hanyang and Gaeseong. Suddenly, the footsteps of one man halted as he stared ahead, his face pale with shock, looking as if he had just seen a ghost. The source of his terror was then revealed to the others. His Highness Prince Ui was standing right there in their secret base. The stunned members demanded to know how he had found them, but the prince calmly replied that he had come to meet the foremost action faction in the Americas. Frozen in shock and unsure how to proceed, the men were quietly urged by their comrades to hurry up and greet their unexpected guest. The prince dryly noted their inability to handle sudden situations, then instructed the people he was seeing for the first time to introduce themselves. Kim Chang-soo was the first to regain his composure, stepping forward to formally introduce himself and offer his greetings to the prince. The other humble members quickly followed his lead, expressing what an honor it was to meet His Highness in person. After the greetings concluded, an uneasy silence filled the room until the prince's sharp gaze singled out two specific individuals, Jang Yin-hwan and John Myung-hun, and he ordered them to raise their heads. The two men snapped to attention, nervously responding that they were listening and awaiting his command. The prince reminded them that they seemed to have understood his will before, then coldly demanded to know if their presence there meant they were now going against him, causing the men to cry out that it was a misunderstanding. In a panic, they frantically explained they had merely stopped by to see the new organization and were in the middle of conveying the prince's anti-assassination stance when the topic arose. The prince's focus immediately sharpened at the mention of an assassination, and he stated that he must now know what their operation entailed. His voice hardened into a low command as he ordered them to tell him everything about their plan. The two men desperately insisted they had only stopped by after hearing of the new organization and were in the process of conveying the prince's anti-assassination stance when the topic came up. The prince's focus sharpened on the phrase assassination operation, realizing he now had to be made aware of their entire plan. With a voice that allowed no argument, he commanded them to tell him everything. A tense silence fell over the gathered patriots as they struggled with the prince's sudden demand. Seeing their collective hesitation, he redirected his order specifically to Jang Yin-hwan and John Myung-hun, insisting that they be the ones to speak. The two men stammered nervously, completely at a loss for words under his intense and expectant gaze. Internally, Kim Chang-soo reasoned that their continued silence would be mistaken for disloyalty and decided it was better to present their plan directly in hopes of gaining the prince's aid. He boldly stepped forward, offering to explain the situation himself, which prompted the prince to ask who he was. The man introduced himself as Kim Chang-soo, the leader of the newly formed Korean Patriotic Corps, unknowingly revealing his future identity as the great independence activist Kim Gu. The prince recognized the inherent leadership qualities in the man who knew when to take responsibility and agreed to hear what he had to say. As Kim Chang-soo detailed their plot, the prince observed the fiery resolve in the eyes of all the independence activists in the room. However, from his modern-day perspective, he viewed their all-or-nothing approach as a tragically short-sighted method that burned away everything for a single goal without considering the aftermath. He understood that telling these deeply committed men to use a more diplomatic method to gain international support would be a futile effort. Such a suggestion, he feared, would only cause them to lose faith in him, making them impossible to control and potentially leading to even more needless sacrifices. He concluded that he must persuade them using logic they could accept, beginning by asking if the simplistic plan he had just heard was all there was to it. When his question was met with confusion, the prince bluntly critiqued their strategy as nothing more than an ambush on Ito's tour, with their most experienced combatant carrying out the deed. He pressed for tactical details, learning they intended to use handguns, which meant a close-range attack that would guarantee their capture, a fact their leader readily admitted he was prepared for. The prince pushed further, asking what would happen after their surrender, to which the patriot replied that his duty would be fulfilled and he would simply face the ensuing trial. Cutting through the man's idealism, the prince stated the inevitable outcome would be a death sentence, a fate the man had already accepted. But the prince explained that it wouldn't stop there, as the Japanese would immediately begin searching for a mastermind to hold responsible. He then revealed who the person Japan most wanted to capture at that very moment was. With grim certainty, he declared that he was their ultimate target. A wave of disbelief and shock rippled through the assembled patriots at his staggering claim. One of them immediately protested, arguing that the prince had no knowledge of their plan and that they would never betray him under any circumstances. The prince acknowledged their unwavering loyalty but grimly noted that it wouldn't be enough to shield him from the fallout. He warned them that in their desperation to implicate him, the Japanese would arrest every compatriot with even the slightest connection to the event, targeting them, their families, and their friends. This ruthless campaign of pressure, he asserted, would continue relentlessly until he was forced to turn himself in. The patriots' faces fell as they realized the devastating truth in his words, understanding their actions would bring ruin upon their comrades and endanger the prince himself. Sensing their change of heart, the prince immediately advised them to halt the operation, condemning it as a reckless plan with no fallback. He then reminded them of his deeply held belief that every single citizen of the Korean Empire was precious to him. He elaborated that this conviction extended to everyone, from the diligent community members living peaceful lives to the very patriots in the room risking everything for their homeland. With rising passion, he questioned how he could ever condone a plan where his treasured people treated their own lives as disposable as a single sheet of paper. He clarified that he was not opposed to the eventual assassination of their enemies, but he pleaded with them to wait until they had consolidated their power. One of the members cautiously asked how long they would need to wait, mentioning that they were also keeping an eye on political trends within Japan. The prince explained that Japan was currently fractured by a massive internal power struggle, which would inevitably weaken the nation and diminish its influence abroad. The patriots quickly grasped his strategy, understanding that he wanted them to wait and strike only when Japan's internal conflict had left it vulnerable. The prince confirmed their assessment, stressing that during this waiting period, they must focus on building their own strength for the opportune moment. Having laid out his alternative strategy, he formally asked if they would place their trust in him and wait for his signal. Without hesitation, the Korean Patriotic Corps pledged their loyalty, a move that significantly expanded the prince's network of operatives under his direct command. The narrative then shifted to Yi Kang's lavish mansion back in San Francisco, where he had been consumed by a whirlwind of activity. He was seen inquiring about the progress of a special performance for an upcoming ceremony and was assured that it had been finalized for months and was now being perfected through constant practice. The source of all this frantic preparation was then revealed: his wedding was now less than a month away. He reflected on the nature of American upper-class weddings as the absolute pinnacle of social networking, which was why he was meticulously managing the guest list. He understood America's subtle social hierarchies and knew that by skillfully connecting the right people, his own social and political value would increase exponentially. His thoughts turned to inviting legal professionals, a move that would be crucial for establishing their community's standing and for planting allies within the soon-to-be-created Federal Bureau of Investigation. His strategic planning was interrupted by an aide who approached him with a message. The aide hesitantly informed him that Vice President Morgan had once again reached out. The prince correctly surmised that it was another request for a meeting from the younger Morgan, sighing at the man's relentless persistence. He recalled that ever since the engagement party, Morgan Jr. had been sending near-constant invitations, clearly acting on his father's orders to cultivate a friendship. Deciding that he couldn't keep putting the man off, he found an opening in his schedule that evening and instructed his aide to arrange the meeting. Later that day, Princey formally greeted Vice President Morgan, acknowledging that they had not seen each other since the engagement ceremony. Morgan returned the pleasantries but noted the prince's tired complexion, a comment that secretly irked the prince, who found it hypocritical to be pestered while looking so obviously exhausted. The prince brushed off the concern, blaming his fatigue on the immense stress of wedding preparations as he gestured for his guest to take a seat. Morgan began the conversation by asking about life in San Francisco, casually suggesting its only flaw was a distinct lack of parties. He then overtly proposed that the prince should host a party, confidently predicting that it would be a major draw for the city's eligible women. Internally dismissing the man as a party-obsessed fool, the prince firmly stated that he had no intention of hosting such events before his wedding. Morgan expressed his surprise, asking the prince why he would make such a choice. The prince explained his commitment to his future wife, stating that he refused to give her any reason for worry and had promised her he would fulfill all his duties as a husband. His sincere response seemed to impress Morgan, who remarked that it was nice to see such genuine affection in what he had presumed was a purely political marriage. Shifting gears, Morgan admitted he had a reason for the meeting beyond small talk, confessing his curiosity about a rumor he had heard. He revealed that word was spreading about the prince employing an excessive number of personal security personnel, far more than what was required for wedding security alone. He then looked the prince in the eye and asked directly if there was an active threat against his life. The scene suddenly changed, establishing a new time and place, September 7, 1908, just 3 weeks before the wedding, at the San Francisco North Pier. An official announcement rang out, informing passengers that they would now begin disembarking from the ship. At the customs desk, an immigration officer processed a tourist from the United Kingdom, wishing him a pleasant trip. The officer then promptly called for the next person waiting in the queue. A man who had traveled from Japan stepped up to the counter and was asked to state his name. The traveler calmly introduced himself as Miura Matsujiro. The immigration officer, having confirmed Miura Matsujiro's name, proceeded to ask for the purpose of his entry into the United States. Miura calmly stated he was there to visit relatives and to do some hunting, a response which prompted the officer to inquire about the specific kind of hunting he planned. Before Miura could answer, another official shouted over, urging his colleague to process the man quickly as the line was backing up. Flustered, the officer swiftly stamped the documents and welcomed Miura to America, wishing him a pleasant trip as Miura offered a polite thank you. Just beyond the customs gate, a man named Tetsuya called out, getting Mr. Miura's attention and gesturing for him to come over. Tetsuya, part of the advance team for Prince Yi Kang's assassination, quietly asked if Miura was well and if the preparations had gone according to plan. Miura scoffed with confidence, assuring his subordinate that he had finished the hunting preparations perfectly. His associate nodded in approval, commending Miura for a job well done. However, Tetsuya delivered some troubling news. Prince Yi's security detail had more than doubled since the engagement ceremony, and they were still actively recruiting. He elaborated that their intelligence pointed to a public argument and subsequent private discussion between the prince and former ambassador Takahara as the catalyst for the heightened security. Miura instantly understood, cursing his political rivals as slippery, loach-like bastards for interfering. He fumed, realizing this was a strategic move aimed at checking Prime Minister Katsura's influence rather than truly helping the prince, lamenting such infighting within the Japanese Empire. Tetsuya correctly surmised it was a warning from the Seionji faction and, despite their own disinformation campaign, cautiously asked if they should suspend the operation. Miura flatly rejected the idea, arguing that the prince's intense focus on his wedding, amplified by their leaked intel, created the perfect vulnerability to exploit. Tetsuya looked on, uncertain of how they would proceed with this new complication. With chilling resolve, Miura declared their new strategy: they would strike before the wedding, catching the prince completely by surprise. Meanwhile, back in his study, Morgan Jr. reeled in disbelief, questioning if Japan was truly targeting the prince. He tried to laugh it off as an absurd joke, reasoning that such an attack on American soil was unthinkable, but his smile quickly faded into doubt. Looking the prince dead in the eye, he asked him earnestly if the threat was real. Prince Yi questioned if he seemed the type to joke about such matters, reminding Morgan of the Japanese dignitary who had caused a scene at the engagement ceremony. With Morgan's memory jogged, the prince confirmed that the incident was related and revealed his intelligence suggested his wedding day was the most probable date for the attempt. He concluded his grim assessment with the stark reality that the ultimate goal was his assassination. Morgan, refusing to be a mere bystander, immediately offered his help, prompting a curious prince to ask what he had in mind. The vice president enthusiastically proposed adding his own personal bodyguards to the wedding security, boasting that such overwhelming numbers would deter any assailant. The prince privately considered that while it might look like a gathering of gangsters, having more guards was indeed the safer option against such unpredictable foes. He formally accepted the generous offer of goodwill, though Morgan quickly corrected him, insisting it was a gesture of true friendship. The scene then shifted to a Sunday morning at a church in San Francisco, which the prince had visited to ask Pastor Paul Griezmann to officiate his wedding. He reflected on American traditions, having chosen a church ceremony over a civil one, and had selected this particular establishment for a very specific reason. As Pastor Griezmann greeted him warmly, the prince recalled that the pastor was a rare progressive figure who preached that all people were equal children of God, regardless of race. The prince returned the pleasantries, and the pastor acknowledged with a smile that he had already heard of the prince's good news. Prince Yi laughed, seeing that his purpose was known, and formally made his request, only for the pastor to present him with a wedding gift first. The prince examined the gift, a small Bible, as the pastor explained he had prepared it so the busy prince could read scripture while on the move. Deeply appreciative, the prince thanked him and vowed to carry the Bible in his bosom and read it often. His peaceful moment was suddenly interrupted as several voices shouted his name, causing him to turn in surprise. William Rockefeller, Morgan Jr., and Walter Rothschild stood there, explaining they had arrived a full hour ahead of their scheduled lunch appointment. Morgan casually suggested that since they were already there, they might as well join the prince in prayer, cheekily adding that they were more faithful than they looked. The prince observed their eager demeanors, sensing a deep-seated anxiety beneath their casual fronts. He deduced that Rockefeller and Rothschild, aware of Morgan's recent efforts to befriend him, had arrived early to keep that growing closeness in check. The prince knew their ultimate goal was to curry his favor to gain control of the powerful Committee of Seven and influence the formation of the Federal Reserve System. He recognized that the power between the three magnates was so tightly balanced that his allegiance was the key to tipping the scales. Deciding to maintain his leverage, he played coy and agreed they should all worship together first, a suggestion his guests readily accepted. After the service, as they left the church, one of the men asked about their lunch destination, recommending a good steakhouse nearby. The prince instead told them to go on ahead, promising to give them the name of the restaurant so they could meet him there. Just as they were about to part ways, an unfamiliar voice made the prince stop in his tracks. He heard someone call his given name, Yi Kang, and a cold dread washed over him, knowing no acquaintance there would be so informal. His worst fears were realized in an instant as an assassin lunged forward, screaming a vicious slur, while his aide shouted a desperate warning. In the ensuing chaos, the prince could only curse as the sound of a gunshot split the air. He screamed his aide's name, Mansik, his voice filled with anguish and horror. He rushed to his fallen friend's side, frantically asking if he was all right as Mansik coughed violently and others yelled to catch the shooter. The dying aide gasped, weakly urging the prince to hurry and save himself. Mansik pleaded with the prince to live, reminding him not to let personal feelings compromise their great cause, a final cough punctuating his words. Begging that his sacrifice not be in vain, Mansik faded, and the prince, tears in his eyes, promised that he would survive. As the assassins' taunts echoed through the streets, the prince fled, cursing their relentless pursuit. He then heard his name being called urgently by his companions. Rejoining Rockefeller, Morgan, and Rothschild, they exchanged frantic words of relief, confirming that everyone in their group was still unharmed. Morgan, aghast at the violence, asked if this was the Japanese brutality the prince had warned him about, to which the prince grimly confirmed it was. As the others wondered if they could hold out for help, the prince asserted that their only option was to get out of there immediately. He explained the assassins were recklessly firing at civilians to get to him, leading his friends to realize he intended to draw the fire away himself. When the prince confirmed his plan, they immediately refused to let him go alone, insisting they would all act as lures together. He rejected their offer, sternly warning them that staying with him would mean certain death. Morgan was resolute, declaring he would not abandon a friend, while Rothschild added that he could never face his wife Ethel if he ran away. The prince was visibly moved by their loyalty, admitting to himself that he had wrongly assumed their friendship was built on shallow, profitable motives. Relenting, he quickly devised a plan, instructing them to run towards a nearby alley using the parked cars as cover. With a final command, the four men broke into a desperate sprint for their lives. One of his companions shouted encouragement, pointing the way as they weaved through the street. For a fleeting moment, it seemed they had shaken their pursuers, and a spark of hope ignited that their escape might actually succeed. That hope was instantly extinguished as a figure emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. An assassin stood before them with a cruel smirk, sarcastically complimenting how well they had run. Splattered with his loyal aide's blood, the prince stared in wide-eyed shock, cold sweat trickling down his face. The assassin raised his weapon, declaring with chilling finality that Yi Kang's frantic escape was now at an end. One of his companions urged the prince onward, shouting that their only hope for escape lay just past the nearby alley. The prince's eyes widened in alarm as he suddenly silenced his friend, his attention fixed on the figure ahead. The assassin mocked the prince's flight, comparing him to a cornered rat and declaring that this alley would be his grave, a realization that dawned on the prince, who understood they hadn't escaped, but had been herded into a trap. With a final, chilling declaration, the assassin lunged forward, screaming that Yi Kang was about to die. But before the attack could land, one of the prince's companions threw himself in the way, taking a brutal blow to the chest that sent blood flying. The prince let out a horrified cry as he witnessed his friend's selfless sacrifice. The gravely injured man collapsed to his knees, racked by a violent, blood-choked cough. He glanced down at his wound with a weary expression, his suit stained crimson. The assassin coldly remarked that one must always ensure a tiger is truly dead, to prevent any future trouble. Overwhelmed by despair, the prince cursed his fate, wondering if this was truly how his life would end. Suddenly, another figure emerged from the chaos, his eyes wide and a menacing grin spreading across his face. The assassin who had been gloating moments before let out a guttural scream of agony. A powerful voice boomed through the alley, commanding a man named William to protect the prince at all costs. A newly arrived ally rushed to the prince's side, urgently asking if he was unharmed. The bewildered assassins demanded to know who these men were, threatening to shoot them down like pigs if they didn't get out of the way. The prince's protectors stood their ground, roaring their defiance in the face of death. The lead assassin sneered, contemptuously promising to grant their death wish. In an instant, a gunshot rang out, and one of the assassins in a brown coat was struck down, a bloody hole exploding through his chest. The man let out a choked gasp, his eyes wide with disbelief at the fatal wound. His life began to fade as he questioned why this had to be his end. With his dying breath, he struggled to utter a final, desperate command. Nearby, another loyalist reaffirmed his conviction, dedicating his actions to the glory of the great Japanese Empire. One of the prince's men, having narrowly survived the ordeal, declared to His Highness that there must have been a divine reason he was fated to live. The assassination attempt on the prince from the Far East, which took place on American soil, was ultimately declared a failure, resulting in 9 dead and 7 arrested from the attacking force of over 30 assassins. Sometime later, inside a large hospital near San Francisco, one of the prince's companions remarked that it was an incredible stroke of luck that Japan's plot had failed. He marveled at the sheer improbability of the prince's survival, saved only because an assassin's bullet had lodged itself in a Bible he was carrying. Another companion wholeheartedly agreed with the sentiment of their miraculous fortune. The first companion felt compelled to make a larger donation to the local pastor out of gratitude, certain that the pastor would be delighted. In any case, his friend expressed relief that the perpetrators had been caught, though his voice trailed off with unspoken concerns. The prince, recuperating in a hospital bed, lamented that even with the assassins dismantled, their own casualties had been too severe and blamed himself for the losses. He felt a heavy responsibility for the many who were hurt or killed, and silently vowed that he would make their enemies pay for their sins. He then turned to one of his injured friends to apologize, but was quickly reassured that the wound was just a graze and not to worry. The prince recognized that his friend was trying to put his mind at ease and thanked him, before asking about the whereabouts and safety of William and Walter. He was informed that both men were fortunately unharmed and had already departed. William had gone to see Ethel, while Walter headed to send a telegram to the Baron. The prince expressed his relief at the news, prompting his friend to mention a rumor that was circulating, which piqued the prince's curiosity. He revealed that the codename for the assassination attempt had been tiger hunting, a clear comparison of the prince to the formidable beast. The prince scoffed, noting they had chosen their operation name poorly. While a failed fox hunt was trivial, a failed tiger hunt often meant death for the hunter. Another companion interjected, speculating that news of the incident must have already reached the highest echelons of power, from Wall Street to the White House. He was certain that even President Roosevelt, despite his pro-Japanese stance, would be unable to ignore such a flagrant act of aggression on American soil. One of the American financiers added resolutely that if the president hesitated, he himself would step forward to ensure the perpetrators paid the price. The prince found their support reassuring, declaring that since the tiger hunt had failed, it was now time for the hunters to face the consequences. A new resolve hardening in his eyes, he announced that his survival warranted the writing of a very specific letter. When asked who it was for, the prince replied with a wry smile that it was a thank you letter for Foreign Minister Takahara, the very man whose actions had inadvertently forced him to prepare for this day. A friend pointed out that Takahara had likely already returned to Japan, so the prince decided he would send it to the Japanese embassy instead. He eagerly anticipated the chaos his letter would cause among Prime Minister Katsura Taro's underlings, planning to reap the benefits from the inevitable mess. Meanwhile, in Japan, a high-ranking official erupted in fury upon hearing the news, demanding that his subordinate repeat the report as the man stammered in fear. The subordinate confirmed that the telegram from America contained only a single, damning word, failure. The word echoed in the official's mind as he roared in utter disbelief. He lamented the immense resources poured into the operation, only for it to fail, and cursed Yi Kang's name with venom. Just then, an aide burst in to announce an urgent call from Resident General Ito. The Prime Minister curtly dismissed the call, but the aide insisted that Ito had anticipated this and demanded to speak with him immediately. Before he could respond, another aide rushed in announcing a big problem, much to the Prime Minister's growing exasperation. The man reported that the American ambassador had just sent a formal letter to the official residence. He continued, adding that the British ambassador had also arrived, requesting an urgent and immediate audience with the Prime Minister before anyone else. An aide nervously suggested that these diplomatic emergencies were almost certainly related to the events of that day. The Prime Minister's blood ran cold as he made the connection himself, realizing it had to be about Yi Kang's assassination attempt. Cursing under his breath, he realized things were spiraling out of control and decided his best course of action was to meet with their British allies first to mitigate the damage. He composed himself and gave the order to escort Ambassador Roxanne in, which his subordinate quickly affirmed. Greeting the ambassador, Prime Minister Katsura feigned surprise, remarking that something urgent must have occurred for him to visit at such an early hour. Ambassador Roxanne remained silent for a tense moment, his expression grim and unyielding. He then stated that the Prime Minister had done something quite unreasonable, a statement that Katsura met with feigned confusion. Dropping all pretense, the ambassador directly accused Prime Minister Katsura of being the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on Prince Yi Kang. Prime Minister Katsura feigned utter bewilderment, demanding the ambassador explain the meaning behind his grave accusation. Ambassador Roxanne reminded the Prime Minister that as allies, a certain level of trust was expected between their nations. He warned that if Japan couldn't be honest even with Great Britain, there would be no way for him to provide any assistance. The ambassador let his final, pointed question hang in the air, leaving Katsura with no room to prevaricate. Internally, the Prime Minister cursed his predicament, realizing that the ambassador already knew everything and that any admission would leave him completely at their mercy. Roxanne laid out the grim reality, explaining that America would not be lenient, especially since the victims included prominent figures like J.P. Morgan Jr. and the heir to the British Rothschild family. With a final, chilling statement, he warned that any further evasion would lead to great disappointment in their alliance. Cornered with no excuses left, Katsura Taro desperately argued that the attack was the independent action of rogue samurai, not an official directive from the Japanese Empire. However, persuading Ambassador Roxanne proved impossible, and throughout the ensuing compensation negotiations, the ambassador repeatedly thwarted Katsura's attempts to minimize Japan's losses. A grueling negotiation concluded with a multifaceted compensation plan that included restoring Yi Kang's title, extraditing his mother's assassins, lifting the ban on Korean immigration, and ceding valuable regional rights. Katsura reluctantly accepted the terms, believing they could still manage the situation quietly as long as the ambassador handled the mediation carefully. But just as he thought the ordeal was over, Roxanne announced there was one last item, leaving Katsura to wonder what more could possibly be demanded for Yi Kang. The ambassador coldly clarified that the final demand was not for Yi Kang, but a fee for Britain's services, prompting Katsura to curse their opportunism before resignedly asking for the details. The scene then shifted to the private residence of the influential statesman, Seonji Kinmochi. An aide urgently confirmed that a contact inside the Prime Minister's residence had delivered the full transcript of the damning conversation between Katsura and Ambassador Roxon. Seonji slammed his fist down in a rage, condemning the Prime Minister as a fool for starting a fire he had no ability to extinguish. He immediately commanded his subordinate, Murata, to get Resident General Ito Hirobumi on the line without delay. After connecting, Ito and Seonji exchanged brief pleasantries, with the Resident General questioning the reason for such an early morning call. Seonji cut straight to the point, informing Ito that the idiotic Prime Minister Katsura had caused a catastrophe of massive proportions. P1, he furiously recounted how their efforts to restrain Katsura had failed, and now Britain was poised to exploit the situation by seizing a port under the guise of a mediation fee. Narration transition. Sighing with the weight of the crisis, Seonji admitted he could not handle the fallout alone and formally requested Ito's immediate return to Japan. Though Ito initially seemed hesitant, Seonji delivered a cryptic warning, suggesting that the Resident General's time in Korea was running out regardless. He elaborated that once news of the assassination attempt inevitably spread through Joseon, the resulting public fury would be something Ito would be unable to control. Furthermore, Seonji revealed that damaging rumors were already circulating back home, implicating Ito himself in leaking the assassination plot to Yi Kang. He explained that the cunning prince had sent a thank-you letter to the Japanese embassy, cleverly implicating supposed moderates like Ito and himself in the affair. Ito countered that an immediate return was difficult, citing a prearranged and important tour schedule. Understanding the logistical issue, Seonji offered a grace period of 3 months for Ito to wrap up his affairs before returning. Ito agreed that this was sufficient time and, in return, asked Seonji to manage the escalating rumors about him in Japan. Time passed, bringing the eve of Prince Yi Kang's much-anticipated wedding, where he was greeted by a visitor. The man was Francis J. Henney, the very prosecutor from the San Francisco District Attorney's Office who had worked with Yi Kang to bring down the corrupt official Abe Roof. Yi Kang warmly welcomed the prosecutor, who explained he had brought a progress report on the assassination case, anticipating the prince's curiosity. The prince confirmed he was indeed wondering about the investigation, and Henney reported that 21 of the 30 perpetrators were neutralized, including the mastermind who died at the scene. Yi Kang then questioned why the remaining 9 assassins had not yet been captured. Henney explained the difficulty, as many suspects were committing suicide before capture, but reassured the prince that all had been identified and their capture was imminent thanks to a new special law. Just as Henney was about to discuss wedding security, Yi Kang unexpectedly changed topics, strongly advising the prosecutor to accept any future job offer from the federal government. A bewildered Henney asked if something specific was afoot, but the prince simply dismissed his concern. Yi Kang praised Henney's impressive track record, suggesting that a prosecutor of his caliber was destined for a bigger stage and had undoubtedly caught the attention of Washington. The prince's thoughts revealed his strategic insight, noting the recent formation of the Bureau of Investigation and foreseeing that Henney's press coverage would lead to a prime offer. He privately resolved to install his own man as the future director of this powerful new agency, recognizing the position would wield power comparable to the presidency. Later, at the wedding ceremony, an announcer's voice boomed, requesting all guests to rise for the entrance of Prince Yi Kang. The wedding itself, born from so much turmoil, was a grand and successful affair, celebrated joyously by everyone in attendance. During the reception, the prince was approached by Walter Rothschild, whom he greeted with a warm smile. Rothschild returned the pleasantry before requesting a moment to speak with the prince in private. When asked about the topic, Rothschild revealed that the compensation plan regarding the assassination attempt had been finalized and he wished to discuss it. Yi Kang, quickly deducing that Britain had mediated the deal, politely excused himself from his bride, Ethel, to attend to the important matter. After glancing at the terms, the prince sought confirmation from Rothschild that this was indeed the proposal brought forth by the British. Internally, Yi Kang scoffed at the document, viewing it as a hollow, meaningless gesture and suspecting Britain had intercepted the true compensation for itself. Rothschild, completely surprised by the prince's dismissive attitude, argued that it was a tremendous offer for an incident officially blamed on mere Ronin. He passionately elaborated on the terms, highlighting the restoration of Yi Kang's royal title and the promise of justice for his mother's murderers. Yet, no matter how Rothschild framed it, the prince saw the proposal as nothing more than a flashy shell devoid of any real substance. Yi Kang declared that for his ultimate goal of his homeland's independence, he required practical power, not empty honors. He then directly challenged Rothschild, asking if he truly believed the official Japanese narrative that rogue Ronin were solely responsible for the attack. The prince laid out his irrefutable logic, pointing to the immense manpower, advanced weaponry, and detailed intelligence as clear proof of the Japanese government's direct involvement. He argued that such a superficial apology from the true perpetrators was not only unreasonable compensation but would actually be poison to him and his cause. When Rothschild expressed confusion, Yi Kang explained that while a powerful ruler apologizing might seem momentous to them, he had no need for such gestures. He stated that accepting the deal would only ruin his reputation among his people, and therefore he would act as if he had never seen the proposal. With a firm rejection, Yi Kang turned the tables, prompting a flustered Rothschild to ask what he truly wanted, the very opening the prince had been waiting for to begin the real negotiations. The prince stated his demand was simple: he wanted back what was originally his, which only confused Rothschild further, given his recent rejection of the restored title. Yi Kang clarified that he wasn't interested in a title, but in the restoration of his rights, forcing Rothschild to ask which rights he meant. With a sharp and determined gaze, the prince finally revealed his true price: the return of the mining rights that were unjustly stripped from him upon his arrival in America. Having rejected the initial offer, the prince stood firm, reiterating his one simple demand: the return of the mining rights unjustly confiscated from him upon his arrival in America. A wave of shock washed over Rothschild as he replayed the terms of his mission in his mind, realizing with a jolt that mining rights were never part of the Japanese proposal he was meant to secure. The prince calmly explained the history of his claim, stating that the rights were a personal grant from his father, Emperor Gojong, intended to fund his studies abroad. He recounted how, 5 years prior, these rightful possessions were stolen by Japan through the treacherous schemes of collaborators within his own country. Yi Kang clarified that while he wished to reclaim everything, he was a realist and would focus his negotiations on the rights that had been transferred to other nations and then recovered. Rothschild agreed to relay this new demand to Downing Street immediately, but when he asked if this would be sufficient, the prince flatly told him it would not be. The prince elaborated that this was a pittance compared to the wrongs committed against him, and more importantly, he could not allow the compensation to be used for his own personal interests. When prompted to explain what else he desired, Yi Kang laid out his next condition: a complete revision of the unfair treaty clauses concluded between his homeland and Japan. He specified his intent to revoke the clause forcing his nation to provide land to Japan for free for their railway projects, demanding they pay a fair market price to the landowners instead. Though Rothschild found this proposal reasonable, the prince added one more critical stipulation, insisting it be conveyed directly to Britain regarding their territorial ambitions for Geomundo or Jeju. Internally, the prince recalled the future conflict between Japan and Britain, knowing that any land foolishly handed over to the British now would almost certainly never be returned. He delivered a stern ultimatum, declaring that if Britain truly coveted those lands, he would absolutely and completely reject their entire arbitration proposal. The force of the prince's conviction struck Rothschild with a palpable shock. Rothschild realized with dawning certainty that this was not a mere negotiating tactic: the prince was completely serious about his threat. Composing himself, Rothschild promised to strongly convey the prince's unyielding position to Downing Street, earning a nod of approval from Yi Kang. The prince then offered a crucial piece of advice, warning Rothschild that the current proposal, so favorable to Japan, would fail to satisfy not only him but also the United States. When asked what conditions would satisfy both parties, Yi Kang spoke of a common interest that would benefit everyone, hinting that Britain was already holding continuous meetings on this very subject. Rothschild's mind raced, attempting to pinpoint the one issue that could appease all the great powers and was already under constant discussion. Suddenly, the answer dawned on him, and he asked if the prince was referring to the railway negotiations, a suspicion Yi Kang immediately confirmed. The prince then gestured subtly, noting with perfect timing that the very group of people they needed to discuss this with was approaching them at that moment. Representative Morgan offered his congratulations on the spectacular wedding reception, which the prince accepted warmly, glad to see his guests enjoying themselves. Morgan immediately pried, asking what he and Walter were discussing so enjoyably, prompting Yi Kang to offer a story that he was sure the assembled gentlemen would find intriguing. Although Morgan expressed his eagerness to listen, the prince first set a condition, stating he needed to know if Morgan was a partner he could trust in the long run. Dropping all pretense, Yi Kang directly confronted the financier, demanding to know why the Morgan family was aggressively buying all available Japanese national bonds on the market. The prince explained that Japan was dumping these bonds cheaply specifically to finance their war and occupation efforts in his homeland. He framed the act as a deep betrayal, accusing Morgan of congratulating him to his face while simultaneously stabbing him in the back, and warned him to answer very carefully. Morgan attempted to feign ignorance, but the prince immediately called out his transparent attempt to play dumb. Yi Kang applied pressure by appealing to Morgan's ego, questioning how such a massive buy-up could happen without the Emperor of Wall Street being aware. The prince continued his verbal assault, sarcastically wondering if some unknown entity outside Morgan's sphere of influence could possibly be responsible for such a move. Suddenly feigning a vague recollection, Morgan claimed the topic sounded familiar but that he hadn't thought it important enough to listen closely. He then deflected, turning to his secretary, Henry, and casually suggesting the prince must be asking about a report Henry had delivered to him a while ago. After a moment of genuine confusion, Henry caught on as Morgan clumsily reminded him of a conversation they supposedly had about Japanese national bonds. The secretary quickly took responsibility, claiming he ordered the purchase on his own independent judgment, a blatant lie that the prince saw through instantly. Yi Kang pressed the secretary for his logic, expressing deep curiosity as to why he believed buying the bonds of a nation on the brink of bankruptcy would be profitable. The prince reflected internally on the ruthless and rational nature of the powerful men gathered before him. He deduced their gamble: they expected the great powers to bail Japan out, making the cheap bonds a golden goose, and figured they could extort the colonies for profit if the plan went south. The grim reality settled in for Yi Kang. To a man like Morgan, he and his country were nothing more than pawns on the chessboard of international finance. Yi Kang openly stated that this confirmed his assessment of Morgan as a man driven solely by profit, expressing a cynical satisfaction at finally seeing his true colors. He then rescinded a potential favor, revealing he had planned to aid Morgan during a future crisis out of respect for his son, but now saw no reason to extend that courtesy. Ignoring the thinly veiled threat, Morgan tried to steer the conversation back to the prince's story, a redirection Yi Kang calmly accepted. The prince then pivoted, capturing the group's attention by asking how interested they were in railway companies, specifically the one traversing the Manchurian plains. The South Manchuria Railway, built by Russia but ceded to Japan, was explained to have a critical flaw: its broad-gauge track forced inconvenient transfers for travelers. The Qing dynasty, hoping to reclaim influence, had cleverly entrusted the United States and Britain with a project to expand the railway using the international standard gauge. This project was a clear attempt to neutralize Japan's operational control, forcing the US and Britain to review a full neutralization plan amid fierce Japanese opposition. The prince knew that with Russia's inevitable resistance, the only real threat to his own plans was this theory of neutralization. He finally revealed his masterstroke, declaring his intention to demand the operational rights to the South Manchuria Railway as part of Japan's compensation package. Morgan's eyes lit up at the immense profit to be made, a reaction Yi Kang noted as a sign of the man's impeccable, if greedy, financial instincts. The prince laid out the first phase of the plan, suggesting they quietly collude to construct lines primarily in the regions Russia had ceded to Japan. He confidently predicted that President Roosevelt would support the venture for the sake of American profits, only to be interrupted by a familiar and elegant voice. It was his new bride, Ethel, who had gracefully made her way to the gathering of powerful men. The prince invited his wife to listen in on the story that he claimed was beneficial to all, and with that final discussion, the grand wedding reception drew to a close. 3 months later, at the Joseon Residency General, an urgent report arrived: the righteous armies had once again raided and robbed the silver mines in Pyongan province. An official seethed with rage, blaming the escalating attacks and immense financial losses on Yi Kang's growing influence, which was derailing his plans for exploitation. At that moment, a guard from the palace was announced, revealing himself to be the very agent tasked with surveilling the king emeritus, Gojong. The agent reported that Gojong was openly defying his Japanese minders, swaying Emperor Sunjong during court assemblies, much to the resident general's fury. He explained that Gojong, emboldened by news of Yi Kang's success in America, had begun ignoring all instructions and attending the assemblies, once again proving the prince was the root of the problem. The agent suggested that only the resident general himself could bring the old king to heel, a course of action Ito readily agreed to, deciding he could no longer remain passive. With cold resolve, Ito declared it was time to break Gojong's spirit once and for all and commanded the agent to lead him to the palace. He set off immediately, his mind fixed on paying a personal visit to Gojong's quarters within Changdeokgung Palace. Arriving in the royal chambers, Resident General Ito offered a formal but chilling greeting to the two monarchs he found deep in discussion. Emperor Gojong immediately challenged the intruder, demanding to know what business brought the resident general to his private quarters at such a late hour. Ito slyly turned the question back on them, retorting with a question of his own about what important matters they could possibly be discussing so late into the night. Gojong maintained his composure, explaining that he was merely offering his son, Emperor Sunjong, some fatherly advice regarding an upcoming tour. Ito seized on the perceived slip of the tongue, sharply reminding Gojong that Sunjong was the emperor, not the crown prince, and accusing him of denying the legitimacy of the Japanese-mandated abdication.